Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your host, Akinola Verissimo.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Harrisburg University Esports Festival. We're here in the Sunoco Theater at the Whitaker Center in the heart of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. We are ready to bring you all the awesome esports entertainment, Overwatch, League of Legends. It's going to be awesome. From a bunch of teams, we're now down to 2 teams from universities all over the area, and they're going to duke it out head-to-head to see who's going to bring away the championship right now. But before we get started, I want to hand it over to Uber and Hex, who's going to give a little bit more introduction into Overwatch before we get started. Guys?
Yeah, thank you very much, Akinola. Great to be here. Harrisburg, the capital of Pennsylvania, mate. It's all happening here. My name's Mitch Leslie. I'm here, of course, with Robert Kirkbride, or Hexagrams. We're taking a break from the fast lane over in Los Angeles. We made our way over here to cast some fantastic collegiate Overwatch, mate.
Harrisburg's been really cool. As you mentioned, the capital.
Capital.
It's not Philadelphia, as you had assumed. You also assumed we were going to Philadelphia.
I don't know American geography, though. And it's funny because I tease Americans about thinking Australia's in Europe, and then I go and make a gaff like that.
Look,
so
you don't really know Australian geography either. Let's be honest.
It's 90% desert, so you just need to know one strip of land, mate.
Yes,
that's how it works.
There's a city, and then there's a shark. That's pretty much all you need to know.
The point is we're out here for a real good reason. We made the trip over because this is really, in my opinion, the hub of collegiate esports, especially in the Overwatch scene.
Right.
It's just bubbling under the surface now, Hex, and we've had the chance over the last few days to spend some time around the students, around some of the games and the people involved in putting esports together here, especially part of Harrisburg University and, of course, being here in the city itself.
I've been absolutely blown away by the atmosphere and just the amount of players that we have here. We're 16 teams. We're sitting in the practice room and everyone's really into it. All sorts of players from all over the country here. You see our 16 teams, a lot of big schools there, some schools you may not have heard of, and I think that's really where the heart of esports is going to come from, is some of these smaller schools that realize, look, we've got kids here who are playing video games already. Why don't we just pay them to come here, give them full ride scholarships, and we'll have teams, and we can become national champions at something that maybe isn't considered a traditional sport, but we have a lot of really good players at the college level.
And of all the teams representing here as well, we've some obviously institutions are offering scholarships to some of their players. For some, it's just clubs that have come together now to form these sort of teams and battle it out. So we see a varying level, obviously, of experience from these players, but it's such a fertile environment for development. And the fact that, these guys can obviously, perform their studies alongside sort of following their dreams as gamers is amazing. I had to sort of quit being a professional gamer, use the waggle fingers for that one, to go to university. But to do them alongside one another and chase excellence in both fields is a fantastic thing to aspire to.
I think it's also great. It helps them grow as human beings. I think that gaming can be that thing, and this is not to get on my pedestal of like gaming is a legitimate thing, but Overwatch.
Well, you want to hope so because we're out here.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope it's legitimate. It's been legitimate for several of us, but Overwatch especially is one of those games where it really emphasizes teamwork and communication, and those are straight up life skills. Those are skills that you have to have going on.
I wish I got some of those during my time.
I wish you did too.
So we're just getting set up here. As you can see, we're just starting to fill this fantastic venue, and as we do, we're going to be meeting a few people that were involved in putting this all together. So for that and more, we're going to head back to the stage with Akinola.
Hey guys, welcome back. I'm here with Ted Black, President and CEO of the Whitaker Center. It's a pleasure to stand here right next to you in this awesome arena where soon we're going to have a bunch of people who are fans of esports come out and watch some awesome team play. So this is really exciting for me. It's my first time in Harrisburg. So I want to ask you, what does it mean to be a part of the Harrisburg University Esports Festival? What does this mean to you?
Great. Well, first, welcome to Harrisburg. We really appreciate all the coverage that you're providing to us. What this event means, it's really, to me, it's a pivot point in really the history of collegiate esports. This sport has gone from recognized by other universities as a varsity sport that maybe 2 years ago. Today, there's close to 100. And what we want is for Harrisburg University, for the Whitaker Center, for Harrisburg in general, to be known as the place for collegiate esports and to also grow out that ecosystem upwards to the pro level and even reaching down to the high school level. So that's really been part of our strategy from day one.
I realize that some people might be skeptical about the popularity of esports and its rising. When this idea was brought to you to collaborate with Harrisburg University, what was going through your mind as as that was brought to your attention?
Well, actually, it's been easier because I was the one that was able to bring it to the Harrisburg community. So I've been the CEO here for a little under 2 years, and as part of the interview process, I was asked, what would you do to bring in millennials and Gen Ys? And I said, I don't really play video games, but we should get involved in this gaming space, in esports. And we quickly met with Harrisburg University. President Dar is a visionary in this regard. It was right in their wheelhouse. They don't have an athletic program. And in a weird way, that's actually a strength because they don't have this debate, is it a sport or is it a sport? They don't have this debate, should you give scholarships or shouldn't you? They went all in. So they've really been a perfect partner for us. And for Whitaker Center, we've got a $50 million facility here that if you were going to design and build an esports arena, you'd probably have a lot of the elements we have. We have this giant screen cinema, 40-foot high. We have this wonderful theater in here that's very intimate, no seats further than 65 feet from the stage. What we don't know, and we're going to find out real soon, is how strong is the market here for fans to come in and want to see it live.
Absolutely. Coming from the Philadelphia area, it's nice to see teams like the Philadelphia Fusion and Overwatch collect themselves in places that are for traditional sports, but you have all of these young adults who are super excited about esports. Is that something you see a future in the Harrisburg area?
Oh, for sure. And, you know, traditional sports, certain sports are actually going down in viewership in this demographic. Esports is going straight up. It's not going anywhere. And as that age group continues to age and they have kids, their kids are going to grow up with it. So it's an exciting time to plant your flag in the ground. And that's, again, what we're really trying to do here in Harrisburg. It's a blue ocean, especially at the college space. You saw the reaction to all these schools that were willing to fly in. And this is a sport they don't traditionally travel. And so there was a waiting list for schools that wanted to come here and send their teams and compete live.
Last question. Do you have any words for any more naysayers of esports as this continues to evolve?
Well, yeah, and that's a great question because some people will say, you know, what is that doing in a science center, or what is these kids aren't getting out and running around or things like that. Esports and computer gaming is really born out of the mind, and these gamers historically grew up building computers. And there are wonderful careers that you can explore, from STEM to learning computer coding to computer graphics to the cosplay genre. There's a fashion element to it. So it's really not just about turning a bunch of kids loose in an arcade or playing video games. It's about finding ways to use esports as a gateway to higher learning. And there are very lucrative jobs in this market and in computer coding and in computer game manufacturing. The esports component only as a spectator sport is $1 billion industry. The computer design and gaming industry is a $50 billion industry.
Wise words. Thank you very much for your insight. I'm very excited to kick things off and get started in the Whitaker Center. Ted Black, everybody, thank you very much. We'll be right back. We're going to take a 5-minute break, but please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
shine if we could just get through this time. So keep your foot on the gas and focus on your grind. I'm all steel, stubborn heart with an iron wheel. Forged in that fire, something like a Navy SEAL. I'm outgunning, outman, man, I'm underrated. Heart of a lion, beaten till the day I make it moving. I got to keep moving. Gonna keep moving, yeah. I got to keep moving. Gonna keep moving, yeah. They say that we'll never make it, I don't listen to they lies. These boys is cowards, I can see it in their eyes. I know that they see me, they feel the day that I rise. I gotta keep it moving till the day that I die. They say that we'll never make it, I don't listen to they lies. These boys is cowards, I can see it in their eyes. I know that they see me, they feel the day that I rise. I gotta keep it moving till the day that I die. No pain, no glory, we all know the story. Beggars and not choosers, that's what my mama told me. I don't leave it to chance, I wrote my own story. They try to tune me out, but they can't ignore me. Got to keep moving. Gonna keep moving, yeah. I got to keep moving. Gonna keep moving, yeah. Slow motion is better than no motion. 4 goons in the black bourbon and we coasting to the spot to set up shop and we posting. Up glasses in the air, yeah, we toasting. 1 foot in front of the other, label with my brothers. Different days, the hustle made us kin to each other. We live by the code, death before dishonor. The crew comes in swarms, we moving like piranhas. Got to keep moving. Gonna keep moving, yeah. I got to keep moving. Gotta keep moving. Man, the climb is mean when you swimming upstream. I know it's hard to believe when you carry broken dreams, but we're destined to shine if we could just get through this time. So keep your foot on the gas and focus on your grind. I'm all steel, stubborn heart with an iron wheel. Forged in that fire, something like a Navy SEAL. I'm outgunning, outman, man, I'm underrated. Heart of a lion, beaten till the day I make it moving. I got to keep moving. Gonna keep moving, yeah. I got to keep moving. Gonna keep moving, yeah. They say that we'll never make it, I don't listen to they lies. These boys is cowards, I can see it in their eyes. I know that they see me, they feel the day that I rise. I gotta keep it moving till the day that I die. They say that we'll never make it, I don't listen to they lies. These boys is cowards, I can see it in their eyes. I know that they see me, they feel the day that I rise. I gotta keep it moving till the day that I die. No pain, no glory, we all know the story. Beggars and not choosers, that's what my mama told me. I don't leave it to chance, I wrote my own story. They try to tune me out, but they can't ignore me. Got to keep moving. Gonna keep moving, yeah. I got to keep moving. Gonna keep moving, yeah. to the spot to set up shop and we posted. Up glasses in the air, yeah, we toasted. One foot in front of the other, label with my brothers. Different days, the hustle made us kin to each other. We live by the code, death before dishonor. The crew comes in swarms, we moving like piranhas. Got to keep moving. Gonna keep moving, yeah. Got to keep moving. Gotta keep moving. Man, the climb is mean when you swimming upstream. I know it's hard to believe when you carry broken dreams, but we're destined to shine if we could just get through this time. So keep your foot on the gas and focus on your grind. I'm all steel, stubborn heart with an iron wheel, forged in that fire, something like a Navy SEAL. I'm outgunning, outman, man, I'm underrated. Heart of a lion, beaten till the day I make it moving.
Welcome back to the Harrisburg University Esports Festival. I'm Akinola Verissimo, and we're going to continue to bring you all the coverage for these teams that are going to play in just a little bit. But for now, we're going to throw it back to Uber and Hex to break down more potential Overwatch stuff.
So much potential Overwatch stuff. Thank you very much, Akinola. Yeah, the doors aren't quite open yet, so we're here to set the scene for you guys and share some of the stories that we've actually learned and encountered over the last couple of days. 32 teams across League of Legends and Overwatch from 21 different universities. This is the biggest collegiate esports event that we have seen in the United States, to my knowledge, and I'm pretty sure I've fact-checked that one. Look it up, fam. So it's been pretty intense competition, and some of these teams are pretty well. I got my own shot. What's up? There you go. Very established, obviously. Some of these clubs and teams, and you know. Hex, we had to whittle down our 16 teams in Overwatch to 8 before we could even get here today.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams, and oddly enough, you and I talked about this. Of course, we work for the Overwatch League, and then we've seen a lot of the path to pro stuff. We really think going forward that college might be where the path to pro is at, because
or at least where it truly begins.
Yes, exactly, because now these players are going to get support from the universities a lot of times. There were players, I'm walking through the practice room, I'm like, I know that name. I've seen this battle tag before, and so there's guys here that you might recognize if you've been following the scene very closely for a while, but now they've got the support of the universities, they've got the support of the rest of their team, and if you really want to just make it while still pursuing something else, I mean, the collegiate scene, I'm just so happy to see develop.
Well, I find it truly incredible. There were a few players that were definitely around in the early days of Overwatch esports, and as the collegiate scene, in some of these universities developed, these guys were offered, to come and obviously, get their sort of diploma and play at the same time. So these people were part of the Overwatch scene before that, and then were given a chance, obviously, to combine that with some study. But Hex, we did have to whittle down our list of 16 teams to 8. And you might be wondering exactly who they are, and here you have them here. So, I mean, we had Penn State, Maryville University, who came out of the gates very, very strong, Miami at Ohio, St. Ambrose, who are actually made it into the top 4.
Right, exactly. And then you've got Bellevue, who was also in the top 4. University of Louisiana
The
Lafayette.
Raging Cajuns.
The Raging Cajuns.
Love
I was
to see
going to
it.
get there. That very angry tornado is, of course, the Harrisburg Storm. Great logo there. And then Akron put a team, I think, in League of Legends and in the Overwatch, and they got pretty far. The Akron Zips.
Yeah, so obviously we worked down to sort of 4 teams remaining today. So me and Hex, we set out with a plan. Semi-finals were going to be played over 2 different venues, so we had to, sadly split up and go on and check out those games. Tell us about the game that you went and caught up with, that semi-final match.
Yeah, it was Harrisburg versus, I believe, Bellevue this morning.
Bruins?
Yes, at the Digital Cinema here in the lovely Whitaker Center. It's an IMAX. I got to watch Overwatch on an IMAX, and that was thrilling. Quite immersive. I sat front row, and I felt like I was really
particle effects.
Yes, I was really Widowmaker scoping in, and it was actually really fun to watch. And the speakers of an IMAX system with Overwatch sound design is phenomenal. Harrisburg has been rolling through this tournament very easily. There's one of the teams that has all these scholarships and a lot of players. They've got an ex-Overwatch pro in Mikado as their coach. If you followed early Overwatch, he was
Counter-Logic Gaming back in the day.
Counter-Logic Gaming. If you've seen his teammate in Hydration do very well throughout the Overwatch League and the World Cup too. So that's old Overwatch blood. I was so cool to see it, and he's coaching all of these young kids.
It's the same. They've now come to the collegiate scene from being very early on in Overwatch.
Yeah, there's a lot of talent out there in Overwatch, and we're just dispersing it all throughout these universities. So they played very well, had a little bit of struggles, but they did make it through. So the hometown team, Harrisburg, will eventually be taking the stage here in the finals.
So the semi that I actually went and caught was quite an anticipated match. St. Ambrose, a really plucky sort of upstart team that haven't been a lot together for very long. The Fighting Bees, they're known as, of course, as their mascot. Went up against Maryville University, who I have to say is definitely a titan in collegiate esports, even very early on in the life of collegiate esports in general. I mean, we've got 2 Swedish players on this roster who were brought across to Maryville. I mean, Clerky, obviously, who we know for a while, involved with E United and Overwatch, put this team together.
Right.
I mean, it's ferocious. We've got very high-ranked players here. These guys have been on contenders rosters before. Teams like BioWeek, Sky Foxes, Renegades, of course.
Yeah.
So very, very frightening. And the first couple of maps were very dominant for Maryville. They looked very, very good, but the cockiness started to creep in a little bit. Yeah. Map 3 was Horizon Lunar Colony, for those that do follow Overwatch, and that was actually where St. Ambrose snuck a map off them. And we were actually sitting in a lecture hall. I know this is story time with Uncle Mitch, so bear with me. we were sitting in a lecture hall at the time, and they didn't have the noise-cancelling headphones on, right? So, one team's here, the other team's right here, and they are popping off at each other.
Right.
And they can hear exactly what each other is saying. It's not a big lecture hall, mind you. Very nicely set up there. They had all the tech in there. But so these guys were so loud. Maryville managed to squeeze out the final map.
Right.
But so many of them had already lost their voices. I was speaking to a Hypnot, obviously their main tank player, and he's like, "Oh yeah, that was a pretty good game, bro." So these guys just going completely ham, using a lot of their energy for the semi-final matchup. So now with Maryville going up against Harrisburg in the final, and definitely that's what we expected to see here as 2 of these top collegiate teams. We're going to have to see them dig deep into those energy reserves because they've already been playing through a grueling tournament as it is.
That's an excellent point because even yesterday in the group stages, we started at 9 a.m. is when they started. These teams have been playing all day yesterday. I don't think we left before it even finished up. We were like, I'm tired, guys. It's 10 p.m. We got to go.
I got to go drink some lemonade.
Yeah, got to get our beauty rest, so to speak, as well. Didn't get enough of it, very obviously. And then today, they also had to play quarterfinals and then semis, and we're just waiting to get to the finals now, too. So this is the endurance test. But when I was talking to Harrisburg as well, I'm like, so what's your scrim schedule like? They're like 4 hours a day. These guys were playing 4 hours a day while fully attending university as well, so the endurance shouldn't be an issue for them.
And I was speaking to a lot of these guys, especially from Harrisburg. It's quite a well-respected science and technology, university or college. So a lot of these guys are, going through these very difficult STEM degrees at the same time. It was good to hear from the interview on stage earlier on and talking about how, esports is conceived from the mind in a lot of ways. It is not incorrect that in terms of raw physical ability, there's maybe not as much required. But Hex, we talked a little bit about yesterday. We actually do have a little bit of a piece that chronicled the journeys of these teams up until this point. So sit back, enjoy, and take a look at how we got here.
It looks incredibly fun and a wonderful entertaining sport. I think it's a great way to experience team sport, and I'm particularly proud of our team, which has done incredibly well and is moving on. We just saw the victory in round 1, and on here now to round 2.
Thank you very much for your quarter, and for all you guys back in, make sure you tune into our social media to make sure you stay up to date with the HUE tournament the entire way through. We'll be here today and tomorrow. Stay tuned, guys. Stick around.
you for your time. My name is Joshua Fecas-Quest, and yeah, I'll see you guys hopefully on Saturday.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, a lot of competition happening throughout the last couple of days. And I know, like, we're obviously here inside the Whitaker Center, which doors aren't quite open yet, so people are obviously waiting to get in. But, while they've all been playing, through their tournaments over the last couple of days, the streets have been full outside. Obviously, this is part of a full sort of music and cultural festival, so the whole street's pretty much packed with food trucks and all the great stuff. So we kind of picked a good time to come down here, bro.
I mean, it's the best that Harrisburg has to offer, I think. Video games, music, and food trucks. What more do you want? I mean,
well, I don't really want anything else. Actually, I just want those things all the time.
Yeah, that's just life.
I'm pretty happy with
These
it.
are the best things in life. The food has been phenomenal in Harrisburg. It's not quite Philadelphia, but the cheesesteaks are amazing.
I mean, I was waiting until I got to Pennsylvania till I got a cheesesteak. I don't know, it's
That's
all
the
about
rule.
the
That's the
Pennsylvania
rule.
Dutch around here, but that was amazing. So, guys, before we get into the action, we've obviously got a couple more things to discuss. We'll come back after a moment and also talk a little bit about those final stages and get you guys ready for some Overwatch action. But for now, we're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, we're going to start to get this party started here in the Whitaker Center, ladies and gentlemen. This is HUE Fest. We'll be back after a short break.
Is better than no motion. 4 goons in the black bourbon and we coasting to the spot to set up shop and we posting up glasses in the air, yeah, we toasting. 1 foot in front of the other, label with my brothers. Different days, the hustle made us kin to each other. We live by the code, death before dishonor. The crew comes in swarms, we moving like piranhas. Got to keep moving. Swimming upstream. I know it's hard to believe when you carry broken dreams, but we're destined to shine if we could just get through this time. So keep your foot on the gas and focus on your grind. I'm all steel, stubborn heart with an iron wheel, forged in that fire, something like a Navy SEAL. I'm outgunning, outman, man, I'm underrated. Heart of a lion, beaten till the day I make it moving. I got to keep moving. To their lies. These boys is cowards, I can see it in their eyes. I know that they see me, they fear the day that I rise. I gotta keep it moving till the day that I die. They say they will never make it, I don't listen to their lies. These boys is cowards, I can see it in their eyes. I know that they see me, they fear the day that I rise. I gotta keep it moving till the day that I die. No pain, no glory, we all know the story. Beggars and not choosers, that's what my mama told me. I don't leave it to chance, I wrote my own story. They try to tune me out, but they can't ignore me. Got to keep moving. Gonna keep moving, I got to keep moving. Gonna keep moving.
Hey guys, we're back. Hey guys, we're back once again. I'm here with Matthew Taylor, who's the coach for. I'll let you introduce your team and where you guys are from and all that.
Hi, I'm the coach of Maryville University's varsity Overwatch program. Today we're looking at Snooze, Mac, Guru, Hypnot, and Rat, our pretty much all contenders Overwatch roster.
Tell us about your coaching history. Where'd you start, and how did you get to this point right now?
So, if you go all the way back, in 2008, I lost a very important match of StarCraft Brood War. And I pointed out a couple of things in a famous player, Nyokin's Terran gameplay that he just didn't think about. And I would work with him on his VODs. And when League of Legends came out, I ended up getting my first volunteer job just because I was good at looking at VODs and picking out people's mistakes. And ended up getting my first paid job in Australia, and then ended up working here in the United States for about 4 years in League of Legends. And then I was a personal friend of Dan Clerky's, and I applied to the school when they told me they were going to start up the Overwatch program. So, and then 2 years later, here I am, and we're on stage, and I'm real excited to be here.
Congratulations on your work thus far. Your boys seem to have fought very hard. Tell us how the tournament has gone for the Esports Festival. Have they encountered any rough patches, or was it a pretty straightforward, winning to this point?
So, honestly, I believe our team is the best in the room by far. But we didn't have any LAN experience. So we were a little nervous going into our first game with spectators. So we weren't ready to switch up our strategies and what we were doing. But as soon as the boys snapped back into it, they were fine, and they were playing their game, and they rolled the next map. So that was probably the biggest struggle, was just getting ready to play in front of people.
How long has the squad been together, and how's communication? Do they mesh really well? Do they run into any issues with who's supposed to be on what point, who's supposed to be doing what, or do they work together pretty well?
So our roster finalized in the end of July, and school started somewhere near the middle of August. So everyone got to school about a week before school started, and so we've been scrimming about 2 months together. And communications are actually really well. We have Hypnot, who has insane communication and insane IGL skills. So he's just able to lead the team and get them to do what he wants. And we just have a nice organized structure, figuring out who's supposed to come when, and let the IGL do the rest. And it seems to work out really well, and there's not a lot of confliction on the team.
How do you feel about Overwatch as an esport and its future, as it continues to grow?
Well, to be honest, I think Blizzard is probably one of the best companies in all of esports, and I think they've been a pleasure to work with, and I think they want, just what I think from how everything's been going, that they want to put more money into it. And with more money comes more talent, and then more entertainment, more fans, more events, and more opportunities for retired players or new players to go to college and use this as more of a scouting grounds for pro, instead of what collegiate used to be was a joke. And now it's more respected, which is really nice.
Awesome. Thank you very much for your insight. Best of luck to you and the squad. Hopefully they pull out a W, and we'll see what happens. Guys, thanks very much for watching, but don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with more esports.
And I predict, Hex, about 2 hours before this Got to Keep Moving song is imprinted in my brain, like the Overwatch theme music that we hear all the time at the Blizzard Arena. Welcome back, by the way, everybody. It's good to have you here. The doors are open and people starting to feel in. My name is Mitch Leslie. I'm here with Robert Kirkbride, or Kirkblade as he's known in some underground scenes. And we're here, of course, to bring you some Overwatch action. We just heard from Maryville's coach there. Some good insights from him. What I really love that he pointed out as well is that there's opportunities not only for sort of people that are aspiring to be pro, but also ex-pros or retired players to have a chance to come back and obviously further their education after they've pursued the gaming career.
Yeah, there's some of these players that are a little above college age that are, it's like, well, I get to play Overwatch and. Hey, I'm fresh-faced to 19. I think everybody knows that. But they're able to come back and pursue the passion that brought them maybe away from college to begin with, because this kind of organization and these things didn't happen before. It was a choice. Do you pursue pro gaming or do you go to college? Now you can definitely do both and at the same time. And yet another esports career started by StarCraft.
Yeah, exactly. And it began because he lost an important game of StarCraft. Yeah. And then his career started from pointing out people's mistakes. So I can see that, obviously, having someone on your coaching staff like that. I had a chat with him actually as well. Obviously, he spent some time with the Australian scene, and obviously I operated there for quite some time myself.
Are you Australian? So. Was not. I thought it was a Brooklyn accent. It's very close. It's very close.
No, it's a Bostonian accent. You know what I mean? We say some things quite the same. So Maryville, obviously, there's a lot of expectations on this team. They actually said, we're the best team in the room by far, but we haven't had much LAN experience. So it's interesting, obviously, you take your performance as a metric. These guys haven't been scrimming against other collegiate teams. The Maryville guys have not. They've actually, been trying to go up against mostly contenders and contenders trials teams. Right. So they set the bar high in terms of their practice. So when they do come to an event like this, they have an edge on the rest of the playing field.
Yeah, oddly enough, the teams that we're going to see in the finals, Harrisburg, of course, being the other one, they've been scrimming mostly open division as well, but these teams haven't scrimmed each other in a very long time. And Harrisburg actually thinks that might be a small advantage for them because they're like, last time they played us, we weren't very good. So they're going to overlook us. They're already overestimating themselves to a degree. Maryville thinks that they should be able to walk over this tournament. Harrisburg, the home team, has been feeding off the crowd. And these guys haven't been nervous at LAN at all. Some of them have some small experience, Call of Duty LANs, a couple Counter-Strike LANs on this team. So, and I asked them, I'm like, are you guys nervous playing in front of people? They're like, we love it. This is awesome playing in front of the home crowd. So I think they might even have an edge as far as nerves, even though they're, maybe a little lower ranked than the Maryville guys.
Well, I mean, that's definitely at least their perspective. I'm interested to hear from the Harrisburg coach in just a moment, who we've sort of remembered from a while. And he's on the stage with Akinola. So let's go back over there and hear from our second coach's interview and hear a little bit of what Harrisburg, the Storm, have been doing in preparation for this, their final match.
All right, we're back with Mikado, who is the HU's coach for Overwatch. Mikado, welcome to the stage. How are you today? How are nerves running? Is your team ready? Give us some background from your ride in the tournament to this point right now.
Well, thank you very much. I'm feeling great. So far in the tournament, we haven't dropped a map, so I really feel like everyone's confident. We're ready to play. And just seeing this entire tournament that Harrisburg University, Nerd Street Gamers, the Whitaker Center, that everyone has helped put on, it's just been a phenomenal experience.
Absolutely. Like, the people are coming in, we're getting ready to start. What do you think about esports in the collegiate sense? It's just incredible to see all this excitement from all these players, all these coaches get involved. How are you feeling about the future of collegiate esports?
Well, I'm really optimistic, actually, because I believe that schools like Harrisburg are really putting their best foot forward when it comes to promoting collegiate esports. And that's something that a lot of people really aren't familiar with. In games like Dota 2 or Counter-Strike, there's very little to almost no collegiate competition. And in League of Legends, Overwatch, Hearthstone, we're really starting to see more collegiate action. And I think that's just great to see.
Wonderful. Give me a little bit of backstory of how you got involved in coaching for collegiate esports.
Well, I guess it's a bit of a long story, but I'll kind of keep it short. So I was originally an amateur player in the Overwatch scene when it first hit beta a few years ago. And give it a couple years, I was signed to Counterlogic Gaming, better known for their League of Legends team, even nowadays. And after a year at Counterlogic Gaming, I went back to school. I currently attend Boston College. Go Eagles, by the way. And I was contacted through an old teammate on Counterlogic Gaming by Miso about this opportunity to get involved with Harrisburg. And between my time with Counterlogic Gaming and with Harrisburg, I was kind of doing some pro bono coaching for some contenders teams, for some international teams. So I was working a little bit towards this goal of Harrisburg that I didn't know it existed at the time. And I'm just so thankful that I can be a part of it.
Do you have any advice for anybody who's trying to get into esports? It seems that the bar for entry is being lowered little by little every year. So for someone who wants to be a coach, a player, what is your best advice with all the experience that you've gained in esports?
My best advice would be to get active. Do anything you can, whether it be starting from the smallest weekly tournaments to registering in leagues like Overwatch Open Division, TESPA if you're in college. That's the first step, and it's really all about continued involvement, because that way you start making friends, you start improving, you get honest feedback, and you really start improving either as a player or as a coach, and you'll really start to develop. And as you develop, people will start to notice you, and that's really when doors will start opening.
And last question on the day, favorite Overwatch hero?
Well, I played Lucio for about a year and a half, so through every change, I would have to say Lucio. He's been with me day after day, and I've been with him.
Awesome. Let's see if HU can break it down. Guys, we are ready to get started. The players are just about finished setting up, but before that, we're going to take our last break. So make sure you stick around. HU Esports will be right back after this short break. Whitaker Center, are you ready for some Overwatch? My name is Akinola Verissimo. Thank you very much for having me on stage today. From 16 teams, we've got 2 teams left. You guys have waited enough. Let's just get right into it. Up first, Maryville University. Introducing first on Flex DPS, Aether. On HitScan DPS, give it up for Rat. On main tank, Hypnot. On off tank, Guru. On main support, it's Mac. And on flex support, Snooze. Subbing for Maryville, it's the Come Up and Axel. And last but not least, the coach for Maryville, Matt Taylor. Introducing their opponents, it's the local boys, Harrisburg University. On support, it's Gunther. Also on support, Vinpin. Flexing off tank, it's Crate. On DPS, Mask. Also on DPS, Swish. And on main tank, Retina. Subbing for Harrisburg HUE, it's Autumn. Give it up for Autumn. And the coach for HU, Mikado and Central Time. These are your top 2 teams for the grand final. Let's hear it one more time for them. With all that said and done, let's pass it off to our casters, Uber and Max. What's going on, guys?
Thank you very much, Akinola. What's good, Harrisburg? Are you ready for some big Overwatch action? A rivalry has already started to form in the pit. We've been there in the last couple of days. These 2 teams eyeing each other across the room. They kind of knew they'd be going head-to-head in the grand final.
They knew this was going to be the final that we're headed for. Everyone else was just in their way, and I mean, only 1 map loss between these 2 teams. It happened earlier today as Maryville maybe overlooked some of their competition.
Oh, they just got straight cocky, to be
There
honest.
was a bit of a scare on Anubis for Harrisburg, actually, in the map I watched. They couldn't deal with the Torbjorn, of all things. It kind of threw them a little bit off, but I think this is the battle they've been waiting for. And I know the Harrisburg guys are like, look, everyone knows some of these players on Maryville, and I just want to beat the counterpart. Like, I want to shatter Hypnot. Like, they're ready. They're ready for the players they're going against.
Like I said, a lot of sort of loud vibes in the semifinals this morning. Obviously, yesterday we already had a lot of our pool play, so a lot of these players have been playing for the last couple of days straight. There've been a lot of matches. We had 2 sort of seeded group stages, and then we moved on towards our sort of top 8 today. We heard from the players there. We heard from the teams. They're getting set up now on stage for the time being. And it's worth bearing in mind that both of these teams, our players, are heavily supported by their respective institutions. Harrisburg. We went down to the Harrisburg University Storm's sort of area. I don't know what you call it, a gaming room, whatever it was.
It's a practice room, yeah.
As putting those Overwatch League facilities to shame. It was incredible down there. They've got everything they need to be a star team.
Yeah, they're getting so much support from the university. The team in the university program has actually partnered with the OWL franchise, the Philadelphia Fusion.
Yeah.
A lot of Fusion jerseys in the room
Love
here
to
today
see it.
as well. So it's
Love to see it.
been very good to see. And I mean, you mentioned endurance as well, but let's just talk a little bit about the format here.
Right.
It is a best of 3 of best of 5. So we're going to play a best of 5 series, and then we're going to play another best of 5 series,
And maybe
a
another
third
best of 5 series.
Yes, so it's a possibility we do 15 maps today if these teams are closely matched, which I think they are. There's a couple standouts that I really want to see on both sides. The DPS always impress. I like the Diva play. Crate came out, and I'm like, Diva players are just their own brand. They're always a little bit off, and Crate, no exception. He wants to play Zarya, but kind of, he's got to play Diva.
Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen, to get this one started? We're going to jump straight in. Lijiang Tower, Control Center. And this is where it all begins. In the red, it's going to be Maryville. In the blue, it is going to be your Harrisburg University Storm. Let's kick it off.
We're actually a little worried that we're going to see a lot of tank-heavy compositions, but it does seem that Harrisburg is going to try to shy away from that, at least early on. But this Control Center is one of the stranger maps in the Lijiang Tower set of maps here, and they do start off. The hometown boys take first control and now holding doorway.
Yeah, Storm starting off strong, getting that early pick. They've actually managed to force Maryville away, but Maryville do not want to let this sit for very long. If they give that control percentage over to Harrisburg, they'll be far behind the 8 ball before it even starts. But Switch, another pick off there. Aether goes down. Maryville trying to make use of the Sombra in the backline, but he was spotted out by Swish, of course, who can see Sombra when she's invisible with the use of Sonic Arrow. You've got to be happy with that.
Very nice here. And now they've got all the advantage that they want positionally, able to hold the doorway and let your long-range distance damage do all the work in the back lines with no one really in front. They might use some ultimate abilities up front here to continue to hold this position. Riptire is ready, Dragon is ready, and they could use a nano boost as well.
Maryville pushing in now. They need to start a fight, and you can see the Storm just giving him a little bit of room, backing up over towards that main area. This will allow Maryville to push up, but that's a big Bardic Grenade. That is going to slow Maryville down a little bit here. Unable to get any healing right now, and there it is. It's the combo, the Dragon Strike, Graviton Surge. 2 ultimates and a team fight 1 for Harrisburg.
It's a combination as old as time. The Graviton Surge brings everybody together in a big tight ball. The Dragon is going to feast on them, but then you also saw the Biotic Grenade, which prevents healing to come through and try to save them there. So you use all those abilities together, it's almost like guaranteed team fight win.
I mean, Maryville need to lead off with a sound barrier here from Mac to start this fight off. They really need that extra durability as they go in now. We're going to hear a Riptire being fired up across the map, and there it is. Mask actually gets his Riptire removed by Aether, and now, yes, that is going to be the signal to go in for Maryville. They're getting aggressive. Sound barrier applied to most of them now. Very durable and healthy. Snooze, of course, providing the healing from the back line, and it's a good start. Hypnot's already found 2 kills in the fight. Gets his opposite number, of course, Orion down, and this should be Maryville's time to shine. They move in and take the point. 89-0.
Maryville in a pretty decent position now too, because even after that tire was taken out, it did seem like Harrisburg wanted to commit more. They nano boosted their Reinhardt, they used more ultimates into the mix, but that Graviton and Dragon combination is about ready. At 89%, they're 1 fight away from winning this stage.
Maryville teetering on the edge right now. They need to win this next fight. Graviton Surge to open things up. Switch goes down early. Hanzo missing from the equation now. He was hoping to get his Dragon Strike ready for the next fight, but he's going to have to wait. Self-destruct in the back. Big boops, but a great Zarya shield applied there, of course, to the right heart on the side of Harrisburg. It will still be Maryville pushing them back, though.
I'm a little bit surprised by that early Graviton Surge, because when I watched the Storm play earlier, they were very decisive on their calls, very decisive on their combos. They were only 20% away from having a Dragon, and we saw the Graviton Dragon win them a fight earlier. Again, at 89%, one more fight will win you control of this point in the first stage win.
Nano boost on Aether. He is charged up and ready to go. He wants to farm up another Graviton Surge in this next fight, and let's go straight away. Riptire goes over his left shoulder, and Mask fights back to open up the fight. Harrisburg start to move in now. Mask, the only player on the Storm to fall thus far, and it's all gone wrong for Maryville. Still, they're in control of the point, but Harrisburg will move in. Big boot from Guru, though. Retina knocked off the edge of the map by the Diva. That does give Maryville a chance here, but Harrisburg is still able to move up to the point in numbers. And Maryville are actually staggered a little bit here.
These tanks are so low. How do you get that point back
Doomfist
up now? Doomfist in here, but takes a shot to the dome. Switch is been a standout on zone.
Big shot from hitting on those. Swiss was able to avoid that, and again, he needs to charge up another Dragon Strike. Great is Weddy with the Graviton Surge. Harrisburg have a little bit of time to work. They lost Retina there at the start of the fight. They really need the Reinhardt to actually contest. So this will come down to one final fight. The winner will take this round.
This should be, by the numbers, a Harrisburg win because you have Graviton, you should be able to get Dragon, and there's no Diva on the other side to stop this. So if they clump up on the other side of things, that combo should win it. This one's down to the last fight, Mitch.
Really needs to eat that Graviton. Self-destruct goes in over the back. No kills found from that. Good shield turn for Retina to keep his team alive. Max the first to fall. Snooze right after. Both supports are missing now for Maryville. They don't have enough healing to stay in the fight. Rat will fall now. Aether can only get one punch into the wall before he's done. And Harrisburg start off strong.
What an opening stage here. I hope that's a preview of how the rest of this one goes. 99-99, could not get any closer between the two. Perhaps a little bit of nerves, but now they'll settle down a little bit. The guys said they were comfortable playing on a LAN here, playing in front of an audience. But the audiences haven't been this big just yet. This room is packed. We've got 3 levels of fans here.
I mean, the closest that Maryville have been to this is a semi-packed lecture hall this morning, but they can hear everything now. They've got noise-cancelling headsets on, but they can feel the rumble from the crowd. It's a completely different feel for them. And again, I told you, I feel like they may have played their grand final early this morning. They really had to dig deep to actually avoid, you know, that series going to a tiebreaker earlier on. But we're just about to head back in now to our second round here on Lijiang Tower. And again, if Harrisburg take this one away, they'll have map 1 in the pocket.
The Harrisburg DPS did mention to me that this is one of their favorite maps overall, Lijiang Tower. So it's Lijiang Tower or Nepal in our map pool here. So they're going to go to Lijiang Tower. They have great Tracer play out of Mask when he wants to bust out the Tracer. So it's a good map for it, but Mask is on the Pharaoh right now.
Gunther over the edge already here, so Aether was able to pick him off from the Sombra. Obviously, teams using Sombra to really get a lot of scouting done, information gained. Gunther's brought back into the fight, but then Retina falls down. Aether's already had a huge impact here for Maryville early on. He's 81% towards that EMP.
Vinpian is one of those strange main supports that actually prefers playing Mercy. I asked him what his favorite healing character was. He said Mercy is my go-to, so now he gets to play it. Of course, when you see a Mercy, always with the Pharah on this map, the verticality very good. Pharah Mercy's been great on this map. Huge EMP, cleaned up.
Yeah, I mean, the biotic grenade to start that one off there from Snooze, and Maryville able to shut the door on Harrisburg early in this round. And they're feeding a lot of that ultimate percentage over as well. It's almost as if they didn't even need to use that EMP there, Maryville. So far ahead. And the beautiful biotic grenade from Snooze set it up. Harrisburg were forced to stand on the bridge together and wait.
It's so difficult to get in on this map once you've been pushed out of it. The bridge is a choke point, and now every time you go over, you're running into sleep darts, you're getting hacked. You see the mech over the edge. D-mech deleted, goodbye crates, and the primal in for good measure over the top, and it seems like another fight win for Maryville.
Crate just spent about 8 seconds being able to do nothing, pretty much. He was slapped, put to sleep, biotic grenade, knocked off the edge of the map, and Aether finds Retina here. And Harrisburg, a very different look to the last map here. Obviously, they're having to play sort of more of a dive-based comp, you know, with the Winston, the Tracer to dive in. It seems to be a little bit more difficult for them to coordinate now. Self-destruct is thrown in already. You see the dive in from Retina just to try and hold the door, and that's a good start for them now. Rat's gone down here. Swish is going to remove Guru, and that's the opening that Harrisburg were looking for. Now it's a matter of capturing the point, which is being held tightly.
Well, this Harrisburg team will eventually capture the point on this cleanup, but what they're so good at is they're very cognizant of their economy. I talked to these guys earlier, and when you can hear their comms, when they win a fight, they say, no more, no more. That means we've used a couple ultimates, save them for the next fight. They call in a very democratic style. They don't necessarily have one shot caller. One guy keeps track of economy, one guy calls the combos, and they're really communicating. They're all on the same page as far as how they want to play the game.
And now the cleanup was there, but you can see that fight took Maryville from about 75% to 95%, so it took that long for Harrisburg to actually control the point, which puts them in a position now, if they lose any one fight for the rest of the round, they're going to be out of it. They need to hold this real tight. Now, both teams actually have a few of those ultimates to work with. Crucially, it's going to be the EMP from Aether. He's going to want to try and get in the backline and set that off. For the time being, though, the tanks here for Harrisburg are holding Maryville at bay.
Trying to get over the bridge. They're actually going to triple blink in with the Tracer and create a little bit of space on the backside. They will actually get in as well with the self-destruct. No deaths just yet, just trying to get themselves in and buy space.
If not, almost had to go for the Primal Rage there, but he's able to hold on to it for the time being. They've lost Snooze, though. Retina goes deep with the Primal Rage, and this is going to force a full-scale retreat for Maryville here. They have some margin of error to work with. They're about 50% ahead So they, if they're losing, one player at the start of these fights, they're going to make sure that they regroup and come back in with 6.
It might be one of those fights that we often call an eco rush, where you want to get in there and make the other team use stuff, and you don't want to use anything. Make them use resources, make them use abilities. Now you can come in with the ability and resource advantage. Those check marks are ultimates. They got a lot of them on the side of Maryville.
Gunther needs to hit the sound barrier before Aether gets in with the EMP, but that's the EMP from Swish this time. Sound barrier to respond here from Maryville, and Crates opened up the account on a rat. An early self-destruct kill on the Tracer. That's huge. And Swish is able just to help clean up. Aether goes over the edge, and once more, Maryville are sent packing. And this may be their last chance to retake the point. Harrisburg might have just been able to hold them out.
That's an enormous fight there for the Storm, because all the ultimates and resources I just spoke about being used by Maryville to try to win that fight came to eventually mean nothing. And now you see the economy of the ultimates trying to shift back over to Harrisburg again. We're on our last fight yet again, Mitch.
Yeah, it's time to go. Aether has that EMP. He's going to need to get good use of that in this fight, but Switch avoids it. EMP used on the majority of the Harrisburg plays, but they still managed to get a sound barrier off. That was the most important part of this now. Switch can just elect to rejoin the fight at his leisure, and it is going to be the attempt for Renton to go into the backline. Vinpin's got the DC on Guru. Mac is down. Harrisburg looking good once again. They managed to get the sound barrier at the beginning of the fight, and that sets them up well. Rat has to hold on just on his own for the time being. A Rat is not going to give him any room to breathe. And there it is. Lee Shang Tower going over to the hometown heroes. And this is a challenge unlike any Maryville have faced thus far.
Harrisburg has to be feeling so confident right now. They thought that they might be overlooked by this Maryville team. I don't know if that's necessarily the case. Maybe they can just go toe-to-toe with them. Look, we talked a lot about this Maryville team, had some contenders players and players at the top end of Open Division. If you look at the SR of these ladder monsters on Harrisburg, it's like 4450. And I'm like, that's top 500, isn't it? He's like, yeah.
Teams that they were literally on average 2,000 SR higher than.
Which is why they didn't drop a map until this point in the tournament. But I asked him, I'm like, that's top 500. He's like, yeah, I have 3 accounts in top 500. Just nonchalantly. I'm like, yeah, me too. No, I don't. No. I really don't.
I do. I definitely do.
It really doesn't.
So, I mean, this is what happens when you're sort of a top team and you get a target painter on your back. I'm referring to Maryville in this case here because they came into this tournament with great expectations. A lot of teams expected them to be dominant here, but it's a new atmosphere, it's a new area. But I have to say, great response from Harrisburg in that last fight. They knew an EMP was going to come down. They expected that from Aether, but the response was excellent. They didn't clump up too much with their composition. Fortunately, their comp allows them to spread a little bit when you're playing like a Winston sort of dive-based composition. You're not going to be playing close together as if you're playing Goats or something like that. But Gunther manages to not get EMP'd and hit the sound barrier at the beginning of the fight. That is huge.
Yeah, hiding a Lucio is the big strategy against an EMP, and Overwatch is so much not just about what do we have, it's about predicting what does the other team have. It's so chess-based in this kind of idea of like, if they do this, we'll do this. You got to have these trees of pathways that you're going to go through of, if this happens, you start predicting it, and at the highest levels, the play kind of standardized. So you're like, well, this is going to happen, this is going to happen, so Lucio go hide. EMP, of course, makes everyone unable to use abilities, but Lucio comes out, doesn't get hit with the EMP, gives everyone a nice shield, and you're right, that probably won them a fight.
And the beauty of this is that Maryville has been going up against teams thus far that have been just playing Goats, right? So composition we're very familiar with, which involves 3 supports and 3 tanks. And this is quite a simple composition to play, and this is the reason why a lot of teams will default to it, because it's quite forgiving. If you make an error with the Goats composition, you can usually recover, and if you get 1 pick on the enemy team, you'll probably steamroll them based on how much more durability you have. This match is very different. This may be one of the very few games that we've seen so far in this entire tournament where neither team has opted to sort of play Goats. Now, it is Lijiang Tower, so you do expect to see that on Control Center, for example, those Reinhardt-based compositions. But when we moved over towards Garden, it was very different. And using a Winston sort of diva-based composition or any sort of dive does require a far higher level of coordination.
Well, you've seen both these teams use a lot of Sombra so far as well, and Sombra is only a hero that you can use if you have great coordination on your team. The communication has to be at the top level to be using a Sombra effectively, because you're calling out targets which you've hacked, which is an individual EMP essentially, silence, no abilities, and then everyone jumps on that target. At the lower levels in these teams that are not quite coordinated yet, have only been playing together for 2 weeks instead of the 2 months or 3 months that some of these teams have, you can't really coordinate quickly enough. They get hacked, and then it's just you're not taking that opportunity. But the skill level of both of these teams is high enough that they can play a Sombra and Tracer. They can play a Sombra and Genji, which we've seen as well. So I'm glad these two teams made it, because I'm not the hugest fan of watching 3 supports and 3 tanks clash into each other.
No,
Just not.
I think that is fair. And you can obviously hear in the background that our next map is on the way, and players are sort of getting set up here. And it's important to point out that this is quite a marathon. For those of you that watch the Overwatch League Grand Final, you'd probably be familiar with this sort of setup here. We're playing multiple best of 5 series. So it's a best of 3. So whichever team is the first to win 2 best of 5 series is going to be the winner here at the HUE Fest. Now, that's 15 maps potentially. These guys have already been playing their quarters and semis today, so it's definitely been a long one for them. And like I mentioned before, Maryville used a lot of energy earlier on in that semi-final to try and triumph over St. Ambrose. I think they used a lot of energy because they didn't want to lose a map. And they ended up losing that map, and then you heard them go very quiet.
I think you also can't underestimate the comfort level of Harrisburg University here. Yeah, they went early in, they played a semi as well, but then they got to go to their practice lounge. They got some beautiful catering. They got hooked up here. Like, it was very, very nice kind of accommodations for them. They're at home. It's kind of comfortable for them. They're used to the scene. They're used to the university. They know the streets. Like, there's some level of comfort there that helps them out in this long kind of endurance kind of matchup.
Well, it probably helps that everyone in here is cheering for them as well. I mean, they got like a lot of people behind them. That's the thing. Maryville are a team that sort of, yeah, that's what I thought, fam. Anyway, map 2 is right around the corner, so let's jump into that one, guys, and continue to make some noise here for both these teams, putting their best on stage to see who will dominate the biggest collegiate esports tournament we have seen so far in the United States. I've got to say, both these teams now have shown us a higher level of play than we have seen from them thus far. They're both being forced to go for the big guns.
Higher than we may have even anticipated coming into this. I mentioned in the pregame, I've just been blown away by this entire event. I'm like, I don't necessarily know what this is. I visited the website. I was like, okay, cool, some esports, college. And then I get here, I'm like, okay, cool, esports, college, let's go.
They're being said in the same sentence these days, Hex. Sometimes you feel like you look out the window and the world's just completely changed. You're like, wow, this is stuff that I wanted to do when I was young. And now I have to settle for being an Overwatch League caster. Damn.
It's a rough life, I know, yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Watch Point Gibraltar. Very different map to Lijiang Tower than what we've seen before. In the blue is going to be Maryville, and in the red is your Harrisburg Storm. A map here that involves much more verticality. We expect to see a lot more, heroes with mobility. You need to obviously access these higher and lower levels, both with relative ease, and we'll see a lot of fights where the attacking team is going to try and get into the backline of the defending team. Maryville's setting up on defense here with his composition, Hex. What are your thoughts?
I was definitely expecting to see a Widow on the defense in this composition, so that's not really a surprise there to see Rat on the Widow. Of course, Widow is a very good hero when we got the sniper rifle, when you have big sight lines. And I've always described Gibraltar as a map that was made with 3 sight lines and then they put buildings around it. It's essentially how it plays out. The first point, Widow's almost untouchable, so you have to run highly mobile tank heroes. You're very likely going to see a Winston and a Diva in what we call the dive to try to get back to that Widow to put some pressure on her. If you let a Widow the caliber of Rat just sit back there and do whatever he wants, you're in for a long day on Gibraltar.
Harrisburg out of the doors now on the attacking side, and they are going to be bringing a bit more of that dive composition. It's going to be Genji for Mask, and Swish is going to be on the Sombra. Swish, who had a fantastic Hanzo showing on that previous map, really helped the Storm get across the line here. Let's see what they're scouting for, because again, when you have a Sombra, you are going to send her forward first to try and gain some information, and that's exactly what Swish is doing here. He actually got rid of Aether's translocator, so he's trying to, flex his Sombra muscles a little bit here.
A little Sombra v Sombra. Mask on the Genji has been a carry for them when they've needed it the most. When fights look lost for them, he comes into the Dragon Blade, gets himself 3, sometimes 4 in a fight. It has been some of the best moments for this Harrisburg team.
He goes a little bit too deep, and the Discord Orb was applied to him from Mac, so that will be probably the most important hero eliminated early for Harrisburg.
It's going to be interesting to see Retna on the Winston. When I spoke to him, and this is why I love asking main tanks what their favorite hero is, because they don't waffle on it. It's either Reinhardt or Winston. It's not like I like them both.
It's never both.
No. He loves Reinhardt. He wants to play Reinhardt. That's why I have to assume that this is very likely Maryville's map pick, because I think they would have taken Rialto had it been Harrisburg, so we'll get some clarification on that. But the Winston, it's going to be interesting to see Retna on it. Can he adapt to it? Because some Reinhardt mains struggle playing the Winston.
Hypnot definitely quite comfortable on the Winston in general. And this was definitely Maryville's map pick. So you see the setup here on the high ground now? Guru just trying to force back a little bit. Just the main tanks The D.Va and the Winston sitting up on that high ground. And it will be a war of attrition here, ladies and gentlemen. So by that, I mean both teams are just going to try and do chip damage to each other and look for an opportunity to go in for the kill. That might not always show itself, but Hypnot actually shows his weak point. Both he and Retna have both fallen. So both teams are missing their Winstons right now. Quite hard to dive without the monkey magic.
It does mean the fight can continue because you are still even. This is the hero I was looking for, but he gets EMP'd early on.
Oh, he's not doing anything right now.
Yeah, he had the blade up. Now they're going to lose both the Sombras, lose both Winstons, lose both Sombras. What pair of heroes will die next?
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to push the payload with that Genji. Self-destruct let off there. Guru doesn't find anything with it, but he's able to get back in his mech. They're set up here. Oh, it's going to be a nano boost over on towards Retna here. So Super Monkey now going to be heading up to the high ground. And yes, he gets rid of Rat now. He's going to be looking for more. Gets the Primal Rage Buff. Transcendent desperately employed here. And well played as well from Mac to try and keep his support alive. So he and Snooze still standing after the Monkey barrage.
It's still a beautiful Primal Rage to isolate both of the support heroes. No healing for the rest of the team out there. Now comes the follow-up blade. Here's the cleanup. A flood of red in the left side of the kill feed. Harrisburg will take this first point.
Yeah, they eventually break through. They use the nano boost on their Winston. They create a heck of a lot of space. And now Mars! Yeah, the cleanup crew has arrived. And in doing so, of course, getting himself closer to his next Dragon Blade to try and open up the fight once more.
Those flanking heroes, those ultra-mobile damage-dealing heroes are so good at the cleanup. Genji especially, when Genji gets a kill, his dash, his swift strike is reset yet again, so he just dash, ping-pongs all the way across the map, quick cleanup there, and now this allows him the space to try to contest this high ground. Such an important part of this map.
Harrisburg are repelled though as they try and take the shuttle. Mask is removed here by Ratton. Aether again. Oh, it's going to make it very, very hard for his opponents to escape now. And he'll be able to get out of trouble pretty comfortably. So, a chance here for Maryville, at least just to solidify. And this is very important for defending teams on this part of the map. It allows you to set up on that high ground. And for attackers, to lose momentum here can be quite frustrating. I mean, you can spend multiple fights just trying to gain a couple of inches in payload progress.
Second point of Gibraltar is often thought of as one of the most difficult points to push for the offense because look at all these entries. You have 4 small doors that can just be spammed out from fire on every sort of angle. So once you lose that first push, it gets very difficult to break back through. They're going to try with the Nano Blade.
Yeah, gotta be tough though. I mean, Master needs to find his targets first and foremost. And a lot of Maryville are sitting up safe on that high ground. Self-destruct now thrown in here. Mask is actually going to get Vital Grenadier and he loses much of that Dragon Blade time. Hypno is just going to remove him from the mix now and he'll find himself yet another one. The main tank here for Maryville starting to flex his muscles a little more.
It's not the value that you want out of 2 ultimates used. You nano boost the Genji, does more damage. He has a little more healing on him as well. And then you only get 1 kill, which is a D-Mech D.Va. That is very low value to spend 2 ultimates on that. And now if you look at the ultimate abilities available for Harrisburg, not a whole lot. Maryville on the other side, kind of the same situation here. So
I think the big difference here is that there's an EMP available for Swish. That's definitely going to be a big decider in this fight for Harrisburg, and they need to make some progress here. So Swish gets himself into the back line, lets the EMP go. A little bit of a compromising position, but great follow-up from Mask on the other side. Excellent pincer into the back line of Maryville here, and this will definitely allow the Storm to march on.
What I've noticed with the communication of Harrisburg is that when they decide something, it just happens. It just happens immediately. That's not a place that you generally see teams get EMP'd up there, but they saw a clump of players. They had the Genji in position to be able to strike through, able to clean that up. Nearing second point capture, a big barrier comes out though.
From Mac here. Snooze actually doesn't benefit from that sound barrier whatsoever, but Hitlock goes down to the self-destruct and a D-suit for Crate. That's so much value there, and they get that second checkpoint amidst the roiling mass of the fight. That was an incredibly efficient effort from Harrisburg to break through there. That self-destruct got a heck of a lot more than I would have expected.
They're in a great position right now. Compositional switch will come in for Maryville because they are getting eaten alive by this diving Genji. So they're going to go to Brigitte, one of the best anti-dive heroes in the game. Stuns, heals, everything you could possibly want out of a ground-based army. A big EMP comes in.
Transcendence now being employed here. Good response from Harrisburg. It's going to make it a little bit harder for Maryville to slow them down. Even the self-destruct doesn't get too much for them. But Mask gets caught out of position, and Rat, having switched over to the Brigitte here, is pretty much a nightmare for any sort of fragile hero that wants to get into the back line. Great sleep start on towards Hypnot there, but he is awoken and trying to get into the back line and find some value. But even with that nano boost, he can't find any kills.
They used a great deal of resources there. I'm a little surprised that the Nano Boost came in from the side of Harrisburg because the Nano Blade has won them fights throughout this entire tournament, and they have Blade ready. The Nano Boost has been charging very quickly, though, as Vinpin, has been doing a ton of healing on his tanks.
I mean, you kind of need the Nano Blade here, right? You're actually playing up against a very tanky composition on the side of Maryville here, and there it is. Mask tries to go for the Blade. He's shut down immediately by Snooze from the back line. If he'd had that Nano Boost, that extra durability probably would have helped him close the gap and get onto his intended targets.
Yeah, a couple of ultimates used there. A late Primal goes into the wind and gets nothing out of it. I think that you're absolutely right. A Nano Blade is one of the only effective ways to deal with a Brigitte because you can survive through a stun combo and then take her out of it. Now Brigitte's got Rally. That's going to give everyone on that team armor. They're going to be really hard to kill now.
Self-destruct thrown in. The Transcendence wouldn't have saved Harrisburg from that explosive ability, but they break line of sight and they're able to continue the next fight as 6. Nano Boost actually going to be used preemptively on Redneck here, trying to push forward, but the EMP makes life very hard again for Harrisburg. They have to take a big step back. Mask has switched over to the Hanzo, realizing that the Genji is not going to get him a lot of value when Brigitte is on the hunt. Rat does find switch here with that whip shot, but it's a 1-for-1 essentially with Guru's Meg being taken out in the process. Mask, he would love to have used the Dragon Strike, but there's no point going for it in a case where the enemy team is not clumped together. You don't have another ability to combo with it. When you don't have a Zarya, it can be a little bit hard to find the mix, but there's one fight left here for Harrisburg.
It is the very last fight, and this is one of those I'm very surprised he switched off of that Dragon into the Brigitte there, because the Dragon can get you to the cart. It will create space. You're not going to get kills out of it, but you can get to where you need to be by having the Dragon clear the path.
Already, you can see that aggression coming out from Maryville here. They push into the back line. Retna has to go for the Primal Rage now. Looks to the high ground. He doesn't quite get hacked there. He's able to at least break line of sight for a brief moment, but here comes the push. In overtime right now, the Zarya switch from Quake here. It's unlikely he'll have a Graviton surge for this fight, but that's a good opening. Retna finds Snooze in the backline. Now they're going to be forcing Maryville back into their spawn. The Saints really have to take their time now in terms of pushing out the Transcendence. It's going to be a great ultimate usage here now from Harrisburg, and it forces Hypnot to go back inside his spawn. He returns to the fray. Now the DB gets in the mix. It's an EMP in the backline. Hypnot is down and Guru's Mech's removed. This is going to be tough for Maryville to come back from. And the Harrisburg University Storm seem to have found the opening at the very last moments.
What a great cash-in of ultimates there towards the end. They all came online exactly when they needed them to. The switch to Brigitte actually worked out in the end. There were so many ultimates. The Primal gets a value early on, and then comes the Transcendence, keeps everyone alive. It keeps the Ana alive long enough to get yet another Nano. Nano's the Brigitte. Nano Brigitte is brutal. I leave the server when Nano Brigitte comes onto it. It's brutal. Brigitte then does enough damage on the Nano to get to a rally, and one after another, all the dominoes fall into place, and then the 12th hour, Harrisburg finds it.
Yeah, in cases like that, when you maybe don't have the ultimate economy you want, a Nano Boost is a fantastic way of saying, hey, you don't have your ultimate yet, I'm going to allow you to do that. You can play more aggressively, hence get more damage, which is why it allows you to accrue those ultimates a little bit earlier on. Some interesting self-destruct usage here. Guru actually wasn't getting nearly as much value for those Diva Bombs as he had been prior. But now let's see what Maryville can do on the attacking side. Now, they need to finish the map. That's a given.
Yes.
If they finish it quicker than Harrisburg, they'll put them in an awkward position here. But, I mean, let's not get ahead of ourselves, because we've seen Harrisburg be very strong in defense as well.
And let's be honest about Gibraltar. It's a hard map to finish. It's a long map. It's
comparable, I guess, to Blizzard World in length, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, that payload has to be pushed a very long way, and there's several different chokes. There's 2 chokes on first. And second point, we talked about the brutality of his second
traps for unwary, closets that lead to Narnia.
Yes, exactly. It's very much like the beginning of an Indiana Jones movie. Many things that can happen to you unsuspectedly. So let's take a look at these compositions. The defense is what you generally want to look at first, because they're not going to be able to switch once they leave spawn. Looks pretty standard here. This
Sombra Genji composition.
Yeah, it seems like it's their comfort heroes, and they work so well together, both Swish and Mask. So I think run it until they prove they can stop it.
Look, this gives them a lot more looks than if they were playing a Goats composition in general. I mean, if they really want to play Goats, then they can. Goats not great on this map, though, I'll be honest with you, just because of all this verticality. high ground is an advantage in Star Wars movies and in Overwatch. So you really want to make sure that you're set up to sort of make good use of that.
I think you haven't even seen the movies. You're just memeing.
I've seen a couple of them. I don't think I've seen them all. Don't hate me.
That's right. You don't have to see them all. There's like 3 good ones.
I don't see good things about most of them, you know what I mean? Everyone's like, well, this is really bad. But then I realized that if you ask Doa, he's like a Star Wars fanatic, so he never gives a Star Wars movie 10 out of 10.
No.
So like you can never really get a straight answer out of him. I shouldn't ask like Star Wars hipsters. I think that's my problem.
Yeah, that is your problem.
Anyway.
Speed boost into the server room. They're trying to take this space away and then fight right out of it, and that is Genji v Genji. Either comes out on top, but now a trade takes down the main tank.
I'm pretty sure this is how Brigitte got put in the game, by the way. People just started going ham in the server room and just started doing random things to the controls, and all of a sudden the Shield Maiden appeared. But Aether, oh no! He's found himself a complete brace of kills. The Dragon Blade comes up at just the right time. And of course, the entirety of Harrisburg were clumped up inside the room. Now, Maryville will see this. They spawn far closer in this instance, especially when they got that Lucio to speed them out, which is something that Harrisburg do not have available. So they'll get back to the scene of the crime or quicker and be able to reinforce faster.
That Dragon Blade looks good, but it's actually probably a mistake because Retna had killed several before that. That Dragon Blade
it's already like a losing fight, right?
Yes, a Dragon Blade has to kill even more than that and bring it back. But as you mentioned, the spawn positioning way better for the defense there. Bass comes in and they're able to stagger out or delay D.Va from dying, and they're not able to fight for 6. This map, you almost always fight on this weird left high ground. That's where the tanks always are. You want to poke out there, and now some server room. Big EMP comes out.
Yeah, Big EMP. Snoo's able to find Vinpin there, but it's already 3 picks going over to Harrisburg. And they're not playing in that standard top left high ground manner, Hex, that you just sort of brought up. They're playing in that server room. They're playing in that close quarters environment, and they're making use of Sombra's health pack hack ability, which is something that hasn't really been relevant for quite some time. But there is a mega health pack here, which you can see on that bottom right. It's respawning faster, they're getting a lot of healing from it, and it is helping Switch, of course, get closer to his EMPs.
Well, it allows you to play in different positions because you can always retreat to that health pack. Instead of having to play in the sight lines of an Ana, you can play behind the server, you can come through the hallway and pressure a little bit. So back to the drawing board. Only about 90 seconds left for this offense.
Yeah, it really hasn't gone well for Maryville early on. Harrisburg just bringing the fire and fury. Now they're going to push him inside the server room. No, there's a D.Va bomb in there as well. That could be dangerous, but at least Maryville able to break line of sight from that one. But now they're clumped up in this small room, and there's a very angry monkey there to cause problems. Snooze goes down to the Primal Rage, and credit to Retna. Good discipline. He gets himself out of there just to chase down his kill on Aether. This guy has got excellent awareness.
That's the second time that Retna's just straight up won them a fight in the server room. It's really good for Winston in those close quarters. You get Primal Rage, you can start batting them into walls and into server racks. I'm sure that the IT department's not thrilled about it, but it helps you win a fight. And now speaking of winning a fight, that one took 30 seconds. I just remind everyone of the clock, we're down to a minute.
Switch has got that EMP as well, so this is going to be really nasty. It's going to be an electric storm from Harrisburg in that server room. I think Maryville don't really want to fight in the server room, but they don't really have a choice now because they're getting pounded in the outside area. Mark's going to go in with the Dragon Blade now. We can see a lot of people EMP'd, but good response. Matt gets a sound barrier for the rest of Maryville. So cleverly enough, Harrisburg see their opponents have that extra shield, that extra healing. They're not going to go in, and they're going to wait for them to return to the fray. Now the real fight begins. 34 seconds left.
Ether's going to have his blade ready. They might not even need it here. They're able to take down one early on without it. If you can win fights without ultimates, that's the ideal situation. They're going to pop a few because this is very well their last best chance. And it does seem like Maryville has finally taken the edge in this fight.
A super efficient fight from Maryville, Hexen. That might actually give them that first checkpoint at this rate. They're being sold out. Retna actually goes for the Primal Rage here. He realizes how important it is to buy time for the rest of his team to get back into the fight. It is, however, unlikely that he really finds a meaningful kill in this situation. He is going to get burned down. A lot of extra health, but not really enough to get him to survive. Transcendence from Gunther could be very important here.
I think he was trying to make them use ultimates, but in fact, he just gave them over 1,000 HP. That's what Primal Rage will give you. A lot of HP donated into the ultimate. In fact, they obtained Mask with hero play again!
And he's done it. He's bionated as well, so very hard for him to stay alive from the damage he took, but he still gets 2 kills. Aether responds to find one. It's going to be a 4v5 for the time being, and Gunther finds Aether now the 4v4. Switch sitting up on the payload now. Hypnot has fallen. Nanoboost goes over towards Crate. And yeah, Maryville throw up their hands in frustration. This will be the first time that they have really struggled to make any progress on maps like this, and it was a very impressive showing from Harrisburg. You're playing at another level. We've seen Maryville do exactly that to pretty much every team they've played so far, but just moments like this year played a game, of course, from Retna, and you said he didn't win multiple of those games in the server room.
what I wanted to see out of Retina is how he adapted to playing Winston, because he much prefers to play the Reinhardt. A great Winston series there from him. Mask was heroics at the end, and they just took advantage of their spawn positioning. Too many times where a fight went on too long and not fighting with 6 was Maryville, and then the spawns keep coming back. They get in there and they just get a couple kills, and you start turning that over. Defender's advantage in full effect on Gibraltar.
And I'll be honest with you, Maryville do have, I mean, if they drop this best of 5 series, his first one, there will be a second best of 5 series played out. They don't quite seem on the same level right now as Harrisburg. They seem a couple steps behind, and this is definitely not something that we would have expected, and they wouldn't have expected it either. They came in here, and you heard their coach in that pre-game interview, we're definitely the best team in the room. By far, we're the top team now.
Right.
But, Harrisburg, definitely no underdogs even coming into this, and they are actually just dominating.
It does seem like the communication is crisper. When they're using ultimates is a little bit crisper. I was worried immediately when I saw Maryville use that first Dragon Blade, because I'm like, that fight had been over. It had been over. If you just look at the kill feed, you could tell it was over because Retina crushed you in the server room. A Dragon Blade has to be a 5-kill Dragon Blade at that point to have any effective impact. Yeah. And I think it's also really smart for Harrisburg to know the position they're in. Like, guys, we can still fight this. We're down a couple, but we're going to get people back quicker. You get 2 kills for 1. You start making those value trades. They come back, stall out the payload. They're up 2-0.
I mean, the communication's been very, very good from Harrisburg thus far in this particular series. And again, you want to be using ultimates in that particular situation, either to deny the enemy team from gaining the edge against you in fights, or to try and take the edge away. Now, you'd already lost the fight, so using a Dragon Blade like that, again, tough, for Genji players. Sometimes it's very easy to be just sort of drawn into the microcosm of your world and what you can see. So again, if you're the shot caller on the side of Maryville, you need to be yelling at Aether, do not use your Dragon Blade.
Yeah,
do not use that.
Yeah, no more. We lost. Reset, however you want to call it. But regardless of that, they are down 0-2. Sometimes Genji's, it charges pretty quick if you're a very good Genji, if you're expecting, to get some kills. I get it sometimes, but in the industry, we refer to that blade as ambitious.
No, I think that's in the polite industry.
Yes, in the polite industry.
We might not share the impolite version of that one there. Still, mechanically, no problem with it. It's timing, all right? This game is so much about that. Now, this is a very interesting map, Hex, and I'll tell you why. This was the map that Maryville have already dropped to St. Ambrose today. So they've already dropped, there was the one map that they dropped throughout the group stage here. They looked sloppy. Rat on the Doomfist was getting picked off early, and they really didn't look like they had it together. And that was even, when they were looking confident.
So here's how our map pick system works. It's not loser picks. It's the top seed gets to pick first map, second seed picks second map, top seed third map. So this makes a world of sense. Harrisburg being the top seed, they struggled mightily on Anubis earlier. They probably know that the map that they dropped, Maryville that is, was Horizon Lunar Colony. So this is just that extra level of meta.
There are a lot of people watching the Maryville game with Harrisburg Uni Storm jerseys on, so they probably had that intel.
So this is a brilliant map pick. Your only options are Anubis or Horizon Lunar Colony, and we don't like Anubis, they don't like Lunar Colony. Let's take it
Clearly, though, neither of these teams sort of feels great playing Assault map. So let's see what can be done here. They're going to be open with the Doomfist and the Wrecking Ball here, which is super interesting. Switch gets caught out, though. He tries to get into the backline. Rat removes him from the equation. Maryville off to a great start here, and they're playing slow, methodical. This is a good change for them after looking a little bit reckless prior.
Winston's in a world of trouble, too. The tanks are going to dive on him. I have no idea how he stays alive. He just owes his healer's dinner, but that healer goes down as well.
Oh, yeah, that Wrecking Ball really started to make a little bit of an impact, or indent, should I say. He actually tried to pile drive into the backside, but I think it was actually booped out of the way by something. I think Mask actually should gave him the Brigitte bump out of there. But Maryville are going to take this first point pretty confidently. That first pick on the Sombra, though, Switch definitely going to be hanging his head. Not happy to go down so early.
I just love this offensive tank combination just from a lore standpoint. Both Winston and Hammond returning home to the Horizon Lunar Colony. If you see any of the shorts or any of the lore, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Hammond and Diva trading ideas on sort of future mech developers.
Exactly.
Looking at each other's schematics like, oh man, I want these miniguns.
That's about as good as you can have as a first point, and now they should be able to snowball this and have an advantage in the ultimate economy. You want this second fight to be your best fight. You have self-destruct, you're going to have coalescence, a lot to work with.
He's letting it go, a lot of healing, a bit of damage coming out from the Moira on the backside, but Guru's Vat 2 with the self-destruct. Greta and Mask had no idea where to put themselves. Already one tick now going to Maryville. Rat still at large, and that Doomfist causing a lot of problems on the point. Good EMP. Hypnot has to back up. He can't do a lot as Wrecking Ball when he is actually hacked. The Rat recovers from that one now. He has himself, of course, a Meteor Strike, so if he's in a pinch, he can get out just like that and then come crashing down and deal big damage if he can land on someone right in the middle. Doesn't look like he catches anyone out, but at least he gets to take a breather in the middle of the fight. And Snooze now again trying to keep his team up. Crate identifies correctly that the Moira was the most important pick. Hits the backline. Swish now switching to the Tracer. So very mobile composition switch coming out here from Harrisburg, and they're holding on.
Harrisburg is just holding on for dear life, but this is enough on assault maps. If your defense can start getting a couple of kills, the spawn is right there.
Oh my
they've
lord.
absolutely done it. They did it a while ago when that EMP came off and then Crate got nanoed. They're going to be absolutely holding this. They do give up some progress here. Now, progress only at 60%. Every 33% it becomes permanent and does not retreat. So it's going to go down to 33%. But all you really need on defense on assault, and this is why it can be so frustrating for teams, one kill. Then you get time, and then you get a second
It
kill.
is hard to come back from that situation when the enemy team is snowballing into you.
It was the desperation EMP and then the nano boost.
Swish staying alive for as long as he did, getting the D-suit on Guru there and actually getting a pick in the fight. So the Tracer switch, I mean, what can't this guy play? He seems to have a whole host of heroes right up his sleeve. Coalescence again being used in the fight. Swish's Pulse Bomb doesn't actually find its target in the backline, but he's still free to try and harass as much as he can. Self-destruct in, Mask is down, the Doofus is missing, and Retina, of course, his hamster wheel just breaks down. Hypno cuts him to the quick, and now that second tick is very, very close for Maryville here, and they've got it. Now they're 2/3 of the way to capturing this point, and there's not much resistance left here from Harrisburg over on the point itself. Hypno is very close to his minefield. To deny that space away will be so crucial in a fight like this. The Mask and Gunther, they walk out and they're minced immediately.
That's the problem when you're trying to walk out here, is that everyone's just going to target fire on you. Mask, I believe earlier, just mistimed his ultimate, ended up dropping down in his Doomfist and getting self-destructed. It's been a rough round so far from their DPS carry.
That was a nice pile driver coming out there. Mask on the Bastion. Oh, we love to see it. Aether gets completely chucked down. And Mask is just sitting in the background, happy as Larry. Very close to his tank configuration. And honestly, there's not a heck of a lot that Maryville can really do to stop him now, but they get rid of him eventually. He was sitting off the point. Coalescence from Snooze managed to deal with the Bastion. It did buy a few important seconds, mind you. But Maryville will still take both points.
Mac also had a clutch barrier once that surprise Bastion came out. One came down and then he
The best kind of Bastion.
Well, it's really the only effective kind of Bastion is a surprise Bastion or a Junkertown Bastion.
Yes, if you're Bastion and you send a written invitation to your team to join you in the middle of the point and fight, you're probably not going to get too much done.
Bastion, or as I refer to him, Angry Wally. Looks a little bit like Wally.
Giga Wally. That's true. It's like, in his adolescence, Wally had some tough times, fell in with the wrong crowd, you know what I mean? Like,
and that's
ended
what
up on
happens.
the streets.
That's what happens when you don't raise your kids right. They turn into Bastion.
And they attach miniguns to their foreheads.
Yes, that's
clearly
what happens.
That's definitely not what happens.
Look, it's not a great defense, but it's better than what it was about to be. All right, so they were able to clutch it out from having just a terrible, terrible zero defense of losing first point and second point immediately to putting some time on the clock. And we've seen Horizon Lunar Colony go to 6 to 5 points here. I mean, both teams will complete it several times in a row. We'll see what the offense looks like for Harrisburg.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's possible that we spend a decent amount of time on this map. Maryville had to play it through 3 times. I think they had to attack thrice and failed on their third attack. But they've given themselves a nice time bank. So you can see up in the corner there, 4 minutes and 10 seconds is the time remaining after they've already captured. So that's time that they'll have when they need to attack once more. Providing, of course, that Harrisburg do finish the map themselves.
What's really interesting is to see how teams have adapted to Sombras lately. I've seen Sombras die more often in this match than I have in a while, and I don't think it's anything about the Sombras' fault. I think people are just checking more. They're looking more, and they play against it so often. You'll see blind Doomfist jumps, and it's like, yeah, that's where the Sombra's going to be. I know that. So the meta evolving around Sombra being an insta-pick, this invisible hero, but you know where she generally likes to be, and it's been really cool to watch.
And if you see players just shooting thin air for no reason, there is one. They're trying to see if they can hit the Sombra while she's invisible and reveal her. That may have been what happened to Swish earlier on in that last round. So you can see, in the same way that Swish did, Aether is just going to try and keep an eye right now on what Harrisburg's doing. So he wants to see what their composition is and annoy them. Now, he can get out of trouble quite easily, uses his translocator to go back to his safe zone, but he's caught. Swish actually tries to chase him down. There was no translocator available for him. Oh, that's a beautiful adaptation. Rat also extends too far, and Maryville have pretty much given this fight over to Harrisburg on a silver platter.
I love it. We used to talk about Reinhardt as mind games or Rhine games. The Sombra v Sombra mind games that we're seeing come out in metas that run 2 of them are just astounding.
Maryville have to recontest in just a moment. They're waiting to at least have some more of their players available. They've got to go in now. Hitnot starts it off. Ian Guru charging in. Guru gets a Discord all placed on him almost immediately, but Ratner is actually the first casualty here. A chance perhaps for Maryville to break back into this fight. Rat's trying to get his pulse bomb as quickly as he possibly can, but with Mac missing, it's going to be a little bit harder for the foreigners, the newcomers, to try and take them down. It will be Maryville move back onto the point here, and credit to them. That was a lot of patience they displayed, just waiting for reinforcements.
That's what you see at the highest levels of Overwatch, is giving up percentage for a better chance at the fight. They could have jumped in and tried to deny a tick or something like that, but they decided, we've already given up 2. We really only have 1 chance at this. Let's go at the last possible second with our best fighting force.
Now on the bottom right, obviously, is Retner as the main tank player from Harrisburg. Gunther comes in with that Transcendence, and Marcy's looking to really make this pulse bomb stick. 10 on meter. He gets it on towards the armor as well, and Snooze is going to go down. Now he's going to deal with the extra healer on the high ground. But in the meantime, Harrisburg have sort of had the same done to their backline. Hypnot went in and found Gunther with Swish now. That's his second kill on the Sombra. EMP's available for him, but he doesn't get to use it first. It just doesn't seem to matter. Even with his abilities taken away, he's still able to find the extra kill on Guru and Hypnot. The Sombra's out of control.
Swish's Sombra has been just the better of the 2 Sombras on the servers today. There's no other way to say it. Aether's had his moments, but this Swish Sombra has been amazing. Everyone used everything that fight, so there's not a whole lot left. There's just an EMP for the offense. You've got Swish back here doing some scouting. Of course, you don't want to solo EMP everything. He's just waiting, telling his team where everybody is, and when he sees them clump up, everyone's going to have the ability to use abilities taken away.
Now, it'll be interesting to see how aggressive Maryville get to try and deny some of this space away from Harrisburg, but it seems like they kind of can't. They let them move in on towards the point, and then they sort of spring into action as their opponents try and capture point B. Self-destruct into the top left corner. That's not really going to catch anything, but that's a pretty big bite of grenade being thrown out there now. And now the war of attrition's starting to swing in favor of Maryville by the looks of things. Swish goes down early, but Rat removed in response. No Brigitte now. That's going to be pretty tough for Maryville, especially given how active and mobile these tanks have been. Retner is going to chase Guru to the ends of the earth and get him out of that mech.
One more kill was just about to solidify that defense. It does come through. Harrisburg tried to go to a pay-dirt combination that had worked very well for them earlier today. An early self-destruct and a late EMP. Everyone thinks they're safe behind shields or has abilities. All of a sudden, EMP negates all that, and then everyone's exposed. They've used it several times earlier today to great effect.
Aether and Mask were just shown on screen there as well through the DPS players across these 2 rosters. So Nano Boost here for Vinpin. Definitely a feeling he's going to try and let that one go, but if he can use it later into the fight now, that's far more value. He doesn't get EMP'd, and now the Transcendence is going to chase up here. Gunther comes in. Vinpin as well going to use a Bardic Grenade, but it doesn't seem to have been enough early in the fight. Crate, to be fair, was the first one to charge in, and it was the first one to fall. He lost his mech, but now Snooze and Hypnot are causing problems.
This one's pretty much over right now. You lose 2 on the offense like this, but they did bait out several ultimates on the other side of things. I was a little surprised. I thought that Biotic, that Nano Boost was going to come out a little bit earlier, maybe onto the Brigitte. We talked so much about what a force she can be, but they choose to hold it. I don't know who you're really Nano right now. We've seen Nano Zen actually in recent times, and that's to keep your Zen alive, not necessarily for the damage. Everyone else has their ultimates already. Maybe you use Rally and then Nano her after so she can start building another Rally.
Yeah, you can get it pretty quickly depending on how clumped up the enemy team is. Here comes the fight though. Harrisburg started off, it's going to be a Nano Boost now being used on Retner, who uses the Primal Rage at the same time, which is interesting. Normally you sort of wait on the Primal Rage, but maybe you didn't expect to get the Nano Boost at that time. He still finds a kill though. Snooze is down. Retner's done a good job of getting his hand into the cookie jar and finding these very fragile heroes in the back line. Oh, it's a blue wash! Harrisburg dominate that fight, and yeah, that's going to be it. Maryville just shoved off the point. Very nice.
We'll do another round of Horizon Lunar Colony, and what could often be looked at as a mistake, you don't see nanoed Primal Rage very often.
No.
The reason being is you want to nano something that has a high rate of fire. Unfortunately, when Winston's Primal Raged, come on, I'm fragile.
Just tense, bro. Just tense. I know you've been working on that.
I'm surprised it didn't hurt your hand. You've been cutting up these abs. When he's Primal Rage, he can only swing, every so often, and so you want to use the Tesla cannon and get all the boosts of the particles, and then Primal Rage is generally just a stall tactic. So you see a nanoed Winston when you need him to stay alive to stall out a point. Defensively, it's much more viable than offense. Regardless, though, he gets in there, gets the kill, so they turn something that you don't often see into a strategy that works.
You still get value out of it, of course, by reducing the effective damage that Winston's going to be taking. But during, you want to nano on Winston to give him Primal Rage, to get him into a position. So let's say you're halfway to your ultimate, you don't quite have it. You get nano boosted. The Tesla cannon obviously does way more, as you pointed out, when you're nano boosted, and then give yourself the Primal Rage later on. It means just staying around in the fight for twice as long.
Right.
So both teams have managed to finish here on Horizon Lunar Colony. Maryville are actually a nose ahead in terms of time bank, about 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, it's very close, and we mentioned this as the first half as well. It's like, well, we might just be going to some more Lunar Colony. Teams have this one figured out for the most part. Defense is very difficult on this second point. This is a map that gets completed more often than a lot of the other assault maps. Like Anubis is a brutal one to try to complete even once.
Well, it's hard to defend point A as well because you can be encircled quite easily by enemy teams. And the enemy team has access, the attacking team, should I say, has access to the high ground quite easily. Just walk up the stairs. But early on, you see, Maryville are taking a lot of poke damage, but Hypnot sees an opening in the backline. He tries to chase down his Sombra or get on towards his Ana. It doesn't work. Now with Guru being removed from his mech, so much of the flexibility and mobility that Maryville would otherwise have had has been taken away from them. So Harrisburg just waltz onto the point here and start to take it.
I take a lot of space away, but Crate does give up his mech for it. Going to try to be using his little bunny blaster to get that mech call down back. They're getting some progress here, at least 2 ticks, and we might see Maryville try to come back in the way that they did before. Just wait for everybody, but a huge nade. Nice pick though from Rat.
Yeah, Guru tries to move onto the point himself and just contest it. Nice leap down on towards Switch there as well. Sombra now is forced to translocate out of the fight. Vin pin removed by Rat though, so those picks coming out here from Maryville have been very important, and Retina's like, nah, peace, I'm out. I've lost too many teammates to come back in and keep this fight going. And this is what I really love from Maryville, right? They are 2 maps down, but situations like that, it's clear to see there is a clear and loud voice in the team that says, don't contest for now, go in on my mark, and they actually managed to keep the point under their control. There are a lot of top-level teams that struggle with that.
Yes, there's teams at the Overwatch League that struggle with that.
That's
so
right.
It's great seeing the coordination and the calls. And actually, it comes down to discipline as well, because you want to be the hero who makes the play, but sometimes the world doesn't need more heroes. It needs a teammate.
But what I want to see is I want to see Harrisburg chase off of the point to those Maryville players that are sitting in wait. Don't allow the defending team to have a chance to breathe and sort of bring in reinforcements here. This is a good opening from Harrisburg. They found Snooze and Aether already. This Transcendence, are you good, Gunther? Okay, no, he's fine. He wanted to get to the point faster, Hex. The speed boost is really important for the Zen there.
Little Zumiata right there. He's going to come back in, though. Mask goes down early, but he's on the Tracer, so he should be able to get back in this fight. And it is Swoosh and Crate who pick off another couple. Rat is going to have a miracle. He got 2 in the last fight, but this one is looking to go the other way as Harrisburg cleans it up.
Yeah, looking good now for the Storm, and they do take point A. Still a minute and 40 seconds left on the clock. And Maryville is very interesting. I can clearly see that they want to be the aggressor. They want to be the initiator, even when they're defending. The problem is that they are overextending, and that their communication is being tested to its very limits, because Harrisburg are not afraid of this. They're not going to get sort of, freaked out if you jump at them. They're ready to receive.
These players are not nervous at all, and they back up, they give enough space, and then push back at the appropriate times. It just seems like the calls are straight up and better. Rat with a beautiful pulse bomb, though, is going to take out Crate as he is out of mech, so that is a pure kill on D.Va.
Great start here for Maryville in this particular fight. Rat follows up and finds Mars, of course, one of the 2 Swedish imports on the side of Maryville. These guys are chilling out in Europe, and they got a chance to, go to St. Louis, do some study, and play some Overwatch.
I mean, Sweden's nice, but St. Louis is cool, and full scholarships are always nice, right?
I believe there was definitely a lot of things that made the offer enticing. Haven't been to St. Louis myself. Hear good things about it.
Yeah, but you've been to Sweden. You know how expensive it is.
I've been to Sweden. Bro, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Alright, so as they set up here on their push here, we're getting down to 30 seconds. This is effectively their last good push. They've made wholesale changes to the composition. You're going to see an EMP. This Nano Boost has to come in on one of the tanks. One of the tanks should be able to get there.
Maryville actually get the Sound Barrier here despite there being EMP. So that gives them a massive advantage in this fight. And Rat's already found 2 kills to follow it up. Mask goes down. Retina missing as well. And now Maryville are getting loud on stage. They know that they made a statement here on a map that if they'd lost, it would have been Series 1 over for them. Now they've got a chance on this final push, and really, Harrisburg won't be able to bring all 6 players onto the point in time. They may have no time at all as overtime starts to tick down.
And a sick twist of fate, Rat has been the exterminator this round. He has cleaned up everything that he has needed to. A huge individual performance, and yet again, with a couple of early kills, another one. Rat running wild.
They're looking very good. He has a pulse bomb. He may not even need to use it right now. Mask falls, and the ultimate economy definitely was favoring Maryville at the start of this fight, and they finish it off in style. That is the boost that they needed after a very slow start to the series, and now they're poised to take map number 3 away.
Well, it's not over just yet, though. It kind of gets confusing sometimes when maps seem to end, but there is still another chance on the other side of things. If they full hold first, Harrisburg can still win the map.
That's it. Quite possible here. There's a lot of time left sort of for Maryville to take it here. It's about 4 minutes. So
Yes.
all they really need to do is finish off the map at this stage. So getting that first point wouldn't be enough for Maryville.
Right.
But they've paved the way to set themselves up for what should be a fairly comfortable half now. They just need to be solid in this push.
It can be, but 4 minutes on Lunar Colony means 4 attacks. So if you get 4 decent defenses on first, you're in a really good position. And I mean, even if you get a couple good defenses, maybe you can hold on last again too. So there's a lot of variables that this is not quite Maryville's map just yet.
They will have to be quite safe and conservative with their use of ultimates. I think they really want to bank up, enough to give them a sure win on these fights. When you have plenty of time in the bank in this particular game, it's very important that you make sure that you don't waste ultimates or, use them in flats of fancy or get overly aggressive here. You really need to focus on the cohesion that brought these two teams here, and for Maryville especially, staying alive in this first series is very important.
I would like to see a little more of that cohesion in action because I really think that Maryville probably stayed in the map because of an individual Tracer performance. You look at that kill
I think it was definitely all about the Rat Man.
Rat did crush that for them, and you can't rely on that every time. You're going to get bursts of that sometimes from an individual player will win you a map, but overall, it's about your execution, it's about your ultimates, it's about your combos, and it's about your calls.
Yeah, the defensive dives have been, somewhat dubious, I think, from Maryville.
That's fair.
You could say the same, I think, for Harrisburg as well. It is very hard to execute these cleanly, and you quite often expect to lose 1 or 2 players in the process. It's a trade. You're really trying to trade up on the health that you're sort of investing into these fights here. Right. Sometimes it can backfire, though, especially now that Sombra is such a factor in the game. You need to change the way you play entirely. You need to find out where the Sombra is, or make sure you're not easily scouted by the enemy team, and also don't get EMP, because then you actually can't do anything. You press buttons, but it won't actually do anything on the screen.
You have to use things before you think you have to use them. Because Sombra might be around. You never really know.
Right? Anyway, we're going to be jumping back in just a second. You can already hear the players getting ready in their respective spawns to jump on out.
Already some action happening on screen right there. So I think they needed a nano last. That's the fight that they lost on last. They weren't able to nano before, and then the Sombra came out and killed Zarya right away. You get that nano off onto Brigitte, a little different story maybe.
So in a moment we'll be switching to in-game as it has actually begun. So we're obviously just sitting here talking while the action is occurring sort of behind us on screen. We can just turn around and sort of cast from. No, we got it on screen. That's fine.
There we go.
Okay. And you can see now it is Maryville trying to attack and sort of capture this point. So it's going to be Mask on the Hanzo here, but they've lost Vinpin early on here. It's a trade for Hypnot.
Well, as Rat comes in very early on, and that red arrow means it's a critical, means he put a clip to the brain right there. There's a nice pulse bomb from Rat, but I don't know if it's going to necessarily be enough. The trades have been good. Crate has had himself a really nice round as well.
Oh, that's a big hit.
It is. It really deters the D.Va from coming in, and the rest of them have to kind of back out of this one as well. And here comes these Storm Arrows. They're going to nano this D.Va without the rest of the team. It's a very odd fight right now.
Yeah, but Mask can't get too close to the D.Va right now. If he sort of gets hit by a lot of those micro rockets, he's going to be going the way of the Weary rather quickly. He's going to sit here in a very safe position, avoid the self-destruct. He's on the high ground. He shouldn't have to worry about it. But Vinpin was in trouble. Ana is not very mobile, as Snooze has also just shown us now on the kill feed. He has also fallen. Tough for her to get away. Look, she's got those old bones. A little bit brittle.
No escape from Hypnot there. We talk about individual performances, and not often do we get to highlight D.Va play because she doesn't always show up, and when she's doing her job, it's like she didn't do anything at all. But Crate has brought this back with great trades on his side. Even when his team loses 1, he gets 2 and brings him back from the brink.
He knows Mask as well. He'll be sort of trying to work around Yuru's D.Va as much as possible. D.Va does a lot to shut down Hanzo, but Mask, he can hit that E, which is going to give him his Storm Arrows, the rapid fire ability of Hanzo. He can wait out that defense matrix and then let him rip.
We're down to 2 offensive fights, or Harrisburg will be winning this first series.
They haven't lost so much time, yeah.
It's only 120 left, so this fight's going to happen. If the defense can win this one, then they're down to the last fight. That's a huge EMP.
Yeah, but only one player. I think Retna was actually the only individual that was affected by that EMP on the point. I think Aether was a little trigger happy walking in there. Look what Harrisburg are doing right now. Sitting off the point, forcing Maryville to come to them, and Hypnot just gets completely blown up by that self-destruct. Now they move back in. This
Reset.
is extreme control being exercised from Harrisburg here. They're not losing their heads. I'm incredibly impressed.
This offense is essentially over right now. The self-destruct started it off again, as I highlighted Crate. Look, they have a lot to use, Maryville does, on their attack. I wouldn't be surprised to see them try to use the barrier, but EMP is ready. So what is the dancing game between this barrier and EMP? You'd like to do it post-EMP, but you got to make sure you don't get caught alone. So this is the last push for Maryville. They're going to lose this first series.
Mac knows he can't stand with the rest of his team right now, because if he uses his sound barrier and EMP comes out, all that shield's gone. Just down the drain. Forget about it. So he needs to stay away from that EMP. That was it there. So Rat does become hacked up. You can see Craze trying to push down onto the low ground. Snooze has gone down early. That sound barrier does come out from Mac, but it doesn't actually achieve huge amounts for him in the process. Retna again goes for the primal rage nanoboost combination. It's questionable, it's interesting, but it still pays off. Mac is down, Guru's missing. And when it looked like Maryville were in a position to take at least this map away, they're going to get shut down. Harrisburg now set up on the point. Disco dancing on point A, and they've kept it away. That is what we call a dominant performance from Harrisburg. And they've won their first best-of-5 series in this grand final, shutting out Maryville.
You have to think that Maryville's a little bit shell-shocked by that one. They were so confident throughout the entire tournament. Harrisburg were confident as well, but I'm like, guys, even if you lose to Maryville, do you think it'll be, as long as it's close, you'll be happy? They're like, yeah, but now you just want to stomp them out of this tournament. You just 3-0 them. And you know what, Mitch? Just on the eye test, they just looked more coordinated. They were using their combinations better, and then they saw opportunities and finished fights, even on the defensive side of things. They saw an opportunity to nano the Winston before the fight can start. They were not playing passive. They were not letting fights being taken to them. They took fights to Maryville.
And it's very clear that Maryville were rushing quite a little bit. We've got obviously some clips we can show you of how the match went, some replays to help illustrate this point to you, but most importantly, that EMP from Aether did not connect it with as many targets as he actually needed to there. Just the one, and that was because Harrisburg was so patiently standing off the point. Aether, you could see that they were hurrying. They're like, I need to use this EMP, you need to use it now. Definitely suboptimal employment of Sombra's ultimate there, and they didn't get any value out of it.
The first nano primal rage, I was like, maybe it's a mistake. Maybe there was. I think it might be part of their strategy because it's happened both times in very small spaces, and that's exactly where you want to use the primal rage, of course. But you know, give them the extra damage, give them the extra survivability, so that when you have 3 people in a hallway, you can actually finish those kills with the nano primal rage.
So of course we started off this match on Lijiang Tower, which was, you know, where we really started to first see Harrisburg flex those muscles. Heavily tank compositions here. Krait's Zaya was very impressive. Retner obviously more of the Reinhardt player. You can see he definitely felt in his element. It went close both of those rounds.
It was extremely close, and I thought we were going to be in for a 5-map series here. It just looked like both these teams were very evenly matched. Big plays by both all-star DPS. Mask has been playing nearly everything for this team. I think actually Swish has been my standout on his Sombra and a lot of different heroes. Mask has the giant big play potential in Genjis and stuff, but Swish has been so consistent on his Sombra. It's been impressive.
Yeah, Aether's looked jittery for Maryville thus far today. Rat's been very solid. It seems like he's not really phased so much, but he's obviously playing the hit scan role, a lot of that tracer play primarily here. And as we look back over these matches, you can see, Swish able to make a huge impact here. Now this EMP, not massive, because obviously it works on line of sight, so you don't get everyone around a corner with that EMP usage here, but the follow-up from the rest of Harrisburg has been very, very good. And these guys, a couple months they've been scrimming. You know what I mean? They haven't been together as a unit for very long, but it's very clear to see there's a hierarchy. You say it's democratic calling, well then it's very effective. More effective than other democratic systems that exist today. I'll give you the big tip. Seems to be operating quite well.
Well, when they said it was democratic, and then they're all saying like, well, I call this, and like when someone has an ultimate, they're in charge of the call, and I was like, well, that's how a lot of Overwatch League teams do it. If you're in charge of your ultimate, you make the call. But I also said like, you guys have to play with the same style. Then you have to all have the same thought process in the game. They're like,
is someone too aggressive, or are we on the same page? Do we, want to go forward together, retreat together?
It seems like they've synced. They've only been playing together for a couple months. I think July 31st, I guess, is when the school season started. But they put,
is that when it starts?
I don't know. I've not been at school for, I graduated last year, Mitch.
Happy 23rd birthday, bro.
Thank you very much. It's my 10th, 23rd birthday. But they've really come together, and the time they put in together, and it just seems like you talk to the guys, they become friends, obviously, you spend that much time with anybody, but they just think of the game the same way, and I think a lot of that has to do with coaching. Obviously, Mikado's been around the game for so long. He's seen it evolve through the metas. He understands the game back and forth.
He had to ride through a lot of those nasty metas as a Lucio player as well.
He did.
He would have been calling through a lot of that time, and he was probably the caller on CLG for much of that.
Right. It's almost like how catchers in baseball eventually become coaches. Main supports eventually become coaches as well, because they see the battlefield in a very different way than everybody else. But also watching them listen to their coaching, I just really like how this Harrisburg team plays, and that no one is really the captain or in charge. We're all in charge because we are one unit. You can really tell their coordination is coming to bear.
And obviously it ended up here on Horizon Lunacorny, which ended up being a slightly longer affair between these two teams. And I have to say, I thought, Maryville, their own attack was very, very solid. when they sort of moved on in. But Harrisburg actually showed just a dominant defense to finish things off here. I really like the employment here of, Sombra, of course, having a big impact. I really do wonder about this nano boost usage on towards Retina in many of these cases. I do think that Winston is the best target for that, but, seeing it at the same time as Primal Rage, you might wonder why.
Straight up, you just don't see Nano and Primal Rage. I've seen it once where it was the right thing to do. It's where people are stalling out the point on Assault last, and he's about to die.
And you could die in Primal.
He's about to die, so you give him the boost, he gets healed up for 300, is a little less vulnerable to damage. That makes sense. As an offensive tool, it doesn't make as much sense, but they've made it work twice, so I have to think it's part of their strategy. You don't make the same mistake twice like that.
You almost have 2,000 effective health, right? I mean, you have that 1,000 plus the damage reduction.
Right.
Which is what, 50%?
I don't play Winston.
I'm trying to make him do maths on air.
Yeah, I don't do math, first of all.
No.
Again.
Anyway, it makes you very tanky. Ladies and gentlemen. It means you can play that kind of reckless style and not be worried too much about it. Now, it does require the investment of 2 ultimates instead of 1, but you see Retina was good for it. He made very good use of that one here. And I'll be honest with you, I feel like Maryville individually played better earlier in the semifinals. This is my concern coming in. They were beat. They were tired out. I mean, Hypnon was losing his darn voice. I mean, you're screaming in a lecture hall, bro. We can all hear you. Now you're out here.
Yeah,
I'm not going to hear you if you're not giving it all.
Well, I don't think they were even fully aware of what the finals format was going to be, because when we were in the room and we were having a talk with both of the teams, this is the finals format, you could almost see the gas come out of Maryville then. They're like, wait, a best of 3, best of 5? Guys, that's a lot of games. We're like, it's giving me a lot of games.
You're a gamer, bro. You like to play games? How about 15 of them? Huh? We'll see if they even get that far, though. So you've heard the applause coming out from people in here. The teams have now taken to the stage again. And I'm digging this. We're going to jump straight in, so we're not going to subject you guys to a break or too much more of looking at my face. I know it's been a struggle.
It is brutal.
Yeah, yes. I don't know how that's how you probably lost your sanity, right? I feel like you just you just carry like a,
No, that's how I know. Like, that's why I get why Mr. X is dead inside. He just has to deal with this all day, every day.
In all fairness, he was dead inside before I even sort of turned up. But that is fair enough. So it's a second series, but it is quite likely that we see similar maps here. I think now after Maryville's had this experience now, they sort of know, okay, well, we were much closer on a map like Lijiang Tower, for example. That could have gone either way. That was 2 rounds that went sort of 99-99, and that Maryville started off stronger.
I think it's still Maryville's pick, though, as the #1 seed, even going into the second series.
Maryville were the second seed, if I thought.
Yeah.
Because that's how Lijiang Tower ended up being picked by Harrisburg, because he goes first pick, second pick.
No, but the first pick would have been Lijiang Tower, second pick would have been Gibraltar, and I don't think Harrisburg would have picked Gibraltar.
No, I don't think they did, but I thought the first seed had the first pick.
Yes.
Hey, just give us a second here. We're just deliberating on some of the finer points of this particular map.
Go to break. No, just kidding. No, stay with us. But I think that's. But I think we're going to see Lijiang Tower again, because Harrisburg was the first seed and that'd be the first pick. That's their favorite control map.
Yep.
Doesn't matter. Let's just put up the map.
Tell me what you want to see from Maryville to improve. Like, so give me like a short list, a couple things that they need to fix if they're going to, be dominant and maybe take this series themselves.
They're not that far off, but I think they're being aggressive on defense at the wrong points. I think there's times that they're not seeing the opportunities, and I think they're forcing opportunities on aggressive defenses where it's like, well, we've been aggressive on defense all tournament, but they haven't played the level of team that Harrisburg is all tournament. You can exploit 2,900 SR players by playing super aggro because you're just that much better than them. But at this point, they're being aggressive, but only one of them is. It just seems like the coordination is off. You got to settle down the nerves, get the comms back to where they need to be, because the individual performances have been fine. Horizon Lunar Colony, Rad almost won by himself, but the rest of the team has to join into the fray, and they have to work just a little bit better together.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Series number 2, Electric Boogaloo. We're going to be back on Lijiang Tower, opening with Night Market this time, but again, the strategy will be the same. I'm very curious about that point you brought up about that aggression from Maryville. How do they temper that? How do they make sure that they get value out of it without being overly aggressive? That's definitely something to watch.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of aggression too. I've always loved that selfless style of let's sit at their spawn doors until they make us get out of the way. But it's sometimes if
it's not going to work here, is it?
No, it's absolutely not, because I actually think that Harrisburg has played it really well because they're so patient about it. They're like, oh, they're going to be aggro, let's back up a little bit. And then they see a counterpunch opportunity to go to the other direction when they are aggressive, and maybe they lose one. That's when Harrisburg flips the switch and goes from defense to offense.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise as series number 2 starts off. The Harrisburg Storm already a series in the lead, and now I'm sure Maryville have much to be desired from that previous performance. We're going to be jumping in just a moment here. And in the red, of course, is going to be Maryville. Blue is Harrisburg Storm. And they would actually fight on the point here. So Harrisburg just set up and say, no, you're going to come to us now. We've seen what you've brought thus far. We're not impressed. And now you need to show us something new.
Well, Harrisburg has a slightly tankier composition. This is generally what we refer to as the GOATS comp, named after the team that made it most popular. 3 supports, 3 tanks, so much sustain. On the other side of things, there is a Somber, which is thought to be one of the hard counters to this composition. You start hacking people, but you might need a little more. I wouldn't mind a Pharah switch here if this first push doesn't work for Maryville.
So you're really trying to unravel this composition, not just with the Somber, but also you're waiting for big biotic grenades. So Snooze is definitely one of the most important players on the side of Maryville in this particular round. He needs to hit a fat bio nade like that one, and then they need to push in. That's exactly what they were looking for, and straight away Maryville spring into action.
Well, when you have 3 supports and none of them can heal anything, that's a good way to win a fight. Bionade, make sure that you can't heal if you hit the enemy team with it. It also heals up your team. It's one of the best basic abilities in the entire game.
So powerful, man. It really is. So Maryville set up on the point here. So their strategy, it works out. And for the most part, Harrisburg just sort of had to sit there and accept that kind of punishment. They will return to the fight with some key ultimates. Both teams have Graviton Surge. So keep an eye on Guru and Swish here. I guess, you know, we might TT's grab each other, but that's a nice EMP. Great positioning there from Aether here. And this is going to be a bloodbath, guys. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. That was nasty.
1, 2, 3. You EMP, so no abilities can go off. There's no way you can possibly eat that Graviton on the D.Va Defense Matrix. You grab them all up in a clump, you hit them with the Bionade, and that's all she wrote. That's all it takes.
So that's a fight 1 here for Maryville. Harrisburg now, and you know what the problem with this is? So Harrisburg actually went for the Graviton Surge there. Switch goes so aggressive, tries to, you know, tie them all together. His grab gets absolutely no value. So honestly, I'd be surprised if Maryville lose the round now with that ultimate economy switch that we've actually seen occur. Big shatter coming out there. And now Hypnos going to try and follow it up. He wasn't out of boosted, so a lot of that early damage just being shrugged off. Retina, the first to fall in this fight. Oh, lovely! Great dash forward, and that was actually Mask setting up the kill on Hypnot. He made him drop his shield, so Crate's EMP finds something, and that's a good opportunity for Harrisburg to push forward. Brigitte, one opportunity opened up from her, now might be enough to give him a big fight win here. Sound barrier coming out. Good timing from Gunther there as they were all Graviton together.
They are switching up heroes here a little bit. You've got Wrecking Ball on the field. Earlier today, Retina started switching over to the Hammond on Anubis when they had trouble, and all you could hear in the arena during that semi was Retina screaming, "I'm nutty on the hamster!"
So far, so good, right? I mean, it makes a big difference here. If you're playing on the point, if you control the point and you actually do have Hammond, like, the opposing team has to approach from the courtyard. If they try and go around the outside, so close to the edge of the map, Retina can just swing in, with Wrecking Ball and knock them off quite easily. It doesn't take much. It's not a mechanically difficult passage of plays. So Retina drops to the ground, and he and Aether are locked in a deadly duel. Retina can't sort of turn into ball form right now because he's actually hacked up, and Hypnot just goes in. He says, well, Retina's not here right now, so I'm going to try and take advantage of his absence. Charges in. EMP now going to be used here in the fight by Aether, and that's Gunther getting taken down. Shield bash from Rat connects. Switches here though with a Graviton Surge. He probably shouldn't use it here. He can't save the fight on his own, and he recognizes that now. He will allow himself to be removed and return for what may be the last fighting opportunity Harrisburg had.
I kind of want to see what the combination ends up being here, because Graviton is good, but it's not good on its own. And without a Reinhardt to just swing through that big ball of meat, you don't really have the follow-up. Maybe they just use the Pharah. I would love to see a Graviton into a minefield drop over top
so
on it. Get a little firestorm going on
All
there.
right, I'm down for that. All right, it's going to be the Bionade thrown in there. Doesn't really achieve too much. It actually is Graviton Surge used, then a minefield being employed later on there. It's very sort of sparse though. The mines were dropped from quite high up, so they spread quite a lot further. And it's a 1-for-1 so far. Aether is down. Rat waits no time in turning Vinpin into Meatball Mash. And now it will be Maryville pushing onto the point here. They're in a great position to win this fight, especially with the sound barrier brought in by Mac now. And they're pushing them straight off. Okay. Are you pausing that, fam?
Well, sometimes pauses happen if someone just accidentally disconnects here. We are in a custom game lobby, so admin would also have access to a pause. I didn't see anyone ask for it through the chat, though, so it could just be some technical difficulties. You never really know, but at least we have the lovely beeping sound continuing to go.
Yeah, not much we can do about that. So obviously, based on what the game state is, if a pause occurs, it'll continue to loop that sound for a little bit. So we actually don't have that on our headset, so joke's on you guys. We know that you're hearing this maddening sound and we're not. What can we discuss for everyone before they, continue their descent into absolute madness as the game comes back in.
Well, luckily we don't have to discuss a whole lot as the game does come back in. A pause mid-fight is brutal. Now everyone has to get their bearings right now, but it does seem Maryville gets the better of it so far. Diva gone, Farrah gone. It is now all over, but the crying very likely. This Hammond's not going to last very long, and a Graviton for good measure. Maryville has found their stride. We'll probably take this first stage.
Yeah, it's going to be full stall here, Hex. That's pretty much all that can be done.
Nah, it's over. I mean, I don't like to call fights early because I've been wrong once or twice, but I've only been wrong once or twice my entire life. I'm pretty confident this fight is absolutely over. Overtime, wick is burning, as someone would say, and that is the end of that one.
Maryville take away the first round here, so they begin their redemption series in just the fashion that they were looking for.
It was pretty close. I just wonder if they have enough time on the Hammond to know the mechanics of it, because it seemed like Retina was kind of new on it. He seemed a little surprised, because I think they were trying for Graviton into Mind Drop.
Sure.
But the Mind Drops came, as you mentioned, too high, too early. It would have been really cool to see, but I think you go in up over top, you slam, and then you just drop your mines anyway. You might not even need to drop your mines.
Yeah,
I just wanted style
slam
points.
would be enough to get the kill, but yeah, again, like you have the option to sort of drop those mines at any one point, and they were spread a little bit too thin, like not enough butter over too much bread, my least favorite thing. Anyway, we're going to be into control center now.
Just terrible toast.
Yeah, it's awful toast, bro. It's like starchy. It's just bread, really. I mean, I know Europeans love their stuff. It's bread, but that's carbs, fam. That's all it is.
Yeah, get on that keto, brother.
Oh,
all
God.
right, so they're on this right now. A lot of people fighting on the point. This was the stage earlier that Harrisburg was able to take, but control earlier was so close, 99 to 99, so it's not a stunner that Maryville comes out and takes that first stage, which we didn't even get to see Night Market in the first version.
They know as well as we do that they were very close to winning the map themselves, right? It was a couple of fights that left them in the balance, and now they're here to make up for lost time. So Aether operates from the top. You see very quickly he threw his translocator up on that platform. So if things get a bit dicey, he can return to his ivory tower and get his health back.
A very, very early nano boost comes out and gets onto the Reinhardt, and that's going to be the snowball. I mean, control point, control center rather, is so snowbally when you have these tank compositions, because Ana's healing everything, and then you nano the Rhine, and now Rhine has Shatter. You're going to shatter and do whatever you want, and then more and more and more. It's a snowball going downhill that it's just painful to stop.
And that's because in Overwatch as well, a one-player disadvantage can really hurt you, especially depending on what that player is. Like if you lose your Reinhardt player and the enemy has one, not only is the big rectangle man going to give a lot of shielding, but also he's a huge health pool. He's doing a lot of damage in many of these cases as well. This is what I was looking for. Switch on the Hanzo. This was the big saving grace, I feel, for Harrisburg last time on Lijiang Tower. He does have the Dragon Strike ready to rip here, and Snooze is missing. He's dropped out here from Maryville.
Oh, there it is from the angle on the other side.
That was so close.
He didn't even need it at that point, though. I mean, look, it doesn't even end up getting any kills. He got the very early headshot onto the Ana, which is the opening kill that you're really looking for. So they end up using the grab in the Dragon for not a whole lot, maybe just the grab there, but even, I don't even know if they needed that. They were winning that fight without ultimates.
Yeah, it was all pomp and circumstance at that point, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're also firing a Dragon from half the map away, just past the Diva defense matrix. Oh, great EMP. That means Retina couldn't put his shield up to protect it from the self-destruct, and now it's looking pretty ugly for Harrisburg. Remember, I mentioned that one-player disadvantage can make a huge difference, and now Maryville are looking to exploit that and actually make it even worse. They're already ahead by 55% here, so they're looking in a good spot.
That is 2 ults for only 1 kill, though, so not essentially the value that you're looking for. And now both barriers come out. A beautiful anti-heal comes out on the point and still taking up percentage-wise for Harrisburg. Beautiful sweet dart.
Yeah, I mean, Imp was hoping to connect on someone with that charge, but he gives so much notice. They see this big, burly German man sort of racing at them across the battlefield. And yes, you have time to press your dodge key and just get out of the way. They eventually do start to clean up this fight. You see the Vinpin and Swish already removed, so a lot of the backlines sort of being infiltrated by Aether and co, but they have given a lot of extra percentage over to Harrisburg. Hex, they're in a position to win that fight at 27 to 55%, and they waited.
Yeah, and look at where their economy is at now, too. 0 check marks means you got nothing to work with, and they're not even close to anything. Now you're nearing another Graviton Dragon. Hopefully this one actually does something here. You didn't need it last time. This one could just straight up win you the fight. Guru's got to be on D.Va space vacuum patrol here and try to eat one of those projectiles.
Korean future Dyson.
That's right.
They spent a hell of a lot on that fight, I think, Maryville. So they're definitely probably pretty aware of that, and they're saying to each other, look, we don't have a lot to work with you. If we lose the fight, that's fine, but let's just linger for as long as we can. Even if we're losing players, stay on the point. We're close to 99% already, and if we don't win the fight, we can set ourselves up for the next one. Oh, that was eaten! Nicely done. Guru chases down the Dragon Strike and eats it up, and that's a big shatter coming out from Hidnot. Ritner's down. Gunther's also missing, and Vinpin nowhere to be seen. No shots for Harrisburg in that one. Maryville, they're starting to fire up a little bit more, Hex. That'll be map 1 in the second series going over to the challengers.
That's about as telegraphed as you can make a Graviton Dragon. So he's looking at the D.Va the entire time that Zarya is. And he sees like, okay, D.Va's over there. I will take my free grab to the right side. But the Hanzo's so far away, they're like, oh, well, they grabbed. I'm certain that the Hanzo is going to send his dragon right down this lane. Just suck it up. There it goes. What ultimate? I don't know what ultimate you're talking about.
Guru knows, like, okay, it's very, very hard to sort of eat up a Graviton Surge with that defense matrix, right? Zarya won't telegraph that so much, and she can always just walk up and shoot it at the ground at her intended location. Right. The ultimate can still actually have quite an impact.
Also, Zarya is the D.Va hard counter anyway. You don't want to be babysitting a Zarya. She'll just Ghostbuster beam you down, and now you're out of mech and useless anyway.
Yeah, defense matrix only deals with discrete particles and not continuous ones. So a beam, for example, D.Va can't actually do anything to stop that.
What are you talking
It's correct. Am I not right? It's like
I don't know. I was an English major. I don't even know what those words
So
mean.
it's like wave particle duality theory. Like it's believed that light operates as a wave, and some believe it. What? Harrisburg's a science and tech university, mate. This is basic stuff, bro.
I don't like you making me feel dumb.
The old mate went out there. You know he does book readings in his spare time, bro. STEM for life, my dude.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, thanks for the one person that wooed.
I
see you.
Yes, oddly enough, there are jobs for English majors that aren't barista. You can either be a barista or an Overwatch League broadcaster. Those are your two choices. Those are your two options.
And somehow you fell upwards, Hex.
Yeah,
you know?
I know. Well, it's good because I can't make a cup of coffee worth a darn.
Went from the AeroPress to an aeroplane to Harrisburg. Love to see it. Gibraltar's going to be our second up of this series now, and we're already having too much fun. I really hope we get a third one here. And now last time we saw this particular map, another close one. I feel like both teams, again, trying to defend, got kind of bundled out to their first and second stages of this map. They're trying to play a lot of these Winston-based compositions, which carry that extra element of risk.
Yeah, I kind of wonder what we're going to see. Well, it's been odd that we've seen very little Widowmaker. How good she is on some of these maps and just in the meta in general. I know that Harrisburg doesn't necessarily feel like they have the greatest Widow, but Swoosh can play it. But Swish rather. You don't want to take him off of the Sombra anyway.
That's right. You want to keep him there.
Swoosh is a different player.
Swoosh. Oh man, love that guy. Speaking of which, I mean, you know, for those that are just tuning in and seeing some of this fantastic collegiate Overwatch put on display, this is something that both me and Hex are really hoping that, does become part of that path to pro that we're all talking about, okay? We've got, multiple tiers of Overwatch competition, and we're super stoked to be here in Harrisburg to cover some of this one, and we're just about to get started in map 2 of series number 2. And it might be Maryville's redemption here as they start off strong in the second series.
I think it's a lot of it. It's just such a great showcase for these players. We look at the World Cup as a showcase, and some of those World Cup players that no one had ever heard of are now getting picked up on teams. Some of these players here should get shots at contenders' teams or get tryouts at least, and that's the first step in becoming a professional Overwatch player.
That's it, and the first steps out of spawn here from Maryville. They will be on the attacking side, they'll be in red, so it should be pretty easy to identify them. In blue, of course, is your Harrisburg Storm. And up on that high ground here, we'll be seeing the support. So it's going to be the Zen Ana composition here. So Vinpin and Gunther hoping to safely provide healing and some damage even from that high ground. And Maryville, they're going to be treating those as the most important targets to access.
It's going to just be this little dance over the high ground yet again. Now defensively, it is Harrisburg here. We'll see if the offense has a different strategy than going into the server room and getting killed 5 times.
Yeah, don't rate that one.
That was a bad one.
Yeah, 1 star, Hex. 1 star for that one. All right, so here comes the push, though. So fairly safe. Mask actually sort of getting back to his backline here. And we've noticed that, yes, Maryville is set up in that server room, but this time it's a little bit different. Harrisburg are playing a little bit further back, so they're not playing the same defense strategy that they did last time we saw this map in the prior series. So for Maryville, that's great. They want that. They want to try and take as much of this space as possible, and then they take to the high ground to try and get onto those supports. Mask is down, though. Snooze actually shuts the enemy Genji down before he can do too much about it. Now it's going to be the Dragon Blade from Aether over the top side. Vinpin's missing. The armor is down. And oh dear, it's not going to be good for old mate Gunther. Gunther, I'm sorry I banned you from my Twitch channel. I'll ban you when I get home. And Ratner also going to go down as well. 5 minutes 9 on the clock. And I'm telling you, there are 3 or 4 people from Maryville sitting in the crowd here, and they allow them the whole rest of the crowd right now.
Yeah, a bit
Stir
of
it up,
silence
Harrisburg.
right there.
That's right.
I think this makes a lot of sense for Maryville to try to run a dive-in composition, because right there, Harrisburg just did not do what we call catching the dive properly. The dive came up top, and they all split apart. What you want to do is get your tanks up there to peel for the people who are your dive targets. This Zenyatta just pieced out when he saw the dive coming, and he just
I don't
later.
trust my tanks to protect me.
Exactly.
I'm going to back away here. Rat couldn't do much about that one. Crate just sort of drops his mech off the top of the shuttle while it was self-destructing. But Crate goes down after he ejected, so he was out of the mech for a while and he got knocked around a whole bunch by Hypnon. So another chance for Maryville to continue their advantage. Now Mask is down. Aether, he almost has yet another Dragon Blade. X, this is pretty huge, especially that Mask has finally got his first blade, but hasn't had a chance to unsheath it yet.
I don't necessarily have a stat screen in front of me like I'm used to, but I can say with pretty good certainty
We
that
make
there's...
them up anyway, let's be honest.
That's true.
They're all just made up.
No one knows.
Did you know that Aether has 17 Dragon Blade kills of these 2 series?
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah. But I do know that Harrisburg has maybe 1 kill so far this entire map.
Yeah, it's been a struggle for them right now. Maryville really starting to apply that pressure. They've found that recovery. This is a marathon at the end of the day. 3 series potentially. Into that Transcendence using the fight there by Gunther, but they don't get a lot of value out of it there. And credit to Maryville, they realize they just need to curb their aggression until the Transcendence is missing. Aether, another very high value blade, finding 2 with that one. Retner to fall, and again, it is Maryville getting into the back line, removing the supports from Harrisburg and making it impossible for the home team to stay alive. And Gunther's going to get staggered out. Vimpin opts to go over the edge instead.
There's never been a proper reset for Harrisburg this entire map, and that's been the issue. The ultimates are coming too late, and they're using several ultimates at a time in fights that are very well already lost. Twice now we've seen a nanoed Winston when 2 people are already dead and get absolutely nothing out of it. So they need to just take a breath, regroup, actually fight a 6, and use your ultimates properly.
They really need to get themselves back in order. They're in disarray right now, and in all fairness to them, it is very hard to regroup properly on this particular map. The way it's designed makes it very, it feels like you're trying to run uphill a lot of the time. Swish's EMP is where it all begins. He needs to farm up this particular ultimate. He needs to get into the back line of Maryville unfettered. And we need to see Harrisburg execute a defensive dive. Before they had the chance to do that, the option is taken away from them. Aether is in again with another Dragon Blade at 3! This guy cannot be stopped. He's actually had like 7 Dragon Blade kills this map. That's actually a true stat. That is just filthy.
They were trying to set up the EMP into maybe a self-destruct, which would be something to bring them back. It's still been all Maryville thus far. The EMP comes out in desperation, but a nice hide there, and they keep alive through this EMP.
That's a beautiful Bionade coming out, but it might not be enough here from the side of Harrisburg. Self-destruct dropped in, and Vimpin has dropped down. He can't get away. Hypnot blocks the door and makes it the Ana very subject, of course, to that self-destruct damage. Retner really trying to stay in this fight here is Hammond, but it's tough. He gets bionated immediately. Gunther comes to the rescue with a Transcendence, but there's only a couple players here for Harrisburg. They really need to get everybody on the point. But Swish and Gunther are getting absolutely massacred right now by Aether. He's been the sole thorn in the side right now, and it's been enough to cause Harrisburg so much trouble just to stay in this.
It's just been Band-Aids when they've truly needed a tourniquet right now. They've been bleeding out this entire map. A couple ults trying to come and save them, but that's about as one-sided as a Gibraltar as you will see. And you can look at the guys on stage, and Maryville has found it right now, and that's a rough Gibraltar. If you're Harrisburg, you just forget it happened. Yep. You just forget that part happened. You're not going to learn anything from it.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be discussing what happened there. One of the worst things that you can do in situations like that, he goes, hey guys, what happened there? Why do we all die so fast? It's like, there's no value in bringing this up. You really need to try and turn around, and again, they need to sort of outpace Maryville now on their attack. Harrisburg will have the opportunity, of course, to play from that same side of the map, and we'll need to see them pull off the same coordination between their tanks, between their Genji, and of course, keeping their supports alive. We know Maryville can execute a defensive dive, but last series, on Horizon, Maryville were in a similarly dominant position and then showed that their defense was actually far flimsier than they had thought.
I don't know if they were in that down. That's a fast Gibraltar offense, Mitch.
It was nice.
That's pretty fast.
To finish, okay, so to put it in perspective for you, if you finish Gibraltar with any time left over at all, that's considered very fast. So for Maryville to finish Gibraltar with 3 minutes and 13 seconds on the clock is blistering pace.
Harrisburg didn't win a fight. They had like 4 kills the entire map. That's how bad it was. That's why I say you just forget it.
Because Aether had more kills than all of Harrisburg.
Easily. By a multitude, I think. And again, it was just ults coming out too late. The Nano on the Winston came out way too late twice in a row in both of those fights. And then, as you mentioned, Gibraltar's one of those maps that the map itself kills people by split spawns. It's death by map
It's a jungle
design.
out there. Well, it's actually an island, but it's an island jungle. Look it up. Gibraltar's, look it up. Have you seen Gibraltar's flag, by the way?
No, I just know that there's a rock somewhere out
It's like its own country, right? It's like a separate territory.
Did you know that the Swiss flag is a square?
Is it actually a square?
Yeah, it is.
Did you know what Qatar's flag is actually a longer rectangle than the other flags?
I've seen that.
The
yeah.
aspect ratio of it is actually longer. There you go.
That's
Nepal's
gotta
flag
be
is like two triangles stuck on top of each other. Come at me, bro! I've got that geography knowledge.
Hey, get your vexology out of here. I don't need this nonsense.
Okay, let's jump into the game now, ladies and gentlemen. Swish on that Sombra. So again, early scouting mission. He's trying to get a bit of information on where the backline is set up here. And he's probably not surprised to see Rat and Co set up here. Although we didn't see a Widow on that earlier half here. Rat, he's a glass cannon Hex. A lot of damage capability, but very fragile. You can't really do much in high hills when you're being run at by a monkey.
And you would know, sir. You would know.
Hey, now what I do outside of the broadcast is my business, bro.
That's Mitchell time right there. They do get the first kill on either, which has been such a thorn in their side, so Swish is going to get onto that hero early, but Rat with a nice headshot cuts the healing in half.
Yeah, that's brutal for them, really. Vinpin is always going to be a big target for Widowmakers. Anna is a sniper in and of herself, but she shoots darts. She needs to hit Widow with like 3 or 4 to actually kill her, so, you know, you don't really want to challenge out a Widowmaker as Anna. Snooze obviously can be quite comfortable knowing that there's a lot of oversight for him. He's protected just by the threat that Widowmaker generates. Eighth is down early in this fight though, and you see Snooze is desperately just trying to keep Guru up and standing. Harrisburg are getting ready for a big fight.
Crate comes into the really nice kill. The EMP comes out, but Rat punishes the Sombra right there. Beautiful shot.
I mean,
SMG.
Yeah, you love to watch. I think you followed up. I think it was the first headshot, right? Didn't quite get enough damage. It wasn't fully charged. But Harrisburg, just their aggressive posturing allowed them to get the payload so close to this first checkpoint. And in their defense, they haven't, used too many of these big ultimates. So Harrisburg are still set up in a position to have a very competitive fight. They've switched over to a Widowmaker of their own. Swish looking to challenge, go the 1v1 against Rat.
One of the things I like about Widowmaker, and I've always liked this about her, is that she changes the battlefield without firing a shot. You can't play the same way. You can't step out in a sight line.
Just because she's there.
Just because she exists on the map, you have to play differently. Your tanks are forced to play differently. Your tanks are forced to diver. You don't even have to shoot anybody to be a threat as Widowmaker. I know, because I'm terrible.
Aether has that Dragon Blade. So important in the previous half, but Guru, we may not need the Dragon Blade. This time, Vinpin and Ret are down already. Aether, yeah, he follows up with some swift strike action, but there's no need for any more ultimates to be used, and here's the devastating part for Harrisburg fans. Gunther used Transcendence in that fight. It did not save his team from their self-destruct.
That is a selfish Transcendence. It will keep the Zenyatta alive to self-destruct, but it just heals over time. The only one invincible being that Zenyatta. The burst damage kills everybody else. And
yeah,
Uber,
that ain't it, Chief.
We got a $1.15 left on the clock, Uber.
Not a lot of time left. Aether charging in. He does get bayoneted early on, but Vinpin's not able to keep himself alive. Good peel back from Redner, though. He was primal raged, I think, for the most part. Sorry, no, he was nano boosted. So he had a lot of that sort of damage reduction, but this is a completely different Maryville now out of the gates, and they're looking to go up 2 maps ahead. Swish gets Guru out of the mech, but I mean, he needs to get to the payload. 55 seconds remain.
You gotta fight Widow with Widow here right now, and Swish is gonna have the advantage. His ultimate is in for sight. He's gonna be able to pop that. Now he can see through walls. It's gonna be illegal in video games, but it's an ultimate in Overwatch.
Yeah, it's like, let's just put actual, the mechanics of, let's put wall hacks in Overwatch. Yeah, I'd love to see that. Swish now in the server room. Hypnot identifies him immediately, so he's definitely like catnip to main tanks, but it doesn't actually work out. Hypnot and Aether. Again, it's that aggressive dive from Maryville that backfires once more. They've lost Aether and Hypnot. 2 of the most important players now, and Harrisburg can lean into this defense here. They're looking very good to take this first checkpoint away now, and there's not a heck of a lot that can really be done on the Maryville side except try and stall things out. Hypnot returns to the fight very quickly as Wrecking Ball. Haven's very mobile, and Rat now needs to watch out for this self-destruct. He needs to take a breather inside.
Self-destruct doesn't have finding any kills, but it does put him out of position. But it's Aether on the ground who takes out the Ana yet again. He's been a literal shuriken in her side, and now he's up top pushing them away is Mask. Genji's trying to bring this one back, but all the kills going in favor of Maryville.
Yeah, looking good for Rat and Mac right now. 3 letters each, but they're doing a heck of a lot of damage. Gunther is going to get taken down by Guru here, and the stall is good from Maryville. Oh my, this is the comeback. This is the comeback indeed after such a, I would say, anemic showing in the first series. They are now 2-0 in this second series, which would mean, Hex, if they win the next map, we're going to be playing our third series. 9 maps minimum of Overwatch.
Why not? We deserve it. I think the adjustment that Maryville has made is they understand that probably some of the most vulnerable heroes or players on this Harrisburg team are their backline. They harass the backline much more strongly than they had done in previous maps. You saw the first kill very often being Vinpin, Gunther being put under a lot of pressure there, had to pop Transcendence a couple of times when he probably shouldn't have. So the backline being exploited, and I saw Crate earlier today on the Diva being a peeling monster, being back there, Peel being, of course, coming back and saving your supports, creating the space that they need when they're under pressure. He needs to be a little more cognizant of that. But that map in particular is brutal because your tanks need to go up and deal with the Widow. That's their job to dive in and deal with that. But then your tanks aren't there for the backline. Aether gets in the backline, they're exposed, and they killed supports at a very high rate on that defense.
So one of two things for your consideration if you're watching this, and you saw that first series with Maryville. Maryville not only have been able to now, execute these dives far more cleanly and actually get to their intended targets much quicker and move them from the fight, but also it's been a little bit harder, I'll be honest with you, for Harrisburg to stop them from doing this. They've been so aggressive. Temple of Anubis is going to be our map 3 this time around.
All right. Anubis was a map that I was able to watch Harrisburg play earlier today, and they struggled on it. They really struggled because I walked in and I asked what the score was because I got there a little late. Not a very professional.
You sleeping in, bro?
I was here before you were, by the way.
I saw all of my series. I don't know what you're talking about.
Mine started earlier than it was supposed to. It wasn't my fault. I was totally there on time. In fact, I was 10 minutes early, which I consider on time.
Too many lemonades last
night. Hey, that was 2 nights ago. Anyway, the point is, I watched them, and I came in, and they're like, yeah, it's 2-0 already. And I come into Anubis, and I'm watching Anubis. I'm like, is it 2-0 against Harrisburg? Because they looked out of sorts. They looked completely lost on this map. A Torb was giving them trouble. And I think that they figured it out late.
Did you say a Torb was giving them trouble?
Yes, they could not break a Torbjorn defense on first point. It took them the very last fight to do so. Ultimately, they were able to turn things around and win the fight.
You hate to see that.
A hammer towards the end. But it gave them all sorts of trouble. This is a map that they don't necessarily love playing, so it's going to be interesting to see. And in fact, they probably won it based off Mask having just enormous Genji plays and really bringing out the final fight here. Anubis, a great map for Genji to close out the map. They also struggled with Widow play, so I wanted to see them switch to Widow earlier to counter Widow if it happens.
And we'll see the setup here. It's going to be Maryville to start on defense initially. So we will see a lot of Widowmaker on this particular map. She's very powerful over that first point. Both teams may opt to run her, but generally the defense will definitely bring her along for the ride. Now, I find this curious. We're running a Widowmaker here on defense for Maryville. No Orisa, no Reinhardt. So they're not playing a static sort of defense. They still, in very classic Maryville style, want to be aggressive. These guys want to go in. You do love to see this kind of play style, but as we've already mentioned it quite a few times, it is risky to play this way.
The dive-ish defense is also what Harrisburg struggled against because there was there was a Torb, but also the tanks were playing.
You had me at there was a Torb, bro.
Yeah, well, there was a Torb, and then the tanks were still playing a dive tank. It was very strange. It was a confusing composition, so I get why Harrisburg struggled. It's like, what is this? Where do we even go? I don't know how to play against this, but it was disheartening to see a team struggle against Torb.
And the Harrisburg University Storm looking to bring the Thunder out of the gates now. They're in red. In blue. Here's your Maryville Saints, and Mask is down early. Rat opened up the account for Maryville, and that's not the opening that you're hoping for if you're Harrisburg. And now, you see Rat definitely would need to be attended to in some way or another. The composition here from the side of Harrisburg doesn't have a heck of a lot to deal with Widowmaker outside of Diva, and really Diva needs to spend most of the time protecting the backline. So now they're just going to be caught up inside this small room. This is bad for Harrisburg. They either need to get out or just, allow themselves to be killed very quickly or win the fight, because they're wasting time sitting in there.
This is something they struggled with earlier as well. They wanted to run this very tank-heavy composition, the Goats comp, but they were unable to get their full team in there with these boosts. And you saw early on the pick, very early, Mask goes down again, but they are able to finally take down the threat that was Rat on the Widowmaker.
But Rat's the least of their concern for Harrisburg now that they've sort of moved on to the point. They moved into the low room just to avoid him. Oh, Aether, yes, I want to use my Dragon Blade, but I'm hacked, bro. I can't press Q yet. There he goes. And now we're getting the aggression on towards Retina. And a very long fight. And now for Harrisburg, the discipline there has allowed them actually to hang on. Crate gets a big self-destruct on towards Mac. Guru's able to resuit up now. He actually has his own self-destruct available. But that has been about 1 minute and 20 seconds where Harrisburg have tried to play out a losing fight. then lost a player straight away. They stayed inside the small room, and now they're a minute and 30 out.
They're going to continue to try to run this similar composition. It is a modified goats with a Sombra in it because EMP is about to come up. Earlier today, they were really working on where do we get the speed boost so that we can get in on this one. Big Shadow comes in through the gateway.
That's it. Hypnot going to go down. Now the right half base composition. You know, Redna prefers to play that one. Mac has a sound barrier here. He's sticking mostly with his Ana. Obviously, the boost to try and keep her alive are important. Oh, no! He tries to get the sound barrier, but he's hacked up in midair before he can actually touch the ground and give his team the shield. He's taken down. You really need to avoid doing that as Lucio in those cases. You want to be close to the ground or try and use that ability on a sloped surface, but he's throwing that ultimate down the gurgler.
Absolutely does nothing there. Rat does come back onto the Doomfist as well to get back to the point on time and for that pick potential as well. And they may have just barely brought this back because they're forcing them to fight off of the point in a very strange circumstance.
Yeah, it is strange. This fight has all the hallmarks of nothing I've ever seen before. 2 ticks already though, so Harrisburg making good progress. Gunther, Lucio, DPS finds Rat down that left-hand side, and with Snooze missing now a lot of those, keystone heroes around on the picture. Dragonblade now coming out. This is definitely where the game could be saved for Aether, but he's found very little with the blade itself. Guru got rid of Vinpin there. The Moira wasn't able to fade out of the self-destruct, and Gunther has also been taken down. Maryville starting to build up a little bit more resistance on the point here, but no, it may be over for them here. Harrisburg look to be in a commanding spot.
Rat will give Mask a parting gift with a punch right to the dome, but this one should be just about over. Trying to stall out, but hacking a Lucio doesn't make that DJ dance very well. They will eventually capture first point. 4:43 in the clock going forward.
As our Retina's out there giving out free haircuts with that fire strike, and Doomfist walked headlong into it. So now in terms of attacking ultimates, Harrisburg can work with his EMP, so Swish can really make life very difficult for Maryville on this second point. Also, Rally, probably something you want to see used before the fight begins. We'll see if Mask wants to go for a mid to late fight usage of it here, but this is Goats plus Sombra, so anything could really happen with this comp. Oh no, surely not, Rat! He's fallen to the self-destruct early.
Really cute angle taken there. You see it come from the right side all the way diagonal across the point onto the left side. Probably got the EMP in there as well. But on this defense, they do get 1 kill already early on. Now they've nanoed the Winston. See if they want to commit more on this offense. They go for it.
Okay, Gunther gets the sound barrier he was looking for this time around, and it's going to be for 3 players. It may not really be enough though. By the time the fight really has begun, a lot of that sound barrier has already expired away, and Snooze and Hypnon are able just to receive this push. They're like a sapling in the breeze. They bend, they don't break. And they will, okay, Guru. And we like some of that. Oh, you can see his face cam in the venue. He's having a big old smile here.
I like it. I've always liked that kind of play. The crowd reacts accordingly because, they're the hometown here. They're not rooting for the heels.
You tell me if a Storm player was doing that people wouldn't be cheering.
Yeah, exactly. Come on. All right, I'm a little surprised Mask is still playing on this Brigida. When I watched earlier, I just don't think it's his best hero. I think this is a hero that you want, a point on the map that you want to run Genji on. You want that closeout Dragonblade. The supports are always hiding in the corner.
It's the Riptide.
See what the Tire gets anything there. It does find one.
Okay, it was mostly just to secure that kill on the Winston, which is kind of fine with me because most of the Harrisburg team had already sort of left that second temple area right now, but I'll be honest with you, Hex, they are running out of time. They had a good first point take after a very weird fight. They lost a lot of time there. And now they're down to under 3 minutes to capture point B. They're walking into 4 ultimates.
2:55 here. They're going to have EMP, but that is just about it. The EMP self-destruct has been their bread and butter, but they throw the self-destruct out willy-nilly. This is not the coordination we saw in the first series.
No, it's not what you want either. Max as well getting rid of Crate before he could even get back inside the mech. Perhaps Harrisburg were looking to open up an opportunity, but you really cannot use that D.Va ultimate in the sense of like, okay, I'm going to throw this in and maybe I'll get a kill, maybe we have a man advantage. You need to use that ability with intent unless you're refreshing your mech after getting knocked out of it. There's no other excuse for it. Gunther has a Transcendence here, so Harrisburg, another big ultimate. EMP Transcendence. We need to see them in concert with Guru. Oh, they keep the flank from behind. I don't know how they didn't hear the footsteps of D.Va's mech, but either way, lovely drop in by Guru to find a couple of those kills. Retina down as well. And again, Harrisburg are going to be bundled out of town.
A 2-ton mech, yet they are pushed all the way back. Let's see what they have on their next attack. The EMP has been sitting there. They are going to have a nano as well. Here finally comes the Genji. But on the other side of things, Maryville has switched quietly into a Brigida, probably anticipating the Genji switch.
No one quietly switches to Brigida. When you switch to Brigida, people are like, I'm playing Brigida! I'm over it! That's what you do. When it gets just too tough,
I'm tired of being in gold.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm ready to get to Masters. I'm
got
gonna
gold
only
now.
play Brigida.
I'm getting fired. I'm switching. Well, let's see now what Aether can do on that one. It's definitely a lot as a safer pick than playing the Genji here. Harrisburg have this EMP. They've been holding on to it for quite a few fights now. Swish. Oh, he gets it off. That's actually a huge EMP, but where's the follow-up damage? The rest of Harrisburg haven't quite gotten to the point yet. So now Maryville, they can take a step back, recover, and then get aggressive. Retina's forced away. This time he gets nanoed and doesn't use the primal rage. The self-destruct response coming out from Guru doesn't find anything either, but he gets his mech refreshed. Good sound barrier out from Mac there, and there it is. Mask is taken down by the whip shot. So the switch to Brigitte definitely paying off for Aether at this juncture.
This might just be enough for the defense to hold. All you need on these assault maps, we mentioned it earlier on Lunar Colony, 1 kill on the defense, 2, 3, that's it. This fight is over. It's time to get out of dodge. Instead, they're going to demech this diva and probably not even kill her. They're going to wait a second and stagger, as we call the term, to make sure that they're not in full fighting force when they need to be.
So the issue...
Yep.
Oh, no, the
beautiful.
stagger! They slept the mini diva. I'm going to be honest with you, Craig. You're not going anywhere in a hurry, mate. 1 tick though, so we did see Harrisburg get 1 tick on the point, and that's because obviously they forced away, the players that were sat there. With the use of self-destructs, a lot of zoning potential when you've got a nano boosted Winston there. 13 seconds remain in the round. It is go time for Harrisburg University. It needs to happen here. Sluice is going to let go on nano boost on towards Hypno, but he actually couldn't find anyone. A little bit of a misread perhaps on this early fight. And we'll see. No, Mask! He went for the blade. Looks like he got himself cut in the process.
I think that's why they preemptively nano boosted the Winston, expecting that the only hope left for Harrisburg was going to be a hero play from Mask that we have seen all throughout the tournament. Mask with a rough one there on the Brigida half of the game, goes to Genji to try to bring it back, but they were anticipating it. They anticipated it with the Brigida, they anticipated it with the nano boosted Winston. Mask gets nothing done on the Cyber Ninja.
Yeah, that's rough stuff indeed for Harrisburg University, and now they will have an opportunity, of course, to try and do one better here, but they really want to finish the map. Temple of Maneuvers, as we discussed, you mentioned that it wasn't Harrisburg's sort of favorite map to play. They did have to deal with the Tourbillon this time around, which is good, but we know Maryville love a bit of a brawl. They love a bit of argy-bargy.
Right. What is that?
Argy-bargy. Yeah, it's a bit of this, bit of that, and a bit of Edge Father,
Oh, a little brouhaha?
Yeah, a bit of brouhaha, exactly.
Oh, a
bit of kerfuffle,
yeah,
that's right.
There it is.
Hey, how hard is it? Right, yeah, we're speaking different languages over here or something.
Well, yeah, that's why I expected them. That's why Control.
That's a great word.
It is good. A tad bit of a Donnybrook. There's a game going on here. That's why I expected it to be close on Control, is because when things do devolve and you just have to fight, Maryville's been better at that. When it is kind of a less of a coordination situation. I do expect them to probably win Anubis here. I mean, they've been playing very well. Their dive is something that they really like playing for Maryville, so all they really need to do is get any sort of percentage on that second point. In fact, 63%, I think, is the watermark there.
I mean, and this has been a huge series for both these guys. At Marathon, I brought it up, like I said, before I'm out here casting any longer, my sweat patch is going to make it look like I changed shirts, like halfway through. We might have another series to go to, and they're all best of 5, so it has just so happened that these two teams have sort of dominated each other.
I know, Mitchell, dark shirts. Dark shirts are where it's at. They can't see you sweat in the dark shirt.
I like the shirt. It's light blue.
It's a beautiful shirt. Yeah.
I'm just a sweaty boy, you know what I mean? Just a sweaty nerd. All right, here we go. On the attacking side, of course, is going to be Maryville here. They've sort of set their own pace and their own goals for themselves now. They need to finish the map. They need more than 62 or 63%, as it were. And this is a team that wants to get in your face. So this is the perfect environment for them to be in. You know they're going to be feeling good right now.
The question is, how are they going to deal with Rat? He's going to wait for his team to go in there and create space. He's actually looking for the Sombra right now, but once his tanks dive in, he's going to take this high archway, and the world is going to be his oyster, just a shooting ground here, like a carnival game. No one's going to be able to contest him. The tanks are in. Where is Rat here trying to find an angle? They're coming from everywhere.
Rat actually stayed undetected for the time being. A little bit of sort of LA Gladiators approach by hiding the Widowmaker until sort of later on, and then he sort of appears up on that top bridge. With Retina missing already, there's no reason for Maryville not to full steam ahead into this fight, and they've pretty much done this. So Gunther's down now, and unfortunately for Harrisburg, they're getting picked apart one by one. Hypno, he's starting to pop off now. That Winston really starting to make its mark. Rat gets a kill at the end on towards Mask. Doesn't mean a heck of a lot in the grand scheme of things now. And Harrisburg are on the ropes in this series number 2.
The moment you lose both supports on a team, that means you have no healing on the ground, that you can essentially call those fights over. They were able to get back on both the Ana and the Lucio, I believe, and both go down in short order. But I gotta say, the opening kill from Guru probably opens that up for him enormously. To get the Winston out of the mix, it makes Rat feel comfortable, and Guru's been a low-key carry this map.
Retna cannot be going down first in these fights. His team needs him to not only be able to start off a dive, but return to the backline when the time is right. He didn't do that in the last fight. He got taken down immediately. I definitely feel like Hypnot has the edge in terms of that Winston battle. And swishes down. Somehow Swiss trying to sneakily get into the backline, but Rat managed to spot him and knock him up against the wall. And now we have the Nano Blade. Aether finds one. Gunther's down. Make it 2. Vinpit is missing. And there's really not much he can do about it, Genji, when he's set up so well. Masked to fall now. It's a 6v4 situation. Self-destruct cheekily placed on the corner there, but Hypnot just drops the shield over the top and mitigates the damage from that ability. Now, of course, it is time for the Wrecking Ball. Retna swings in. Unfortunately, not too much fanfare as it's desperation mode here for Harrisburg.
Just percentage points away, almost get their desperation transcendence, but it doesn't matter. All the healing in the world's not going to save this defense. Gotta find kills, gotta see some red in the left side of that kill feed. And EMP comes off, but it has been a torrent of blue.
It's just too late, and there it is. Maryville even the series up 1 apiece. Interestingly enough, both teams, obviously, they 3-0 each other, one after another. So now, I mean, these guys will have a brief chance to sojourn, a brief break, but they'll take us to our 3rd series now.
Just a lot of better coordination there. And, you know, I gotta say, the Maryville series that they won seemed a lot more one-sided than the Harrisburg series. Sure. It just seemed like very dominant, especially that Gibraltar map. That was a brutality kind of kill there. That was definitely rated M for, man, that was a massacre.
Okay.
I didn't have a joke for that one. It just took me a second.
Was that improv comedy?
Improv comedy. See me next week at Comedy Shack, the
Right,
and then Vegas.
Here is a replay of the series. So we started off in Lijiang Tower here, and it definitely looked like a different Maryville that took to the stage after their brief break. They come out here obviously playing the heavy sort of Ryan-based compositions. Hypnot definitely looked to be much more of a Winston virtuoso throughout the course of this series, but they still look very, very good. And even when they were losing fights, the ultimate economy was much better from Maryville. They were not wasting these abilities. They were really making sure they dotted their I's, they crossed their T's.
It seemed like the timing was just a little bit crisper, because the first series, it seemed like one ultimate would come in, and then the second one's a little too late, or the first part of a dive comes in, and the second part's a little too late, so that by the time the second tank gets there, the first one's at half HP, which might as well be dead in a dive composition. It seemed like they've just got a little bit cleaner, and it's a game of inches, a game of milliseconds, really. If the dive doesn't arrive at the exact same time, it fails. It has to be highly coordinated, and that's why they struggled. They got it together in the second series.
And that's also why these two teams, obviously Maryville and Harrisburg, are kind of the only teams that we've really been seeing a lot of Winston play out from. We spent a lot of time in the pit yesterday because of the added element of risk and the extra, the way it taxes your communication a little bit more. It's not easy for sort of more recently formed teams to actually, get this done. I mean, the educational year hasn't been going for very long. Like, we spoke to the Harrisburg guys. They've been like, we've been screwing for like a couple months maybe. Yeah. So that's it's a big ask to come in here and actually play a lot of these compositions which teams need, many hours of preparation to prepare.
Right, and they've only been together as a team during maybe one specific meta, and when we refer to meta, it's the game within the game, essentially what heroes are played, what's the best composition to play.
Most efficient tactics.
Exactly, so they weren't a team that was formed when dive was the most popular. So now there's teams that have been playing for a longer time, and the players on Maryville have been playing for straight up probably longer in a team environment at least than some of these players on Harrisburg. So they know how to play dive in a team environment because that was the meta for so long. They have these things in their back pocket, just overall greater experience at a higher competition level than Harrisburg. I've still been impressed with Harrisburg based on what they have against them, but I can't pick this one. 3-0 one way, 3-0 the other. I don't know how what's going to go.
If you've just sort of got into Overwatch and started watching it, let's say over the last few months, you would have thought that this was every COD before Black Ops 2, like boots on the ground kind of stuff. You wouldn't have really expected to see Winston and I just thought he was the comic relief character, you know what I mean? I don't really know what he's supposed to do, but now, this is a brand of Overwatch that is a mix of the last couple months of very heavy tank focus. Sombra's recent rise to power because she has now perpetual invisibility unless she is revealed by damage-doing abilities. So that means you're no longer on a timer anymore when you're trying to flank behind the enemy team, and that opens up opportunities to bring the Genji back because EMP is so important at hamstringing these heavy tank comps. You can see Mac there. His sound barrier denied. In that case, that was just a very good use and a good example of Sombra being so powerful right now.
Yeah, the meta right now is just such a hybrid of several different previous metas. It's like go floats with some dive, so you have to have both of those in your pocket to understand what makes this effective in every certain scenario. So if you're swapping out a Doomfist for a Genji, what is that better against than the others? It's what makes these things tick that I think Maryville might have a smaller understanding, because a couple of these players I mentioned were on like the Copenhagen Flames. That's
like the first Copenhagen Flames, by the way. So
that's
like 2 years ago
of Overwatch. That's ridiculous to be playing in a team environment.
That scene was like the top level at the time. We didn't have Overwatch League. We didn't have Overwatch World Cup.
Right.
That was sort of the pinnacle.
For their region, they were one of the best teams. So you have just a larger depth of experience. I think they got rocked in the first set. Maybe overlooked a little bit of the talent that is on this Harrisburg roster, because there is a great deal of talent there. And now I've settled down a little bit. The 3-0, definitely with the momentum at least going into the finals.
We spent so much time as well after that first series saying, Harrisburg just look a cut above. Maryville, not ready for this, not expecting it. Why that may actually be true, that may have been the case now. We've actually seen a little bit more of what I expected. I did say it unequivocally to you. I said in that first series, this is not the Maryville that I saw in the semi-finals. This is not the Maryville I've seen throughout the rest of the tournament. It's quite clear, though, that it's taken him a little bit of time to adapt to the stage. And, coming on this kind of stage as well, when the pressure's high, tensions are running, and you're in front of all these people, it is a completely different beast.
You're in front of all these people who are rooting against you, actively, in your face. There's hundreds of people who want you to lose. That doesn't feel good. Can't feel good. I mean, you were on the
Atlantic team.
Yeah, the Atlantic talent team.
Yeah.
No one wanted you guys to win.
No,
Everybody hated you. They wanted us to win. How did that feel?
It's not because they liked you. It's because they liked Johnny.
Well,
So you had to sit there and know like you were riding his coattails.
Story of my life always begins with, it's not because they like you.
It's not because they like you, but it's great to have you in Harrisburg.
Yeah,
It's
that's
really
nice.
good.
That's great.
Yeah, no, I don't want to talk about talent takedown at all, actually, because they cheated, so it's fine. But I tell you what, it's all legit competition out here, and the teams are getting back on the stage for yet another series. Smile, you're on camera, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, a lot of people here obviously coming off the street, because just outside this venue is actually where the music festival and all the food trucks are. So it's all sort of like this microcosm of culture going on, esports, music, and all the good stuff here. And I said, we're stoked to be here. It's been a fantastic tournament so far.
It's so stunningly cool city that I was really... I didn't know much about this city when I came, but now, like I said, there's music, there's food trucks, and, we happen to live in Los Angeles, so I think people know. And, Harrisburg's a little bit more affordable. I've been having a great time. My dollar stretches. It's beautiful.
That's his way of saying he didn't spend much of the hotel bar so far. That's all I'm saying.
You know, Mitchell, you keep bringing it up.
See, here's the bus. Here's you. And right there. No, it's been a pleasure to be here. And there's a lot happening as well. It's great to get out there in the streets. A lot of young people, obviously, a lot of college students
it's
here.
a university town for the most part.
Right.
A lot of college students, a lot of tech industry. It's been really cool. It's a stunning city, and I hope they do another event here, and hope they bring us back.
It reminds me of Austin, Texas, a little bit as well. Like a very similar vibe here as well. Also, a very similar focus on sort of building up tech and esports. So that's really encouraging for me. So I definitely hope this isn't the last time we come back here.
I really doubt this is the last we will be in Harrisburg for an event like this.
Well, you're not getting hired again, but I might.
Well, I know, because you keep throwing me under the bus. I've been trying to do my job.
Okay, to be fair, you could walk under the bus without doing any limbo, bro.
That is true. I am.
You just fit under there, bro.
I believe the word is Lilliputian. It's in your contract.
What is that word?
You don't know Lilliputian? Jesus, read a book.
You can't turn around to me and say, "Don't talk about science," and then drop that word. I know.
Gulliver's Travels, man. Come on.
Does anybody know what this guy's talking about? I'm not sure. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, one more series left to go, and we'll leave you on some fond thoughts and anticipation for our final series. We're going to go to a break. When we return, it all ends here. The Harrisburg Storm going up, of course, against the Maryville Saints. We'll see you when we return.
Slow motion is better than no motion. 4 goons in the black bourbon and we coasted to the spot to set up shop and we posted. Up glasses in the air, yeah, we toasted. 1 foot in front of the other, label with my brothers. Different days, the hustle made us kin to each other. We live by the code, before dishonor. The crew comes and swarms, we moving like piranhas. Got to keep moving. Gonna keep moving, yeah. Got to keep moving. in something like a Navy SEAL. I'm outgunning, outman, man, I'm underrated. Heart of a lion, beaten to the day I make it moving. I got to keep moving. Gonna keep moving, yeah. I got to keep moving. Gonna keep moving, yeah. They say that we never make it, I don't listen to they lies. These boys is cowards, I can see it in their eyes. I know that they see me, they feel the day that I rise. I gotta keep it moving till the day that I die. They say that we never make it, I don't listen to they lies. These boys is cowards, I can see it in their eyes. I know that they see me, they feel the day that I rise. I gotta keep it moving till the day that I die. No pain, no glory, we all know the story. Beggars and not choosers, that's what my mama told me. I don't leave it to chance, I wrote my own story. They try to tune me out, but they can't ignore me. Got to keep moving. Gonna keep moving, yeah. I got to keep moving. Gonna keep moving, yeah. Slow motion is better than no motion. 4 goons in a black bourbon and we coasting to the spot to set up shop and we posting. Up glasses in the air, yeah, we toasting. 1 foot in front of the other, label with my brothers.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We've wasted very little time in jumping to our final series in this grand final match between the Maryville Saints and, of course, your Harrisburg University Storm. This is where it goes down. Lijiang Tower will again begin the series.
Very familiar map for this series so far. Just to recap, we were doing a best of 3, best of 5. First best of 5 went 3-0 Harrisburg. Second best of 5, 3-0 to Maryville.
And here we are, map number 7.
It doesn't matter. Those first 2 don't matter at all.
You love to see it. It does. They do. Like, the two have cancelled each other out, so now
exactly.
it comes down to control center. So
We're at a best of 5 for the entire tournament. That's what I'm saying. De facto best of 5.
It is de facto best of 5. And obviously on this particular map, we're going to see a lot of that Reinhardt play yet again. Last time was Maryville to triumph. This map is really going to test these teams' ability to conserve their ultimate economy.
Yeah. It gets very snowbally, holding at the gates. Both teams running a Reinhardt's. No Zarya on the side of Maryville, so it gets a little more difficult for that Reinhardt. And these are the compositions that we've seen both these teams run all day. Some double damage from the side of Harrisburg. The Junkrat and Hanzo will absolutely obliterate shields.
Yeah, so the lack of... I do find the lack of Zarya a little bit interesting. For the side of Maryville here. I guess they're going to try and get a lot of value out of Nano Boost, but of course, Aether, here's that EMP. That's what you sort of sacrifice. You give away sort of the Graviton Surge ability to give yourself an EMP potentially. So that's on Aether. We'll see if he can make a big difference here. Despite it actually being a less tankier lineup from the side of Maryville, they've been able to move in and take the point early on. Mask is on the Junkrat here, but Crate's just been flattened by a Fire Strike from hitting on him. Yeah, Maryville starting strong once more.
Mask is able to get in there. They're bringing this back up the back of their DPS. A tire already up, 3 quick kills. Might not be enough though. The DPS get a couple, but they're both eliminated from the map. I don't know if they have the horses to take this one back.
It's a very messy fight, very back and forth one here. For the timing, it looks like Guru's having to deal with most of the aggression coming out from Harrisburg. We've got a McCree here from Swiss, so again, a very different approach from him this time around. Big Bionate, big EMP, big result coming out. And yes, Maryville can just shove straight on in this Crate and threatening.
It's been very quiet from the Diva player, but Guru has done everything that he has needed to do. He was the only one alive on that point. He uses his mobility to stay out of harm's way, gets onto the top pillar, and then last second, Snooze gives him a long distance nano. They keep control of that point while everyone else gets back and hold on to that fight. 50% and counting up for Maryville.
I need to have a word with Swish and Retina, by the way, because the last character in their names is not H, it's actually the Japanese letter for So whenever I read Retina's name, it actually confusing me a little bit.
I asked him about it. They're Smurf accounts that accidentally got too high, so now they're just their main accounts.
Okay, fair enough. Vinpin gets taken down. Self-destruct from Guru. Good way to open up the fight here. The McCree, big factor here for Swish. He's actually able to deal with Aether before the fight really starts, and that is actually quite big. Sound barrier employed by Gunther here, as is Mac. But so far, it is control for Maryville right now. Earthshadow Hypno walks out into that one. He takes a lot of damage from Retin, and yeah, getting shoved away. Guru getting de-mech'd here. And finally, Harrisburg break back in, but Hex, we've seen this already before. You know I'm getting too comfortable now when I'm calling you that. We've seen this before. Harrisburg win a fight, but they're already so far behind. It's such a big hole in terms of that capture percentage.
It's tough. The tanks did come to life there. Every single kill in the kill feed worked for the Harrisburg tanks, and right now they're going to be nearing a high noon, which I'm not sure the value they're going to get out of it. Ultimately, you're switching to the McCree to deal with the Sombra. You just don't want to get hacked anymore, and you want to be able to flashbang her and not let her get away.
He gets rid of Aether once again. So Swish showing us why this McCree pick is so important, and showing us how to make sure you get value from what is ostensibly a very fragile and immobile hero in many circumstances. But Aether had an EMP. He is Maryville's ticket to retaking this point, and if he's not available, they're not going to be moving.
Also, Mascot is rally up not too long ago. You look at all the extra armor and the health bars there. Everyone's going to be that much chunkier. A giant Graviton catches 3, but no big follow-up. Finally, the shield cracks. The Deadeye comes through. Harrisburg holds that point.
Who's got the hot hand? It's Swish this time around. And an EMP from Aether obviously wasn't overly impressive. Now, crucially, if you have shields, EMP will remove them. If you have armor, it will not. So that rally from Mask is actually giving a lot of extra durability over to Harrisburg, and they don't have that taken away from them by the enemy Sombra.
They still got it. I mean, look at Ana at 300 HP because of the armor up there. That's enormous. And now they're going to back up, give some space. They've got a nano ready as well.
Aether's been shut down. He's been counted out. He's been forced to switch over towards the Diva now, which is definitely not where Maryville really want to be. 80% to 86% right now, and Harrisburg are about to get in the lead for the first time in this round. Nano boost used towards Retina there, just a deterrent for the most part. It forces Maryville back. They're trying to get in access from the high ground. It's time for the sound barrier, but that's a huge biotic grenade. Vinpin, you absolute monster. There's nothing that Maryville could do about that one. At least 3 players had all of the healing denied, and there will be nobody left from Maryville once the smoke clears. First round, Harrisburg Storm.
As a storm of tank play towards the end, the Shatter goes on the ground, they're knocked down, then the Grav comes in. What are you going to do against a team that is holding point already, that has an Earth Shatter, that has a Grav, and then you're on the ground and Brigida comes by and smacks you in the face? It's just insulting, really.
It is add insult to injury, no doubt about it. But the biotic grenade, they're very, very important. So got to give credit to Vinpin in that fight. Swish with the McCree switch, that definitely paid off in a big way. And it wasn't because he got, a multi-kill from the Deadeye. It was that he was able to shut Aether down, force him off the comfort pick in Sombra, force him to play something like Diva, where, it was pretty much a case of Maryville saying, well, we just need more tanks. And that was not the answer.
It's interesting mystery heroes looking composition coming out of Harrisburg right now. Not something super standard, but they're going to run a Farah and Tracer. Can work well together. The interesting stuff is you move into Sombra, and then you've got, I guess, an Orisa there too. It's actually a strategy they were talking about earlier. They just keep their Orisa with the Brigida, and how you ever going to dive in.
Something tells me that Maryville didn't realize there'd be a Farah in the mix here. Hypnot is able to get a kill. Unmasked, by the way, which is not an easy charge. I think, mechanically speaking, Hypnot is an incredibly proficient tank player. But Vinpin is cut down by Snooze. He's trying to flank on that right-hand side. But still, Retina sets up on the point. And, well, Orisa, in some would say she's thick, Hex. I would say that she's very hard to shift.
She is immobile at the very least, so they're going to try to take position on this, but they lost too much in it. You want to be able to hold the point with Orisa, but also with your Farah. Once you're on the point with a Farah and Orisa, it becomes very difficult to come in because of all the splash damage. You're in the sky. Now it is time to reset if you're Harrisburg. You've lost this point. You've given up the ghost. Now you can come back in. You can use everything you want. but it's a better composition to hold a point than it is to take a point.
I don't love it. And I'll tell you why. For someone like Hypnot and the rest of this Maryville team, who, by the way, have defaulted essentially to playing tanks plus Sombra, you have a Lucio, you can speed boost forward. If Hypnot and the rest of his team just step past the shield that Retina puts down, he's forced to try and backtrack, and he actually may not have a shield available on cooldown. So you can overwhelm Orisa-based compositions with mobility and put a lot of pressure on them. Nice work by Mac there to get the healing in.
Yeah, almost got Pulse Bomb kill right there, and oddly enough, they've been able to take out Crate on this Pharah very easily, and they don't have anything that's traditionally considered an anti-Pharah hero. No Widow, no McCree, no Soldier 76, so it's like Icarus, he's just flying too close to the ground in the reverse
just
Icarus.
Catching a hammer or something like that. Catch these hands, fam! But now you can see that obviously Crate has a barrage now, and going up against a team composition that, like you just said, doesn't have much to deal with Pharah, that also means that they don't have a whole lot to interrupt Pharah while she's dealing out about 20,000 damage.
Yeah, that's going to be the thing, but I mean, an Ana can do it as well. It just depends. Ana can be an anti-Pharah, but then you're not healing your team. That EMP is suspect, but they're going to be finally barraging over the top. The kills come in from Harrisburg.
That EMP was intended, I think, just to hit Crate on the Pharah. I don't know. Either way, it was a little bit weird. The timing of that one didn't quite get a lot of value. Maryville only get 2 picks in this particular fight. And Crate is going to be jumped on here. He gets a little bit cut off from the rest of his team, and Rat picks him up.
It's just, the kill feed against the Pharah has been a comedy of errors so far. He dying to the Brigitte right there is just stunning. They were able to get some value early, now being pushed out. Now it seems like it's desperation time. With the Pharah down, it means there's no good escape for the Mercy to Guardian Angel too. She will fall in short order at 90%. They're just gonna launch stuff in and hope that the Harrisburg Storm can't get back to the point.
Trying to go for the Sport Camp, 8 to fight himself too. Now Harrisburg do move back to the point and capture it, but there's only maybe 4 of them at absolute maximum that can really be here right now. And you can see the Swish doesn't really want to commit to the point. In fact, he's not able to do so. But the capture for Harrisburg is going to sort of prolong this round a little bit further. Now at least they have some time to return in overtime. Crate found Aether, but he's lost his Mercy in Vimpin, and Mask has gone down to Rat, who is always going to be the antithesis to Tracer. Snooze getting rid of Gunther now as well, and Maryville looking much better on this particular map now, even to even things up, and perhaps this third series might give us a much closer brand of Overwatch, because this time Li Xiang is going to 3 rounds.
How do you like gardens? Because that's where we're going. We're going to the koi pond, digital fish and everything.
Yeah, holographic.
It truly is the
fish.
future, digital fish. That's probably,
I mean,
yeah, it's the only pet I could own because you don't have to feed it or love it.
Realistically, I mean, in terms of providing aesthetics, a digital fish is as good as any, right?
Yeah, and you, like, again.
Sorry to those members of the Siamese Fighting Fish Enthusiast Club. I know your fish is much maligned, much like pit bulls. I'm just saying. If you don't have to feed it, that's kind of good, right? Kids can own digital fish. And
yeah, exactly. Well, St. Bernard's being the mascot of Maryville, trying to bring this one back, not as maligned as some of their other K9 brethren. The Storm on their third and final state. I got you, man. I got your back right here. It was it looked uncomfortable for Harrisburg, that composition. And I think it was a theory crafting thing, like what if we do this? Wouldn't it work out this way? But to see the Pharah and Mercy die in the ways that they did, it just seems like it's not their comfort heroes.
It actually looked like a composition you'd see on a map like Ilios. Well,
yeah.
You see a lot of Orisa, a lot of Pharah Mercy played on that particular map. But I mean, they had the elements there, to make a spicy dish, but the timing wasn't quite there, I think. The execution really was lacking in that case. So Harrisburg move on to the point. Now they're actually ostensibly not quite as durable as Maryville's composition. Maryville bringing their Reinhardt to bear in this case, if not, of course, definitely favoring that particular pick on this map. And so now, because Harrisburg weren't able to capture the point properly, this stall doesn't actually do anything for them. They need to win the fight. They need to assume control of the point before they can start stalling out and sort of gaining that extra percentage. Rat goes down first though. Retina's obviously able to get him with that tester gun. You can affect Brigitte behind her shield. And there's the second pick. Nice bio grenade. Another good one from Vinpin. And this is going to put the home team at a distinct advantage.
Very, very patient play there to get the positioning on the point. And while you're right that they needed it, the point wasn't unlocking for them, they had the better positioning because they're not trying to come through the choke. They're defending the choke.
They're sat behind the divider already.
So anyone trying to come in is going to eat all that Tesla damage, softens everybody up. And to lose your Brigitte first against that kind of composition is a little bit stunning right there. That Rat was the first to fall.
I was surprised for sure. But Brigitte is tempting to overextend on.
Yes.
You feel very powerful when you have such a powerful hero that you're piloting.
A reasonably powerful hero.
Definitely
You're absolutely
on the curve
correct.
somewhere. Yeah.
Definitely on that curve. Well, there is a self-destruct if they want to launch it in and close off the point, but I'd like to see them combo this with the EMP, launch in the self-destruct, and take everyone's shields down.
Switch will
hopefully
have
get
one
the
too. Yeah. Both. Okay, so that's the EMP coming out first here from Maryville.
Nice
Sound barrier,
barrier.
I love to see that. Gunther knowing there'd be an EMP. He steps back. He gets a very effective sound barrier on the rest of his team. But before Swiss has a chance to use the EMP himself, he's actually taken down. Big fighter grenade, but it's shrugged off by Maryville. They're able to propel themselves forward. That rally really helping now. When push comes to shove, there's going to be more healing and more durability available for the Saints as this fight goes down. And you can see Mask can really only work around the edges. He's afraid to get too close. He could get stunned up by Rat, charged by Hypnot. He's really just trying to charge up his next pulse bomb, and no, his run is done.
They're just stalling out to get percentage. You want to get up to 80, which means they've got one away. That's why they're committing more ultimates. It may ultimately be a mistake.
It's fine as long as he stays on the point. Get that 99% Hex.
Yeah, I mean, you're close enough. You feel pretty comfortable at 85, and now they're at least forcing out other ultimates. One of the biggest consequences of not getting that EMP off earlier is that the other team's still going to have sound barrier. Because if they EMP'd the other team, Mac would have dropped that barrier to keep them alive. It's the best response. Now they're unable to get out the ultimates that they want. They're a little behind it as far as the ultimate economy, but they're at 85%. One more fight will win this.
And you can see on the screen, you can't see Mac right now. You can't see the Lucio player at the moment because he's hiding. He knows that Switch probably has an EMP and he's used it now. Now Mac gets his sound barrier off, so that's a perfect scenario for Maryville. The Lucio stays safe, he stays scarce, and then he returns to his team when it's time to give him the healing. And then you can see Mac now sitting well and truly behind his front line. Very durable, a lot of healing coming out. No actual kills quite yet. Switch goes in for the hack on Snooze to slow him down and prevent him from using a biotic grenade. Most importantly, he's very low.
Nice.
Now the minefield getting dropped up. This could get a little bit messy right now. Oh no, Ratner gets in there, but Hypnot falls to Swish, and again the Sombra making a big impact from Harrisburg. It's a charge up against the wall. Mask, he's getting aggressive. Never seen a knuckle duster get taken so far. And now it's 92% to 48. The mines will disappear. But I'll tell you who's not disappearing. It's Harrisburg, set up on the point now for the final fight. If there is even one. Big charge away, Hypnot. Oh no! He goes over the edge. He's hit by the rocket punch, and now Master's going to come down with a meteor strike. Can he find the extra damage? Of course, don't forget, Hammond is in the mix here as well for Retna. Snooze gets knocked off the map by him, by the way. So two targets are already missing. So many environmental kills coming out here from Harrisburg. Oh, they played this to absolute perfection, Hex. You love to see it. Now they're just cleaning up. EMP to make sure that they can solidify this one. Aethermuse on the point. Hypnot's going to get there as well. A self-destruct throwing it off towards the side. But it's going to be Snooze falling to Crate's explosion. Mask is there. And guess who else? Harrisburg. They're out here.
Harrisburg will win the first map of this final best-of-5 series. It seems like they took a page out of Zachary's book. Well, we run Doomfist, because he's really good. We run Sombra, because she's really good. And we run Hammond, because he's really good.
And we abuse these really good heroes maliciously until we win the round. But I have to say, like, them coming back into that fight was very important. You saw the knockoff ability that so many of these heroes give you. It's why we see a selection of heroes like Lucio coming back into the fray, but also, most importantly, Wrecking Ball. And we saw the Doomfist there. Hypnot would have to have been very annoyed about that one. He jumps on in. He gets knocked back up against the wall, knocked into the pit, and that's the Winston gone. Yeah. And then Retna does the same thing to Snooze on the Ana. He brings our Hammond in straight over the bridge, knocks the Ana off, and then you're already playing with 4 players. You're missing your main tank, you're missing your Ana. You're going to have a bad time.
Well, you think about it, those heroes are good on that stage in particular, because I think they switched to the Hammond just for the stall, because there's that pillar, and he can swing around it infinitely, unless you stop him. He got through there. Sure. But then by the time he was thinking of switching off, perhaps, then he's able to actually get a decent percentage of his ultimate, and then he's knocking people off because of the architecture of that stage. Doomfist is the same. He punches you, and if you don't hit a wall, you're off the edge anyway.
No, you get knocked away, and then you can't take action.
You're dead, because you're either falling into a pit or you're hitting a wall somewhere on this map. Let us go to map number 2, to Rialto.
All right. Well, I see
this one yet today.
Global warming hasn't affected Rialto too much yet, although I can see you'd be probably a little bit worried. I mean, you got like water in your basement and whatnot.
No, that's the 3rd floor that we're seeing. This is the future after all.
This is the dystopian future in Italy. We haven't seen this map yet in this series, so interesting to see it come up now. Again, a lot of environmental kill potential on this map, especially the first couple stages.
A lot of bridges here. This is a very strange map, as it just gets... the first stage is very difficult to capture. Second's a little easier. Third gets very difficult again. It's almost an extreme rarity to see this map 100% completed. This one is all about who
It's
can
another
push the
long
card.
one, right?
It's very long. It's also a lot of right angles here. This is becoming a new favorite of players and spectators alike, because it plays a lot like Kings Row, but also it's got that Hollywood flair that you can't really run first and the second is the same way. So a lot of different compositions. That's what I like in my Overwatch. Can you run a lot of different stuff? Yes, you can.
We love a map as well where, you know, there is not necessarily one great strategy for every part of the map,
Exactly.
because the topography and the architecture changes so significantly between them.
Attackers.
Defensively speaking, here for Maryville, they're going to be having the Reinhardt, which is reasonable. We see some teams that sort of prefer to go for the Orisa sort of setup. And do they play aggressive? We've seen a lot of teams that want to play on this corner right here.
Yes.
I actually watched it just earlier on. The Netherlands tried to do it to the UK in the World Cup overnight.
Well, a lot of teams, and there's the reason why you try to hold right here, literally right here on the map, right outside spawn doors, to prevent a Bastion play, because Bastion play can work on this
You
map
give
a
him
little
too
bit.
much room to set up,
Yes,
you're in trouble.
give them too much room to set up. Two, if you lose that first fight, you're probably still going to be able to fight in the initial spot you were going to anyway. What you're really giving up is alt charge percentage to the other team. We don't see the very aggressive hold right now. Offensively, we do have a Brigida, which makes a lot of sense on this map. Brigida, Sombra. We got triple DPS on Rialto.
Yeah, see, Krait's going to be endangered species a little bit on this particular. Ooh, okay, Rat sees the cheese. He goes for it. This clearly isn't Mousetrap.
Yeah, no, it's clearly not Mousetrap because I'm not missing 7 pieces and the thing actually works.
And I'm not throwing marbles around the room in a fit of rage. I know how that is. Yeah, it kind of doesn't work if you're missing even one piece, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw that. Can't hide that one from me, Rat. Mask gets pretty much decimated by that shot. And the reason why you haven't seen much of Krait is because he knows he needs to hide around the corners. Because if Rat comes looking for him, there's not a whole lot he can do to avoid Widowmaker. Hit scan heroes really punish Pharah.
I'm a little bit worried about this composition. There we go. Now Mask is going to go over to the Genji because something has to be able to deal consistently with the Widow or at least present a threat. Genji's going to be that counter Widow initiative that they're going for. They try to get aggressive on the defense, do just that. Counter Genji, counter this. Headshot onto Mask.
I love
late.
that from Hypnot. That's the classic Ryan strat, by the way. When you miss an Earth Shatter, you just scream big shatter into your mic and your team will come with you anyway. And so by the time your team would notice that you didn't actually shatter anyone, the enemy's team's dead because you're pushing forward. So it's like, oh, big shatter. It was like, oh, okay. And then you just kill everyone. It's like, yeah.
Oh, look at that dart. Beautiful. An execution style kill.
Snooze
onto
really living
Sombra.
up to his name there. You'd love to see that. Well, like he should call himself a Sandman.
I think Snooze is good enough. I think Snooze is a good name. Justice reigns from well back to spawn as they try to get that Pharah ultimate out and get absolutely crushed. Like I said, first point can be brutal. We're down to 2 minutes here, Uber.
Yeah, look, Retna just drops off the map here. I think the Orisa is definitely not doing justice for him, so he switches over to the Reinhardt here. He was 70% towards his first ultimate, but the Supercharger is not going to cut the mustard here, especially when they're dealing with an enemy Reinhardt, a Widowmaker in the backline that's being uncontested. Aether has rally on this Brigitte. This could go very south very quickly here for Harrisburg.
Now let's see where this self-destruct goes. Right up over the top, around the corner. It's going to fragment the team. The Diva's all alone, counting no Max land. Going to get demeched and deleted eventually. Finally, a kill comes in from Harrisburg. Able to take out the opposing Brigida. That's about as good of a kill you can ask in this comp.
Yeah, Snooze spending a lot of time there just trying to damage the enemy Diva mech, but doesn't actually able to get the kill. Keep an eye on Hypnot here. Now, he's very reluctant to charge in because he'll get interrupted midway through. The Earth Shatter is blocked. Very good shield placement by Retna, but Guru and Mac are still winning their war of attrition, so to speak. Snooze finally decides to go for that body grenade, and he drops it in. He gets 3 people, and immediately Harrisburg have to put on the brakes and put it in reverse.
Biotic grenade is so important right now in the current meta. If you can stop a team from getting healed, that's all they want to do is sustain heavy tanks. You're in for a good time. Coalescence going to come out and buy a little bit of space. Not the most devastating of ultimates, but will push people around in corridors.
No, it definitely forces Maryville to back up here. As you see, Hypnot was down to like 60 HP and was like, well, I'm going to die if I hang around this one too long. Now this opens up space. So Hypnot gets yet another nano boost. That was a very quick nano boost charge there by Snooze, but Hypnot, it's like he's spoiled for choice, and it's not a good thing as Reinhardt here. He's swinging a hammer, and he's eventually going to go down. He was out of position. The rest of his team wasn't with him, and Harrisburg have a chance to actually get to this first checkpoint with 34 seconds left on the clock.
They've got Ether there as well. They're waiting because Reinhardt went down, but Lucio would just respawn, so he's likely there to taxi him back. I don't think this one's over just yet. I think they're going to fight on second.
Over the top, Guru with the self-destruct there. He throws it straight into the backline here, and all good shield placement. Retna for the second time keeps his teammates alive with the way he points the big rectangle, but Mask went down to Rat. that's what happens when you have to
To
put your
flip
shield
that shield.
elsewhere.
Yeah, you have to flip the shield around, and then that opens up the sidelines up front. Now we're in a particle buffet. We'll see who comes out of this one alive. Yet another nano boost.
They
but
got
they get
there.
pushed. They got pushed off the cart. Nice coalescence there at the end. I gotta say though, Snooze is getting these so fast. I mean, he's hitting darts, he's hitting anti-heals. It's been a very impressive Ana play.
And I think both teams obviously have a lot of healing capacity. You know, Vinpin's playing Moira here, which used to be the staple in the GOATS composition, right? Which is, you know, essentially what you're seeing here. Recently, it's been more Ana used so far, but Moira still gets you a lot of value when you're playing very close together and the enemy team doesn't have a lot of shielding, because Moira is generating a healing juice by right-clicking you. If you don't have a shield, you're going to get slurped.
Ana just has much better utility right now in this battle. I mean,
Sleep Dart, Bionade's so strong.
yeah, and also the ultimate's a little bit better. Moira still because
so filthy!
everyone's calling on purple right now. That's what the in-game call is. Means you can't be healed by the other team. You see them back up just a little bit, but that's a huge nade that no one's able to capitalize on.
Yeah, that's pretty disappointing there for Maryville. They had a big opportunity to capitalize on a very nicely placed biotic grenade by Snooze. They still have a chance here. They're just going to be back and forth a little bit, so it is a war of attrition. We can see that from up here. Big shatter though! Hypnot drops his shield for a brief moment and is punished for it, but again, no follow-up on the side of Harrisburg this time. Now they have to use a second ultimate. They go for the Graviton Surge. They get one kill, but they lost Mask in the process again. He gets picked up outside of the fight. So mechanically, a couple of those things were good from Harrisburg, but it's not going to be enough.
Coalescence goes up again. They've been trading back and forth, and this is what the tank-heavy compositions will do. They will just slug each other in the face. Eventually, one or two die, and that is the tipping point, as they're able to push them all the way back. Now it's time to reset with under a minute to go.
Well, I did say to people on the interwebs, I said, prepare yourself, it's going to be cloudy with a chance of goats, and we definitely got that. And it's interesting, we have like new goats versus old goats on the red side, except now we have a Farah from Mask. So they're trying to break down this very tanky composition with the Farah, who is hard to hit in the air. Snooze can give Mask some problems, but it has to work now for Harrisburg. They have 30 seconds left in the round, and they need to get a successful attack, but no! Hypnot takes down Gunther already, and Mars just gets picked out of the sky by Guru. It's a failure to start, even, for Harrisburg now, and they're sent packing. At least they died quickly, so they probably have one more chance to try and fight on the payload.
It's just a really good follow-up, because as soon as Guru sees the Far, he knows that it's his job. He's the only one in the composition who can do anything about it. So he has to go super aggro, but the rest of his team goes with a fatty, shatty 3 on the ground.
That's it. Hypnot going to be very happy with that one. Charging back, trying to catch Retina on the way through. He actually did get the touch and the damage. And I think it's safe to say that this map was probably chosen by Maryville. And they look very good on Rialto so far.
Looks very nice for them. We mentioned probably not going to finish this map.
No.
This map does not get finished in competitive play.
Moderately competent defense can give attackers a lot of problems. Now, Maryville, if they prepared for this map, then they don't even have to finish it. They only need to exceed the progress that had been made by Harrisburg, which realistically, in the grand scheme of this map, was not a whole lot.
I think the best place to hold here is that you just go all in on a first point defense. You take the composition that's best at first point, you hold one corner, maybe back up, hold the other, and then hopefully for desperation on first point. I think if you let them get that first point, they're going to easily beat your marker on second.
You had to play close, play a lot for environmental kills. That's why it wouldn't shock me very much to see more of that Orisa brought in here. Defensively, I feel like she definitely makes a lot more sense and can punish attacking teams as they try and approach past the canals and if they try and go around the corner. But again, as we said before, if Hypnot sees this Orisa as his enemy main tank, he will probably tell Mac to speed boost his team forward, and they're just going to walk past the Orisa shield. They got Aether here on that Sombra, so that is one thing I would have liked to have seen a little bit more from Harrisburg in that first half, is trying to get that Sombra in more. You're trying to beat a GOATS comp, which is a 3 tank, 3 support composition. With a Farah, you're much better trying to use an Ana instead of the Moira, and use a Sombra. Farah doesn't quite do enough consistent damage to really find pitch. She splashes damage well, she definitely charges her ultimate nicely, but she doesn't find clean kills, and that's been the issue.
That's the question. Farah and what, right? So Farah and Tracer could work out really well, because you tag someone with a rocket, you call it, and Tracer's in there.
She follows up, yep.
Farah Genji works out really well, because you tag someone with a rocket, you call it, he dashes in. It's actually even better, because you get that kill, you dash, and you can kind of combo those things together. But Farah alone, even with damage boost,
she doesn't have the rate of fire to complete kills when her target's
not
getting
anymore.
healed.
On the PTR, though.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, God help us all. I like Farah, that's fine with me. So Mask is on Sombra duty right now, so you see that he actually fired a Sonic Arrow to the left-hand side. So he would have early warning if there was a Sombra, and that's why we see the Orisa on defense here. If not, gets pulled down into the depths, as it were. That's that use of Hulk. So Retna wants to play pretty close on this pick, and we'll probably see Maryville maybe try and flank a couple players around on that left-hand side. They have access to an alleyway. They can get them behind where Retna is standing right now, or they just charge forward and try and remove Retna. But Snooze is missing as well, so Swish is doing his job, being that assassin in the back line.
Well, they did exactly what you mentioned, though. They're going to speed boost in with the Lucio, give the Reinhardt the bubble, and walk right past that Orisa shield. So they've taken away this first corner at least.
That's so filthy.
The eraser right there comes through the sky at 90% charge. You're just deleting everyone. You force out the resurrection, but I don't know. That's a weird spot to be rezzing as well. Might just get punished.
You've got to respect that Xayah. I mean, she can still hit you with that lance from low ground if you fly close enough. Now, Vimpy gets taken down. He just resurrected Crate. But it's a man advantage or player advantage here for Maryville pushing up. And they're still taking their time because they know they've got a lot of it. And they know they only need to get one checkpoint, about 1.5 checkpoints throughout the map. As you can see them there, the rockets are raining down, and that's why Crate is on this pick. But they've lost Vinpin yet again. The Mercy's again missing, so Crate needed to get that 2K. In fact, he probably even needs more than that. He gets put to sleep, but Retna quickly puts a barrier in front of him to keep him alive and allow him to have those sweet dreams.
It's pretty impressive that his Mercy died and then he gets 2 kills by himself. What's more impressive is that Mac just killed a Pharah on a Lucio. Well done, Mac, with a 2K there.
The DPS Lucio, I'm here for it.
Yeah, been reading all those forum threads, so that's the Lucio I was going to my team.
Reddit Lucio?
Yeah, very much back and forth between these two teams, but the offense does seem to eventually get enough kills. They've taken on the Supercharger. There goes Sombra. There goes Mercy yet again.
Oh, this fight's over, X. Really, they're going to struggle to get here at all.
I've not been impressed with the pharmacy combination from Harrisburg at all today. No matter what the stage has been, it just hasn't come through with enough.
Well, Rat going to go down there to Gunther, so the Brigitte here are actually starting to get a little bit of value for Harrisburg. And honestly, if they use the Pharah here, even the Orisa, they can try and play close around that choke point, that little tunnel. And yet, as soon as I say that, they lose the 2 most important heroes. You don't want to see this at all. I definitely don't want to see that and get caught out. And I've got to say, Maryville really good at capitalizing on those errors that their opponents are making.
Harrisburg is going to stick with this composition just largely based on the percentages that they're at. You've got Valkyrie available for the Mercy, makes her a very difficult target to kill, and she's died way too often so far for my liking. And you have another barrage ready, so they're going to give Pharmacy at least one more go here.
All right, oh, that's a cheeky little bit of tech out the window. Oh!
Very cute.
Guru! I love it. That's some 4D chess kind of stuff. And Mask and Vimpin yet again going down. The Mercy is such an important hero. If you're going to bring a Mercy, you must keep her alive. And Harrisburg have been unable to do that so far. Guru, quite the genius play there with that self-destruct. And now it looks like Harrisburg are going to get put back in their spawn pretty comfortably. Hypno cleans up Vimpin yet again. He has died many, many times on that Mercy pick. This game has not achieved value that his team were looking for. And Maryville are very, very close to finishing this one off in style. They've got 3 minutes and 5 seconds still remaining, and they're going to get there now. Ratner just trying to hold on, but again, he does very little on his own as a Winston against so much damage. There it is! Map number 2 for Maryville.
What was once a best of 3, best of 5 is now a best of 3. That's how far we've come. It could not be any closer.
This is boiled down to a best of 3, that's right. So you can actually just throw out every other map before this one and consider only the next 3. And that's because in our 3rd best of 5, these 2 teams are 1-1 now, which is something we never saw. So when Maryville won their series, we didn't see any wins from Harrisburg. When Harrisburg won their series, Maryville didn't win a map. Now we have, on our 3rd time lucky, the most competitive series thus far. Rialto, definitely not a pick we expected. Perhaps Harrisburg weren't ready for that either.
Perhaps. I think at a certain point, maybe you have this idea that Pharah and Mercy's going to work. I haven't seen it work yet for them at all. And it's not just that it's not working, it's not being effective. They're dying to strange things in strange ways. When your Pharah and your Mercy are dying to Lucio kills, and that something is off. It's
Why
just
is that
not
a
working.
thing?
Yes. and so I think we see this a lot with teams at every level of trying to outthink themselves. Where they're playing towards a comp. They're playing towards a meta. They're, well, this works against this meta. Play what you're best at. You know, I think you're giving up too much of the skill rating to go down and play a Pharah where Crate was a great diva. You know, there's a lot of things that they're giving up just to try to play in a theory crafting area, and it's just not working.
Yeah, it's clear to see that Harrisburg had an idea. The problem is, I think, when you're speaking to the Maryville guys, it's like, yeah, we see this GOATS composition, this 3 tank, 3 support composition, but we just try and play a similar comp with a couple tweaks. So we bring Ana in as our supporter instead of the Moira, and we just use Sombra. Just get her to hack people. Get her to prevent the enemy Reinhardt from keeping his shield up. Get him to EMP the entire team and make it so they could face roll as much as they'd like in their keyboard and not actually be able to take any action. So a little tweak that changes the face of your team. It ultimately changes a lot of your objectives during those fights, but it gives you a lot more healing. You know, it's very robust playing with that Ana in the backline. You can see that Snooze is taking advantage of the space he's been given. A lot of those nano boosts are being sort of charged up. And Temple of Anubis would be our third map in this series. And again, you know, you have to think in that previous series, it was all about Maryville.
It was not very close. This is not a map that Harrisburg is good at, so I would like to see them run their default heroes that they are good at. Start on your Genji, start on your Doomfist. That's what Mask sells at most. He hasn't had enormous Brigitte plays, and it's hard to have enormous Brigitte plays, but it seems like his impact is much lesser than when he's on the Genji, when he's on these very snowbally DPS heroes from all the games I've watched them play. It's his best hero. Keep Swish on the Sombra, which he was crushing on in the first set. Just stop messing with what works.
Yeah, I agree.
It wasn't broke. Don't fix
The
it.
Genji Sombra composition, I think, is the best for these guys. I think it's a little bit tough for Gunther to get a lot done on that Zenyatta, especially when you know that, like we're seeing Genji, Doomfist, Sombra, Widowmaker, Tracer available from Maryville. So a lot of those DPS heroes that can very much easily threaten the less mobile, the less durable supports that you bring.
But you know, when I saw them be most successful with this particular composition, they were running it in kind of squads. And what I mean by that, they pair off. So the Sombra and the Genji are working together very closely. The Zenyatta is always going to be under fire, but guess who's there? Krait's always there to keep him alive. He's peeling for him. He's living in the defense matrix. No damage.
Interlinked buddy system.
Exactly. That's, you know, always bring a buddy when you go to the beach. And then Vinpin and the Winston are, you know, swimming buddies. You don't want to drown alone, you know. Anyway, so they're together as well. So he'll dive in, but he's getting all this healing coming through from the long distance healer in Ana. So that's when it works their best, is when they're communicating in pairs like that. I like that they're running this composition. Now it's all about execution.
And that's where all the proof is, like you said. On the attacking side, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Maryville. And again, they looked much better on this map prior, but Harrisburg have had a chance. Okay. Well, Rat.
Yep, Switch is pretty good at Sombra.
Yeah.
Glad he's on the Sombra.
We're sending you back home with a do not return logo. Not ideal. I mean, that's nicely played. So what we saw there, Swish playing very close. He knew if there would be a Widowmaker, that Rat would probably be sitting back a little bit and waiting to get a lay of the land before he did anything.
Oh, that's
now,
just learning.
losing Rat doesn't really doesn't hurt Maryville too much, because Rat can just grapple up onto the high ground and return to the fight. So he doesn't have to be in the fray to contribute as Widowmaker as a sniper hero.
Really nice play there by the Winston from Maryville, though, as Aether got hacked and then the bubble just comes down over that. Nice peel by the tanks to protect their squishier allies. That Winston's purple. No follow through. Look, they're playing as a squad up here. They're keeping each other alive.
Yeah, Hypnot going down here. Mask eventually going to fall, but he gets at least the trade. Gunther, this is what I was saying. Playing the Zenyatta. It's a jungle out there, I'll be honest with you, especially with all the Winstons swinging through the branches. Retina going down. Very much sort of one-for-one trades here in the fight. And this is excellent for Harrisburg, right? They're more than happy to have a bit of a brawl here, especially when they can slow Guru down and force him to go back for healing. But if they're not careful, Harrisburg don't spawn as close to the point here. They want to try and clean fights off.
That's exactly the point. Krait might actually go down here. He's getting overwhelmed, but I think he's always going to get out of this fight right now. But now you've got an uncontested Widow on the low ground here. They have to play differently. A nice couple of kills, at least at DMAX.
Once again.
But where's the peel?
Well, no one's going to help Gunther there. It's not possible. There's too much pressure already being put on the Harrisburg team right now, and he's going one-on-one against Genji. In that case, like, your team just says to you, I'm sorry, man, you're on your own.
Yeah, it was a really nice play. He must have been respawning there, and that's just knowing the timing of when the respawn's going to come through, and you simply cut him off.
It may have been a call-out as well.
Zenyatta's almost never going to win that 1v1. Not again. You can do it against a Tracer. You're not doing it against Genji.
Couple players in the Overwatch League sort of win that more often than not, but it's very rare.
Not if he has deflect up. You're just losing it.
Yeah, you have to hold that right click until the deflect's finished. Aether, Dragon Blade comes out here, but Mask was already the first to fall. Care of Hypnot. Good setup on the point here for Maryville, as Krait is now down, and all the tanks are gone for Harrisburg. And you can see on some of the face cams here, Maryville players just trying to calm each other down. This is a stagger, so they're going to leave the Zenyatta alive. And Gunther's not going to be with the team. This means that Maryville are going to try and capture it right now.
At least he got Snooze there during that engagement, perhaps going a little too harsh there. They're going to have to wait for this old Grandma to come back.
So that was a mistake. There was supposed to be a defense matrix preventing Gunther from actually getting any kills. And losing Hypnot here to Krait, That is a
They
big
can't
stop
go in.
sign.
You would love to go in immediately after you capture first point, but they got greedy on the stagger, unable to execute the stagger properly, and now they have to wait and reset here. Now they will be able to have a nano boost on the defense. This should very likely go to Retina. Or Diva.
I
and
would
maybe
be
Crate.
Yeah, I mean, again, Retina probably should get it. It would get him to his primal rage pretty quickly, which means that he'd just be able to hang around in the fight for so long. So Retina dropped in there. You can see that Mask is actually lingering back a little bit here because if he sort of walks face first into Rat, the other Doomfist, we could have an interesting interaction where either one of them could get instantly sort of removed by the rocket punch. Your glass cannons as Doomfist, that's your job. Gunther gets taken down already, though, but Crate and Retina are there, so the defense actually standing up pretty well early on.
Guys,
And this is because we're seeing Maryville try and bring in this dive composition, but then they're sort of walking up to the point.
Yeah, it was strange. They saw the Winston coming back, and I thought it was a mistake early on because they lost Gunther, but it was kind of a sacrifice. It's like, it's like the lamb in Jurassic Park. He's just sitting there, they're waiting for it, but then all of a sudden they get 2 kills, and that's all you need on defense.
I'm looking at the big check marks here, the ticks in the boxes for a lot of these players. Big ultimates are online. Namely Nano Boost for Snooze. Of course, Gunther has that Transcendence, which can sort of reciprocate and give a lot of killing over the rest of his team. Snooze needs to hit a big bio grenade. He just got hit by one himself, but Rat's already down to Vimpin, so this will slow things up for Maryville.
So slow going here on the offense.
Yeah,
With
they
that
can't do
one
much.
kill, that's it. That's it.
Why'd they sound barrier this? This is so interesting. I think, honestly, Matt going for the sound barrier in this fight, Hex, doesn't make a lot of sense. They'd already lost a very key player, and they were looking like they were going to lose the fight anyway, and yet they invest a very important defensive ultimate in a fight that they realistically were not going to win.
It might have been bang bang. Maybe you start that sound barrier. We've seen some very high sound barriers starting, and then he dies, and then you land. The sound barrier actually hits. So it's hard to really tell in this situation. I'm more concerned that they just ended up using the nano boost late as well. This is the resets have not been clean for either team today.
Okay, look, a lot of ultimates here being used by Harrisburg. They're definitely being put a little bit on edge by Maryville as they're sort of encroaching on their territory. And now, well, EMP was just using that previous fight. And credit to Maryville, they're disengaged. And now they're ready to go again. They got Aether with the Dragon Blade, and he gets stunned up immediately. Can he get away from the self-destruct? He can. He ducks back into the catacombs, but it's been a tough day at the races for him. He's always had Aether in his face, and there's Zenyatta. It's tough for him to really hang around with a lot of these fights. 2 picks have been generated here for Maryville, but again, Harrisburg looked like they've regained control.
3 kills all it's going to take once you get those, and now Mask going to push them out with authority here. They're going to get knocked away. They might just chase that all the way back. They decide to let them live. No, Aether will go down. Retina says, I don't need anyone helping me. I'll chase him down myself. Totally fine, because if he dies out there, he's going to respawn by the time that offense comes in anyway. A little over 2 minutes left on the offensive push here so far. The defense for Harrisburg showing up strong.
That's definitely a fight. Where Maryville don't have that many more ultimates than Harrisburg, actually. They needed to get a lot of value out of the Dragon Blade. Unfortunately, the kills were a little bit too few and far between, and the follow-up wasn't really there. It's tough to open this point with just one of those Genji ultimates. You definitely need a little bit more. Now both of these teams have a lot of ultimate abilities available to them this time around. Meteor Strike, when will that come? We'll see if that finds a kill. It's going to be EMP. Meteor Strike follows up now, and yes, it's going to be Harrisburg getting very aggressive. They say, get off our Lord! They're going to push him out the front door. Again, a lot of ultimates committed to that fight by Harrisburg,
I don't like that fight. I don't like that fight at all. Yes, they win it, but they committed 4 ultimates. The moment those start coming out and you're Maryville and you lose 1 or 2 guys, you're like, this is good for us. This is an eco rush that they forced upon us. They used 4 ultimates. They win a fight outside the gate, but now they've opened the window. This is going to be the best possible push that Maryville's had all game.
So they're just trying not to get defenestrated now. Is that right?
Thrown out a window. There it is. I know you listen to me sometimes.
Oh, yeah. Okay, here we go. There's going to be Primal Rage here used for Hypnot. So all of those defensive ultimates are coming out right now for Maryville. They are very intent on winning this fight, and they've started it well. Retina and Mars have gone down. They're going to move on to the point, take this piecemeal. Switch gets removed, and you can see what I like that Maryville did here. They chased the players, not the point. They moved off the objective to make sure that they were going to be uncontested when it came time to capture And now that's the EMP now being used. Big Bionade, in all fairness, coming out there from Vinpin, but it's going to need to follow up as well. Self-destruct into the back line, and they lost Retina. That's not what you want. It's going to be a very tough one for Harrisburg to bring this one back.
There was a nano fist somewhere in there, but so far there's been no defensive kills. Got to get at least 1 or 2 here to start bringing it back, but we're reaching the tipping point where they've been on this point too long. The respawns are going to start taking longer, and this one looks like it's all over but the crying unless we get a miracle out of Harrisburg.
Yeah, Retina gets a very big personal shield from all the enemies that were surrounding him, but even Wrecking Ball can't hang around against 6 players. Oh, Meteor Strike, no, he's going to get stunned immediately. Switchback Hypnon actually gets an EMP. There might be an opportunity here for Harrisburg to come back in. It looked like a lost fight, and it may well still be, and that's Aether's EMP coming out to respond. There was a glimmer, a gleam of hope, but no, it will be Maryville that get across the line here and finish the map, although with very little time left in their bank.
I've seen this Harrisburg team take fights on Anubis like that outside the gate where they use EMP and self-destruct, and it's good. I think I'm okay with that fight if they use 2 ultimates. Using 4 ultimates on a fight that wasn't even started yet probably led to the big advantage that Maryville had in that last fight.
Straight away. He said, I don't like this fight. Yes,
Yeah.
they won this fight, but did they really win?
Yeah, they spent too much. You know, they outspent their budget. There was no reason to use everything there. And I think it was a really smart call by Maryville, the way they reacted to it. They're like, oh, good, they're using alts. We don't need to use any. They want to keep throwing them at
we'll lose this fight gladly. Hey, if you want to use that sound barrier, that's totally fine with me. You won't have it for next.
And there might have been a case there, too, that you could argue that Gunther probably should have switched to Lucio or something else earlier because he was getting absolutely abused on Zenyatta, and you have to know when to fold it at that point. If your team is not going to be in a position to protect you ever as Zen, then you're not getting the value out of Discord. Your healing is not there, because if you're
getting less transcendences because you're not alive for that long.
You're not alive enough to do the healing on your tanks.
Zenyatta's speed in terms of charging his ultimate is generally directly proportional to the time he spends alive because he's just giving healing per second to his teammates.
Well, and the damage you can do, right? The damage you can do, but you can't do any of that when you're in spawn the entire time, and they just picked on him. This is what made Maryville start coming back in the second series. They started picking on the back line, and if they're going to pick on you, you have to do something to switch it up. You got to switch to a Brigitte, switch to a Lucio, so when they come after you, you can at least boop them away.
So I like this a lot more. Gunther now is going to be playing at Lucio. Again, there's nothing wrong with playing it on defense. You do not need a Zenyatta, especially when Transcendence is so easily shut down by Bardic Grenade now.
Right.
And Snooze has been doing that all day long.
And when other teams are always running like a Sombra and then a Doomfist, like Zen is just tough to play right now.
A lot of things that threaten him, especially against these dive compositions. So out of the gates now, Harrisburg need to finish the map now. If they do it quickly, then that's even better because their opponents don't have any time left in the bank. Maryville only finished in overtime. So it's quite possible that Harrisburg can get a huge advantage here early on. Let's see how sharp, how squeaky clean this dive is.
I like this left side push because it allows your Genji to get up here. You want your Genji up here. The Widow knows he's there. They're going to try to take down this mine. Widow's danced all the way to the other side. That Widow's stuck there for a second now, though, because you know she just used her grapple to get over
I'm okay with this as well. You're causing Rat to have to split his attention between you and the rest of your team, who are able now pretty much to get through into this complex, essentially scot-free. Rat, is too afraid to spend too much time trying to shoot Lucio's when there is a Genji that's at large and encroaching on his territory, and he's found him! Mask finally springs the trap, and the Rat is no more. Snooze can still operate from this high ground, but losing that Widowmaker, Snooze is definitely going to be fearing for his life now. And you see immediately trying to get the healing on Hypnotic was Bardic Grenaded for a brief moment, but great disengagement. That Junkrat from Aether is getting value.
The Junkrat took down 2, and the most important 2, that is all the heals now gone for this team. But Great shows up big, gets himself a 2 spot of his own. Cat comes in, this one's not over yet. Undecided on the point thus far.
Doomfist flying through now. Rat switching off the Widowmaker, says he's sick of being hunted by the enemy Genji, and I don't really blame him now. It's going to be a nano boost here, used on towards Hypnot once again, dedicated both Winstons. Get electrified, and this could be nasty. Riptire, where is it going? On the Sombra! Yep, swish. He's missing it.
It's a nice Riptire there towards the end to bring it back. Quorum's trying to stabilize on this defense. The nade ends up taking down Rat too, so it's back and forth yet again. None of these fights have been ultra clean right now. Guru trying to take down his counterpart as the offense continues to push, but offense might have to regroup here. They've lost too much.
Crate desuited. They're still going to try and stretch this sound barrier as far as they possibly can, and they have good positioning. Hypnot's actually now missing off on the tip of the spear for Maryville. now just not a factor anymore. Both divas have done so much work. Look at that. Guru shuts down Vinpin again. Tough to sort of deal with Anna when you're such a big target. But Snooze and Aether don't get off scot-free either. Mask comes in with a Dragon Blade, but he actually just gets punched up by Rat during his Dragon Blade. So that's a feels bad, man. And Harrisburg now look like they have an opportunity to really properly take this point. Hypnot has returned to the fight, though, and these fights have been very close.
It's been so back and forth. No one's actually reset on either side. This fight's been going on for 2 to 3 minutes now, non-stop, but eventually the tide will turn for the Storm. They're able to take first point. Gunther, that's why I wanted him on Lucio. Look at that. Gets himself a nice kill. Able to taxi back the Sombra.
Just hold mouth utility. Give out those, those free ruptured eardrums, that free tinnitus. Just hand it out. That's fine, fam. Give me them sound barriers when you need them. I'm all about it.
It's nice positioning here by Crate to get some free damage.
Very
and he's wait for the rest of his team. He feels pretty comfortable back there, though. One of the shields cracked. This might be time to self-destruct even by itself because you saw the bubble just die.
Oh, he's going to send it in as well. There's a self-destruct and an EMP to follow it up. Can they go? No! And maybe, just maybe, the bell is about to toll for Maryville on this map. It's a 3-man self-destruct. And now a big body grenade to follow it up there. Guru gets knocked out of his mech. Hypnot just disintegrates now under the pressure, and the entirety of the Harrisburg University team, they're bringing the storm. The Doofus comes out here. Snooze manages to find Vinpin in this fight, but Rat is in trouble. Beleaguered, beset on all sides, and Retina now goes for that primal rage. The first swing gets Rat, the second gets Snooze. He's going to make it very hard for Maryville to get out of their spawn. What a huge turn of events now. The hometown heroes, they need to face down the sound barrier here of Maryville. It's going to give them a little bit more staying power. It has expired now. A good opportunity to disengage briefly for Harrisburg. They may not want to continue the fight, or they may just want to take their time. But they've got 2 ticks, Hex. They're well ahead in that time bank, and they can continue to fight now. There might be a D-suit there on Guru if they chase it.
It's took too long to actually completely clean that point up, but now they're going to start getting back to ultimates again, so they disengage only briefly, but Mask is back in on Tracer, one of his other go-to heroes, gets himself a triple.
EMP, that's big, the discipline. Fantastic from Harrisburg. They take a breather, they disengage, and they come back with the goods. And now the Storm set themselves up in a fantastic position to win Temple of Anubis. It's not over yet. But they have 3 minutes and 35 seconds, and all that Harrisburg need to do is capture 1/3 of that point A. It's not a big ask. They are so far ahead right now.
And they certainly will not lose Temple of Anubis. Worst case scenario now is a draw. They get a free roll at a win. They just need 33% progress on the first point, and they will take the lead in this series on the map that's just given them all sorts of trouble.
Free rides, free rolls, free wins. That's what they're looking for right now. That will be the second map in this series that would put them in position to sort of end this series. And if I'm not mistaken, this was not Harrisburg's map choice, right? So, if they're
I would doubt it, yeah.
If they're out here beating Maryville on their chosen map and they get to choose the next map, that is just the perfect run home for this home team. You can't ask for much more. I mean, that self-destruct was so beautifully paired, and the biggest part was Swish gets an EMP. So normally you can escape from a self-destruct, normally you can put your shield up, but when you get EMP'd, you can't really avoid that explosion.
The angle was perfect. It's where they buttered their bread. In all the games I've seen them is getting that EMP into the self-destruct.
Do they put jam on it?
What's jam?
Jelly? Do they put jelly on it? So you guys call it jelly. We call it jam.
I don't know. What, you mean preserves?
Yeah.
I'm just messing with you.
What preserves? No one calls it that, bro. 500? All right. Well, Aether now sitting back. Again, defensive Genji is interesting. I will be honest with you. No Sombra, by the way, on the side of Maryville either. So they really just want to dive and dive all day long. And this is risky. There's a lot of flimsiness to this sort of conversation. You see, Aether has to back away. Yeah, he runs off to try and get some health, and he's given a healing pack from Rat there. Obviously, Brigitte does heal, apparently. She can heal sometimes. More often than not, she's beating your head in with her mace, but,
I mean, that healing pack is actually a really good
It gives armor as well.
Yes, it's very easy to use. Long distance healing across the map. You just smash a button. It's got a very low cooldown, so she is a support at heart, I suppose. I will begrudgingly admit.
Look at this, though. Look at this. Again, I've said discipline a couple times for Harrisburg. Look at how slowly and patiently they're playing this. They're not overdiving. They have a composition, Harrisburg, that might indicate a desire to get aggressive and dive the back line. Now they might have to do that, though, because Aether's been hanging around, and you let him get his Dragon Blade, you give him a nano boost, and he's going to clean you up.
No, you just take it. Just take it right now. Totally fine. This is something you're completely fine with.
Yeah, so you say, yes, sir, thank you, sir, may I have another sir?
They use 2 ultimates, but you don't care. You're setting up your ults. That's all you're really trying to do. Kraid's going to die late. It doesn't matter. They want self-destruct. They want EMP. They can open this up by nanoing Winston. By the time that's done, Retina's going to have his. You could maybe even nano the Genji, let Mask just win the map for you. That's a completely fine fight for you. You're fine getting wiped
and
right
I think
there.
the reality of the situation is definitely settling in for Maryville now. They realize, okay, well, they're going to do the same thing to us. And the problem is, they can afford to lose 3 or 4 fights. We can afford to lose 0 fights.
Yes.
0. They cannot lose a fight right now. And Harrisburg is so close to sort of winning this map entirely. If not, they're punished. He actually doesn't take a heck of a lot of damage there. Vinpin tries to hit him with a Vita Grenade in between the shield and the wall. Sleep Dart. Oh, he gets him, but they wake him up. Hypnon actually gets taken down, so they manage to burst him. Now it's a 6v5 scenario, making it a 6v4. Max missing. Mask gets himself the Dragon Blade. That's 2 kills from him. Ratner chases down Aether, and there's only 2 players left here for Maryville, and that is it. Harrisburg looking to take this map away. Hammer and tongs. Oh, they'd be pleased with this one. They've done it. And they set themselves up in a winning position in this series. Only 1 more map required for the Storm to take away this grand final series.
This is the series that was promised. This is the series we all deserve here at the wonderful HUE Fest. This has been great. And this is why it was always so frustrating to see Mask when it is on Brigida. You saw his Tracer play close out a map. You saw his Genji crush him. I watched this guy dominate his DPS all weekend, and then you put him on Brigida. Come on. You're taking away the flash and the splash.
I really like your flair. I really like your style. Now I want you to wear a grey jumpsuit for the rest of your life. That's basically what that decision looks like in reality.
Yeah.
I look really impressed by that. I think the opening... attacking that second point is very hard to do. And I think up until that point, we didn't necessarily see Harrisburg to be at a great advantage on this particular map, especially because we're using historical data where obviously Maryville looked really good on Temple of Anubis in a previous series. But all it takes is, that skillful combination of ultimates. You hit the EMP, you hit a big self-destruct, all of a sudden the enemy team's missing 3 players. And again, Harrisburg identified that, a huge advantage. They kicked it up a gear, and then they come out with 4 minutes ahead, and they're like, wow, guys, this isn't even our map, really. Yeah. And now we're in a position where all we need is that 1 tick. So the point is they back up a very good defensive effort on Anubis.
Right.
To make sure there's no time left for Maryville. And then they just clean up with a very sick attack. You love to see it.
I just like that they seem to have learned from the mistake they made of overcommitting into a fight and overcommitting ultimates, and then they let it happen to them. Sometimes losing is the right decision, right? So the blade comes out, it's a nano blade, and they just hold everything.
Yeah, we saw that fight. We said, oh, okay. Aether, Maryville getting aggressive here on defense. And Harrisburg just didn't bat an eyelid. They said, yes, we're going to allow this fight to go their way. We have 4 minutes to capture this first point. So let them use their resources. Let them exhaust these valuable ultimates. And we come into the fight. We have a Dragon Blade. We have a Nano Blade.
Right.
It's easy as that.
Overwatch sometimes at its core is just a battle of resource management. I mean, I know that sounds boring. I'm sure it's a college course somewhere in town here, resource management or logistics. Yeah. But that's they use 3, we only use 2. That's an advantage. So the mechanics do matter, but at some levels, when you feel mechanically similar to the other team, it's really about baiting out ultimates. It's a mind game. It's you use this, we're going to use this. That's why I love Overwatch and its depth of play.
Well, and I just love it. This series, I think this series has actually developed its own little mini meta, and the teams have evolved as they played here on the stage. We started off seeing 2 very jittery lineups. So we started seeing Maryville definitely not playing up to what we expected from them. They look better in that second series.
Right.
But now Harrisburg recovered from a shocking second series. Look, they look disciplined. They look like they're more than happy to take their time. Obviously, guys, we've gone on pretty long here
with
our
Overwatch
Overwatch tournament.
Series.
So
yeah, it's about as long as it could have gone.
The much-awaited League of Legends tournament will be starting a little bit later on in the day, so do hang around for that. It's going to be happening. But that's what happens when you see 2 hours and go, we should have 3 best-of-5 series, and then the teams really deliver. So I'm not complaining. I don't know anyone that really would complain about that unless you're a League fan, in which case I probably don't follow you on Twitter anyway, so it's a moot point, right?
All right. I'm going to watch League of Legends for the first time in my life today.
All right.
I'm going to come back into the arena and go, I've never watched it. I heard it's good. I like the guys
I
who
will
are
be
casting,
honest,
so yeah.
it's less chaotic than that. But yeah, stick around, of course, for League of Legends after Overwatch.
Name a game that's more chaotic than Overwatch.
Osu.
Yeah, all right.
Correct. But no, you're right. It's a lot to take in. So for those who are, sort of seeing Overwatch for the first time and are seeing a lot of action, this is a hard game to play for a lot of these guys. You really have to be switched on, which is why I'm so much more impressed about this. Hollywood is going to be map number 4 in the series. Now, the score currently in the series is 2-1 in favor of Harrisburg.
Sounds right.
Okay, I see you fact checking me out there.
No,
fam.
every time numbers are said, my brain shuts off for a second. I'm like, that.
You are such a humanities student, bro.
I really am. Hey, man, I know what I'm good at, and I went for it. You know?
I respect it.
All right, fair enough. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. I've yet to find my strengths, but I know my weaknesses.
What do you think here in terms of this defensive setup that we're going to see from Maryville? They are bringing the Sombra, but they still want to play this Winston. They don't want to go for Reinhardt here, which I find super interesting. Redna might just walk in with Ryan here, and then what?
It's interesting that I think they just like the Sombra here no matter what. I think they're anticipating a GOAT's composition, so you want to run a Sombra in that just so you have kill potential. And also, the Sombra out here early on, at least for the first life, will allow you to scout and know what they're running. Because Hollywood's a map that we're not really prepared for. We haven't seen yet today.
Well, Ape is going to be pushing straight in on towards the point. This is an interesting comp, in my opinion, from Harrisburg here. They have Lucio Moira as their sort of support duo here. Ryan and Zaya, and of course they're going to have the Sombra in the mix here. So we'll see. They're taking their time. They got a lot of healing. They're a lot of close-up in the road. Vinpin's really able to keep Harrisburg topped up quite nicely here.
Harrisburg told me earlier today that they were looking forward to Hollywood, that they have some strategies on here that we might not see. Now, this makes sense as a strategy for Hollywood because you want to get on the point and fight as much as humanly possible on the point. See a speed boost, and you get the Moira there. Shatter already comes down, though they've lost Mask early on the Zarya, trading back and forth.
Ren is wrecking all the nice China in the cafe. Big charge as well. Hypnot goes down to the Coalescence, and despite an admirable employment of the Biotic Grenade from Snooze, it's not enough, and this fight it's a wash.
That's the tactic that you want to run, and now they're going to have some ultimates to use. The only casualty of that first fight was Mask. We'll see if they run the Zarya.
Maybe Maryville's dignity as well, but...
Well, that goes without saying, really. Now on the second point, this is why I love Hollywood as a map. It's one of my favorite maps in the entire game, because second is very different from first. These buildings are enormous. You need a lot of verticality. Generally, you see some changes here. I'd be surprised if they stay on the Zarya that much longer, unless they really want to go ground and pound. But then you can send a Junkrat up on the defense and just start raining death from above.
I think this Moira pick is so interesting. We're seeing less of it nowadays. You kind of expect it to be Ana instead, but they're still getting value from it, in all fairness. Gunther is taken down by Hypnot here, so that defensive effort from Maryville is starting to really kick into gear a little bit more, and he has primal rage if he really needs to go for it. I think now this is where you solidify a lot if you're Maryville.
They should be able to hold. I would expect changes here from the side of Harrisburg, and that's exactly what I was expecting. Mask is going to be off the Zarya. They're going to probably switch away from a largely tank-heavy composition. You might stick with a Reinhardt because he's getting close enough to Shatter. You might stick with a couple of these things, but Mask going to the Widow makes a world of sense. This used to be Widow's best playground, a section of the map we call Westworld now.
Yeah, the Westworld phase is right. Look, in all fairness, this is pretty wishful thinking from Mask, I feel. He wants to play this Widow into, a kind of a dive composition against this Winston. You see Hypnot, he's more than happy to get into the back line. See Mask now obviously tasting the monkey fist as he just leaps in there with that primal rage. And we're getting a heck of a lot done though. Losing Snooze there to a biotic orb from Vinpin is not what you want to see. But Guru and Mac are able just to help stabilize things a little bit more. Maryville have given ground here.
Yeah,
they've spent some ultimates.
A lot of free push happening onto the point there, so they're able to get some of the push going here. Probably only one more fight, if I'm being realistic. If they win around this bend, they will be able to push and get to the checkpoint. And now the Shatter is ready. What can stop the Shatter there? The Winston bubble is going to fall, but then the Shatter's going to be wide open.
Yeah, Retna lets it go there as well. What stopped the Shatter? Well, only the Shatterer there. Retna doesn't really get much out of that at all. Guru gets 2 with that self-destruct because Retna was too busy charging on forward. A moment of rashness, a moment of over-aggression there for Harrisburg, and it's cost them dearly. They spent ultimates in that fight. But they don't get that back.
That is a perfect response, though, if you're going to get Shattered, because I think they knew it. The moment that bubble dropped, you saw everyone retreating, so they didn't get a full value Shatter. And then you know how Rhines react to when they get anything. So you send the self-destruct over the top, you get the free kills that they're giving you, and now you still hold on defense.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I think, Ratner forced the issue in a big way. Now, it's no surprise to see him switch over towards the Winston here. But again, as Ryan, I think you do a lot against this composition if you try and play close together, but the EMP starts off just a brutal fight for Maryville as they plummet into the back line. Mask and Gunther both fall into Rat. We saw his Tracer actually in the first series quite a lot, very prolific on that pick. And this is why I said, should Mask be playing Widowmaker? Probably not. He's now on that Tracer, which is going to give him a little bit more survivability. But it's clear, Hex, that Harrisburg don't have the answer right now, and they're looking for it.
Yeah, it surprises me because they told me they had a plan that they really liked Hollywood, and I was looking forward to it. I love this map as well, but EMP should come out here if they see enough targets, but Rat takes down the Ana, so now it's back to the drawing board. You can't really push without your Ana, and they need to find an answer for Rat. Maybe Swish has to use this EMP and go to McCree.
And see, look at these kills are coming in sort of in drips and drabs. Like Crate falls down now. Maybe we'll see, Mask has to go back towards spawn, and this means it's just going to take even longer before Harrisburg can actually have 6 players in fighting form. And they're losing time. Look, they've got 1 minute and 44 seconds left, Hex.
They're going to have to go back to what has got them here and what's won the maps. EMP is ready, self-destruct is ready. Can you find an angle? The thing is that Maryville's playing very far apart. They're spread out, so an EMP self-destruct is only going to get you 2, maybe?
Yeah, Hypno wants to drop in now with that nano boost. Very angry Winston now. Self-destruct in the back. Crate gets 2 this time as well, and he gets 2 supports. So much value for that, and yet Harrisburg are still not able to proceed right now. They get a couple of massive picks in these fights, but they keep losing players like Mars, players like Vinpin. They lose them late. So despite, a 2-kill scenario for Crate is fantastic, for Crate, sorry.
Yeah.
But the rest of his team just fall apart.
I mean, the important thing is that EMP into self-destruct, like I predicted, got 2, so I'm going to go buy a lottery ticket to finish out the cast.
You could do that. When are we going to the Bahamas, bro?
As soon as I win that Powerball, buddy. All right, so we do have a lot of ultimates up for the Maryville team, right? There's going to be another EMP ready. They also are getting towards a pulse bomb. The EMP comes out and keeps trying to take the same angle, and none of it's working.
Yeah, sound barrier at least, works out pretty well here for Maryville now. Mask goes down, so they've lost the Brigitte again. And look, you've been critical of Mask's Brigitte so far, Hex. You've said it's not been the play, it's not worked out for them, and I have to agree. Now with Swish falling down in a fight where both teams invested significant ultimate economy into, there is one more fight left for Harrisburg on this map. 1. And they have 12 seconds to get to the payload. Look, we're asking for a lot here. They really have to bring the thunder.
They will be able to touch because they're going to run their Winston in, and he's safe for a while. He has Primal Rage. You can pop it if he needs to. That'll get him up to 1,000 HP. But you have to keep a body on this cart. There it is. That's a nice early kill with that Primal Rage from Retna.
Great. That's a huge pile driver. Rat just walked under it. Unbeknownst to him, it was going to be the instrument of his ultimate demise. Self-destruct drops in there. Doesn't find any value. Retna actually pops out of that Primal Rage here, and it's a desperate attempt for Guru over the payload to try and keep his team alive in this one, but finally, Harrisburg find the golden ticket. But the question is, can they make it to the chocolate factory, X?
These cardiac kids have been clutching it out all day in their very last fights here. We'll see if they got it. Mask did pop the rally. You can see the remnants of that armor still on everybody. You just don't want to die with ults here. You use Nano right off the bat, his EMP if you have to.
Yeah, Swish is going to set up for that one. He lets it go pretty quickly. As soon as the first couple players from Maryville peek out from that second stage, he uses it immediately. Crate there gets EMP'd himself. Hammond can't do too much. He's very helpless in that scenario with Hypnot. This is when he gets to go up here. Look for those picks, but Gunther deals an Aether now. Hypnot in Primal Rage, trying to keep them off the payload, but Mac, he's going to get taken down. Bretton getting a lot of value on the Winston himself. Both Wistons trying to stay alive, and now Guru returns to the fray. 2 players from Maryville on the payload, keeping it going, but Hypnot finally succumbs to all the damage being thrown in his direction, and it looks like Harrisburg, they keep themselves above water, and they buy their way into the final stage of Hollywood.
Gunther's Lucio play has been nothing short of phenomenal against this Sombra. Yet again, the counter EMP came out late from Maryville. Gunther was hiding. He gets the barrier down, so everyone lives through that. They are able to get the second point. Another minute on the clock. That's 1 or 2 pushes. This one, if they want to finish it, will likely be in overtime.
I mean, there are so many teams that have been in Harrisburg's position and have just failed and rolled over and accepted their fate in that Westworld stage of the map. The fact that they persisted and made it through to here speaks volumes about them, and now they have an opportunity to continue to increase that gap. Look, they've got a nano boost here from Vinpin. Brennan, as long as he doesn't go for the Primal Rage, I think he can do a lot of work with that one. Hold on to it. Sound barrier comes out here. Note that the Snooze didn't get the barrier, and the EMP comes out. That barrier is taken away from everyone in Maryville. Rat and Hypnot are missing, not only losing their health and their barriers, but also their 2 most important players, and Aether is not far behind them. This is a power play right now for Harrisburg, and they are very close to finishing the map. 27 seconds remain.
The moment you see that barrier drop as Lucio on the other side, you're just licking your licks of Sombra. You know that you're just going to rip all those shields off with your EMP. That's the timing that you're looking for. They're about to finish this map. They were about to be closed out about 10 feet into second. And what a turnaround for Harrisburg.
The wrecking ball for Crate. Denning Valley once again. Rat goes down. Self-destruct thrown in here and actually affects Vinpin. No! This might have gone wrong. Harrisburg had all the momentum, but now they've thrown it to the 4 wins. And it will be Maryville in the final seconds able to regain control and some composure. And by God, they're going to need it in the next half.
That is a great turnaround, though, for being as against the wall as they were in Westworld. And again, it's sometimes they just pull it out of nowhere, where one ultimate leads to another
That's
ultimate.
what they did on Temple of Anubis
Exactly.
as well.
They start with Primal, they get in there, then they get a rally that comes in. It buys them the time to get up a barrier, buys them a time to get up an EMP. And just as they're about to lose a fight, another one comes online. They smash Q on their keyboard and keep it going. That's such an impressive turnaround. And as you said, morally, it's hard to really keep fighting at that point. 18 seconds, one ultimate on the board.
You don't feel great.
Yeah, someone go touch the cart, I guess. But we're not going to see a second half of Hollywood. Either this cart is going to exceed the progress on last point and we'll go to a 5th, or Harrisburg going to be your HUE Fest champions.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. This is the map. They are within striking distance of the title and the trophy. But what we need to see from them is a stalwart and stoic defensive effort. They definitely need to hold back. Generally a very ferocious, very aggressive Maryville team. So the defensive setup will consist of this Orisa pick. It's I find really, interesting from Retina. He's going to be, bringing Orisa. This definitely makes me think, okay, they probably want to set up a little bit more around this cafe area. It's a very static way to play, generally because your team just wants to stand close by that Orisa. Now, it can be a tough nut to crack sometimes. It's like, who are the vulnerable targets that we can sort of pick out here? Vinpin, yes, is technically, he and Mask are the squishiest of the heroes, but getting access to them past that Orisa barrier can be extremely hard to do. So Aether's Genji needs to do work.
Early on in Overwatch, when Hollywood was first released, everyone used to hold in that upper level of what we call the cafe up there. Do you hold up there with a Soldier 76 or a Reinhardt? I wonder if we're going to see a return to that with Swish scouting on the Sombra and then everyone up top, so that if they try to dive you, Junkrat's there and Brigida's there. And if you want to take the point, you're just going to eat nades from up top. So it's going to be super interesting to see where they set up with this kind of unorthodox composition. Already scaring the Sombra away. She has to get out and translocate.
Swish gets himself 21% though towards his ultimate, and Aether is actually, he's not having it. He doesn't want to play Genji here. What does he go for? He goes for Sombra himself, perhaps? Pharah. He's going for the Pharah without a Mercy. So does Mac go back and switch as well?
Maybe.
This is ballsy, man.
This is strange. I mean, Snooze is going to high priority him, right? And also, they might just be using it for a concussion or to crack shields.
Well, again, also to punish Mask. I mean, Pharah does so much work to Junkrat, but look at this Aether. He's down to 64 health. He doesn't have a Mercy, so he doesn't have a healer that's dedicated their time to sort of dealing with him, but that's a beautiful little combo there. Snooze hits a big sleep dart onto Swish, removes the Sombra from the equation now, and he's going to continue to pressure in now. Great position to be in his honor. A lot of killing giving over towards the rest of his team. And there's no big ultimates really online at all for Harrisburg here.
Yeah, they're in trouble too, because how do you ever come out of this doorway against what they're offering? You're going to eat rockets on the way
nasty.
in. Huge nade.
See, Crate gets desuited there. You can't see too much of what's happening inside there, but I can tell you, it's not pretty. It's looking more like an infirmary right now with the amount of injured players that are sort of jacked up in there, and Hypnoc can just hold the door. And of course, Harrisburg receive a very shocking reception as they try and enter the point.
I'm really surprised that Vinpin is not switching after that ultimate that came through. That was an ambitious nano if I'd ever seen one.
Shouldn't be used there.
Yeah, threw it in anyway. That's just a simple, straight-up waste of an ultimate. Mask is going to go on to the Widow. He's going to try to challenge this Pharah in the sky. This used to be a great point for Pharah. Actually still is. You just don't see a ton of Hollywood in competitive.
We might be getting into the snowball zone here. Have a look at these ultimates on the other side of Maryville here. Aether is very close. Now look at his health bar. You notice that Mask is now in a position to threaten him, and I see. Yep, Hypnot is trying to make a bit of a kerfuffle in the back line. You see, he was, oh, that's nasty. That's the headshot. I mean, that's what Hypnot was trying to do, right? Make it so that Mask can't do these kind of things. He is a direct counter to Pharah if the Pharah is not being sort of constantly healed by a Mercy, and Hypnot tried to remove him. He spent a Primal Rage, Hypnot, on nothing. And now Harrisburg have a chance to set up once more, and they're going to be bundling these guys straight out. Another headshot. Mask has given us some montage material.
Mask considers himself mostly the flex DPS, whereas Swish would be the one that they consider their best Widowmaker. So he plays everything except it. Mask putting together a pretty good Widowmaker resume. This can be a brutal map with a defensive Widow because you have to commit resources to it. Now you see that Aether's on the Genji because you have to send someone after him. You have to pressure this Widow.
Mask sees that as well, by the way. He uses his infrasight on the Widowmaker, so the entirety of Harrisburg can actually see where everyone in Maryville is right now for the next couple of seconds. In fact, that ability just expired, so they knew what was coming. Swish again goes down. It seems that he's getting sleep darted a lot by Snooze, actually. I think Diana's giving a lot of problems. A big body grenade, though. It's going to be a Dragon Blade heading up to the high ground. They're going to be looking for Mask in that fight, and Vimpin is the first casualty. Aether, he's just sleeping it off. He might have hit the showers in just a moment as the pressure comes across the map from Mask. But Retna is down. It seems Harrisburg are a little bit split up here, and pure ultimate pressure coming out from Maryville has forced them back.
They're losing just a little bit too much. There's going to be some free push around the corner. This is not the last fight of second. There will be enough time for Harrisburg to mount a defense. Also, they have the Primal Rage, so they can get in here and use that. I would love to see Primal Rage just used to buy time. Get this EMP up. You're close. You can farm it on a tank. Get this self-destruct up. That is what's won you maps before. Don't change your strategy now.
Yeah, I mean, we were actually about to see a bit of a power play in terms of ultimates. Retna's going to go for the Primal Rage himself. Oh no, he's put to sleep again, Sleepy. I mean, he's got dry retinas after that one. Mark's going to try and sit back and stay safe. Hypnon is looking for him once again. You really don't want to be caught face to face with a Primal Rage Monkey as Widowmaker in this kind of case. EMP though, Swish actually gets it off. Will it be enough? Hypnon goes down to Mask here. It's an opportunity here for Harrisburg to really kick it up a notch. Matt gets a decent on Quake, but the sound barrier timing is so good. Gunther keeping his team topped up despite all the pressure they're dealing with, but they're split off. Redner is split off from the rest of his team. He was trying to keep the payload contested. There's that Winston. Another Bionic Grenade goes in the direction of Guru here, and you can see the Sombra at the bottom of your screen. Yes, it's Swish just trying to hold down the fort, but despite looking at advantage, Rat finds 2 kills, and Harrisburg might be in trouble in this fight.
They're definitely in trouble in this fight because they got the rally through did Rat during that fight. Is able to swing away as Brigida, and you just don't have enough damage to deal with it. There's the second self-destruct. It's going to take down Winston, but that is just for celebration there. And what they got before, just missed time. Self-destruct came out too early, EMP not there to follow it on time, and they used both those ultimates, get nothing out of it to start that fight. Now switching off of it. Little under 3 minutes, they need to get it to that yellow box on the ground or further, and we'll go to a map 5.
So Maryville do not need to finish the map technically, although they need to pretty much
close.
do that. Get to that golden box of victory. In all our years of casting, Robert, we still haven't figured out a better name for that.
Nope, I started that, and I will take full blame.
I'm okay with it. It's just canon at this point. Mask, look at him. I mean, that's what happens. If Doomfist is caught standing out in the open like confused Travolta for too long, he's probably going to die. There's just so much damage you can pour into him. He's very vulnerable when his cooldowns aren't available to him now. And yeah, we might have entered Snowball City, ladies and gentlemen, because it looks like Harrisburg are getting bundled out of this second phase. And again, the Maryville guys are just popping off right now. I don't know how the come-up actually has any voice left. Those guys are screeching, and they're very close now. It looks like a map 5 might be on the cards for his hexagrams. They're getting awful close. Hypnon pretty much has a Primal Rage. Swish is trying to save the day with a big EMP, but it doesn't really hit as many targets as he would have liked, and he has to pull the plug early. He has to get out of trouble with the use of that translocator, and now it's the last moments for Harrisburg. They want the trophy. They want the title. They're trying to close it up here, but it's just too much coming from Maryville. It looks like Maryville just want it more. They want that map 5. They want the series to go the full length. Swish gets himself a sound barrier, but it's not enough. In the industry, we call that a C9. And Maryville take it to map number 5.
Ever since they got it rolling through second, the pain train just didn't stop for Maryville. There was really no good answer early on. I loved this switch, by the way. When they saw exactly what they were running to go to the Pharah, no one's really going to be able to contest you. You don't necessarily want to run a Mercy. Snooze has him on high priority. If I see ya, I got you. But it puts so much pressure. Cracked the point right there. It's a great switch early on, and then it just rolled and rolled. The Brigida gave them all sorts of trouble, and we're going to go to a final map to decide the series, and it will be Nepal.
This is what I call proactive play, by the way. We talk about that Pharah switch, right? And ordinarily, it's a little bit dubious to actually pick a Pharah in that situation. Your team's not running Mercy, who's the only support that can essentially stay with the Pharah at all times. Obviously, she's able to fly around the map. She can actually match Pharah's ability to gain altitude in that sense. But playing around an Orisa on defense on Hollywood is always a risky approach to the game. And that's what Harrisburg were trying to do. They said, okay, we're going to force them to come to us. So they play Orisa. They play around that small concave barrier. But if you get a Pharah in any position to make use of a good splash damage or area of effect damage, just throw rockets in one after another, then you are going to fall. Your healers, even 3 of them, are not going to be enough to stop the Pharah from just decimating your team.
But what the Pharah does too is it makes you not be able to play on platform on the top of the cafe, because Junkrat wants to sit up there on the stairs at the back and kind of peek up to the right, launch some grenades, and get down behind the shield where there's safety and there's a health pack. But you can't sit up there. I mean, if you want to sit up there, you're going to get hit by a Pharah concussion and knocked into the front where you're going to get feasted on, or you got to sit below. So now, essentially, you've taken their composition and decided you're all going to sit behind the tiniest doorway in the entire map as we take the point. What do you want to do about it?
Being able to dictate where the enemy team can and cannot stand is one of the most powerful things you can do in the game of Overwatch, and you can do that with a pick like Pharah. Then that's a massive power play, and you're probably going to be at an advantage. It all comes down to this one final map here in the HUE Fest Overwatch Grand Finals. The biggest collegiate Overwatch events we've had thus far. Nepal will be the decider. It's another control point map. It will be over multiple rounds, and Shrine is where it begins.
Let's start on the Shrine, where Doomfist has been so powerful because of the architecture of the control point. There's walls everywhere. When Doomfist punches you, it hurts. When he punches you into a wall, it kills you. That's pretty much how that hero works.
Yeah, you ain't coming back from that.
No, you're not. It leaves an indentation. It's actually a really cool animation.
I mean, at least you don't have to guess what Doomfist... You know when you sort of see superheroes sometime, you're like, oh, what's your superpower?
No.
So I guess I can turn into a water bucket.
Yeah.
And when you see Doomfist, it's pretty clear to see like what he's trying to do.
It'd be really funny if he was like a really good soccer player.
Exactly. Like, well, what's the big fist for? It's like, oh, it's actually just like a handicap. It's to slow me down. Yeah. I'm not very aerodynamic in this form. But it's like, when Doomfist rocks up with the Justice League, Tony Stark's not going to go, what do you do? I think he knows.
Yeah, I think Tony Stark has, some dealings with a guy with a gauntlet before. It's a dangerous fella.
He's like, do not click your fingers, whatever you do, bro.
No snapping around my team, please. On the other side of things, they're running a Brigida. They're running tank composition with a Sombra and Doomfist on the side of Harrisburg. One best of 3 stage here on Nepal here to win the entire tourney.
Yeah, mask on the Doomfist. So the gauntlet's been thrown by Harrisburg. It's just the Doomfist is attached to it at this stage. And it's pretty important to have on this particular map. Now, Mask, it's a mutual knockdown when he and Rat sort of charge into each other, but it's not bad for Mask.
Recently, he would have lost that, so they patched that out. Rat actually goes down eventually as Mask takes round 2 against him in the pugilist battle. They're going to get this early nano, though.
It's a good opening. This Doomfist is definitely a power pick in this situation now. The question is, we've already seen Maryville adapt to, hero picks once before. Can they do it again? They may have to now. The Doomfist is getting far too much value. Mask almost has his first ultimate. These are all things that are on the list of not good.
The area will take first control now. A bunch of ultimates used on both sides in that long, drawn-out battle. Still, it looks like Maryville wants to come back in right away. They get a couple of kills, 10% on the board already. Self-destruct, bubbled out. Nice play by Retina.
Yeah, I mean, that makes it harder for Retina to fight on the point now, though, because he used his own bubble to protect himself from the self-destruct. Now he sort of has to be subject to a lot of damage when he appears on the point, and you see Aether picks him off. 2 kills for the Sombra. Swish, in my opinion, has gone off the boil over the last couple of maps, Hex. He was very crucial in that first series, but this one been tough for his Sombra to really make much of an impact, whereas Aether, he's just killing everybody.
Aether comes to life right there. They're giving up bodies on the point in exchange for percentage. When you lose a fight like that, it's completely fine to just have bodies there. And while you have someone on the point, you will continue to gain percentage in control of that point. But now the aggressive nature of Maryville comes out as they punish them for sticking a little too close to the corners right now. And this is what you want from a team on defense. You don't want them to feel comfortable anywhere except for spawn.
That's one thing Maryville have been mostly good at doing, I think, over the course of this series. And I think over the last few maps, they've refined their ability to project aggression, to dive in but not fully commit to these kind of fights. You see it again once more. This is going to force now Harrisburg to dig deep with some of those ultimate abilities. They have loss of input. Rat somehow has traversed all the way into the defending team, or the enemy team's backline, and finds the Ana. That's a very good sign if your team's trying to dive.
I think they tossed in the self-destruct there really for no good reason, unless he just got D-maxed. I may have missed it up just a little bit, but again, this is not where you want to fight. You have to stay in spawn right now, and Rat is pretty happy with his Brigida play right now.
And so we should be. A lot of confidence here now from Maryville. 55% to 30. So definitely not out of Harrisburg's hands by any stretch of the imagination here. Retina does get EMP, but he also, he got himself a sound barrier here. So that's definitely going to soften the blow a little bit for Harrisburg. but they need to get off the starter's block right now. They need to start to get down the track a little bit further. It looks like that's what they're trying to do now. Retina jumps in, but it's a short jump. He holds the S key as he goes in. He doesn't want to go straight into the enemy backline. And here's a Harrisburg EMP. They had to capitalize. They had to hit that backline. You see the awoken Retina. He was actually put to sleep by Snooze, but someone woke up the primal range Winston. You can't let that happen. Some big mistakes for Maryville in this fight. Harrisburg stand tall, looking to take the point back into their control.
They needed to win that fight so badly, too. Not only is it because 90% control on the other side, but they had to use ultimates just to get through the doorway. Not where you want to use ultimates at first. They're able to convert those early ult usages to position to even fight again.
It's like those bars where you go play a cover charge before you can even get in and order a drink. It's like, come on, I feel cheated already.
All right, so one more fight away is Maryville at 91%. If they win a fight, they will very likely win this stage. This is a 3-stage map. First to 2 wins it, and that'll be it. Now, Harrisburg did have to use everything last fight. The cupboard is barren.
91 to 57%, and that's right. Harrisburg have to do a heck of a lot with not very much at all. And it starts like this. Don't die to these first ultimates. Don't get hit by these big biotic grenades. Harrisburg are looking fine right now, but that EMP is going to make their life a little bit harder. They're being forced off the point. Mast take it down. Great D-Met. And now Maryville looking like they're shifting a gear in the positive direction. And remember, they're 92% right now. They are seconds away from taking this round, and there's not a whole lot that Harrisburg can do. Retina has to go back to spawn, and now Hypnos says, you're not getting away with this one. You're going over the edge. Sends him out there with Primal Rage, and with the overtime wick burning down, the first round in the pool will go to Maryville.
I know Retina's only at 200 HP there, but you're jumping the wrong way. You got to get back to the point.
Cannot return to spawn there.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't have time to get back. It doesn't really matter. He's dying if he goes to the point anyway. So that one turned around, and it was just because of the aggressive defensive posturing. Once in control of the point from Maryville, they make them use all of their ultimates just to have the chance to fight. Brutal hold there. They get over to it, and now one stage away, Maryville, from upsetting our hometown heroes in Harrisburg Storm.
Well, that's it. It's kind of hard for us to know how much of an upset this would look like the way the series have gone. First, it was 3-0 in favor of Harrisburg. Then 3-0 in favor of Maryville. And then this final series has gone all the way to map number 5. Now, this last stage, this may well be the last stage. Obviously, Nepal has 3 different locations that we can fight over. We've only seen the first one thus far. And again, it looked very, very good. I think Maryville just seems to be innately more adept at using these Winston-based compositions, at getting a lot of value out of these EMPs. Swish has to lift. He really has to go to another level on this Sombra play for the most part. Mask is doing great. He opened up very well on that Doomfist, but he needs some help from the rest of his team.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think the Winston play has been exceptional on one side, and it's been serviceable. Actually, I've been really impressed with how Retina's played Winston, given that he's mostly likes to play.
Solid,
yeah,
sure.
He's been solid. But it's also just knowing that we can't sit out here. They gave up so many free lives by having 2 people sit out there, because that's where normally you can sit and regroup, because other teams won't take advantage. Maryville's seeing like, oh, they're going to retreat only there? Well, let's go get them there.
Yeah,
then.
these guys like the name, like the St. Bernards. Like once they latch on with those teeth, bro, they ain't letting go. They're going to punish you. They take you all the way to the bank now. Village is going to be our second stage here. And remember, if Maryville win this stage, they win the map, they win the series, they win all 3 series.
You'd say tournament.
They win the tournament. Good one. Yeah, that's true. They would have played so many series thus far.
It's been a long day here.
Snooze! That's a big biter grenade.
He's been hitting those giant grenades all day, and I think a lot of it, I mean, as good as Kratos played, you got to be eating a couple of these here and there. You have to know Snooze's timing by now and eat some of these biotic grenades before they hit your team.
So this is a very tanky composition, and it's the May that's most important here. Mask picking up the Ice Queen here makes it very, very hard for Maryville to actually challenge the point. They're kind of afraid to go in there. Another big biotic grenade landed by a Snooze, and he's not being pressured on the high ground, but there's so much healing, there's so many big durable bodies on the side of Harrisburg here that they can sit comfortably. 21% to 0.
Well, it's a great position for Harrisburg to be in. I'm a little bit worried that they're going to try to chase something down up here, because you kind of want to just sit on the point. Well, let the enemy team come to you, because that's why you pick May here.
Yeah, again,
she puts a wall up, cuts you in half, and then you just take a fight 6v3.
Maybe they're trying to bait some aggression so they can use a May wall to do that before they even move to the point here. But this could put them in disarray. They quickly have to return as a unit, and that was because Aether just jumped on the point and started tickling it, and obviously you're alerted if an enemy is trying to capture the point. Mask, this May pick, we really need to see it come into its own right about now. Because the Junkrat is going to threaten. The Junkrat makes it pretty tough for Harrisburg to hang out here on the point. But look at the wall. Yeah. You just shut the door in their face and say, sorry, privacy, please.
Shut the door. Little visual bug didn't show us the coalescence there, but they're still swinging away right now. Frozen Sombra does get cleaned up, but the Junkrat has done very well. Junkrat is the perfect counterpick to this. They're going to toss a Blizzard onto the point.
Oh, the Rat! He's getting it done! Ratner goes down, and again, the May not really having the impact that was needed to here. And you see the Blizzard was definitely used at some point there, but no Valley good.
It came on a little bit late. No, the Blizzard did hit on the point. It's just everyone was off the point at that given time. So they make the right switches, does Maryville. They're going to have projectile DPS. That's the Junkrat hurls grenades, the Fire hurls rockets, sometimes referred to as a spam comp, but it does a ton of damage. So if you want to hang out just on the point under the roof, they're going to make it rain inside.
Yeah, spam not isn't the Hawaiian favorite food, but in like the emails that you get from people all over the world telling you've won like $1 million from Nigerian prince's trust fund maturing. That's that kind of spam.
Wait, you got that email too?
Oh. It's my money. I'll fight you for it. I'll fight you for it. Guru has self-destruct here, so he's just going to duck back to the point. Diva's so mobile that, you know, his team can just send Guru. They say, Guru, look, go to the store, pick us up some chips. Go to the point and just get rid of their Sombra. But Hypnot gets picked off early. Losing a main tank at the start of the fight is not a good sign. Harrisburg, they're in a position to bring this one back. They're already at 71%. If they can win this fight, it'll be big. But Guru and Aether are hanging on. Binpin goes down. I mean, Swish playing the McCree is quite a risky pick. He's very vulnerable. The Cowboy can't do too much if the enemy gets in his face. Mask, he allows Guru to resuit him back. He gets the double. Lucio's going absolutely ham.
Yeah, people sometimes forget Lucio can headshot just because he's got such a strange and interesting weapon there, but you hit him in the head, you give him that tinnitus, give him the headache, and put him back to spawn. That was a fight they needed to win, and that's a very small mistake, but you gotta kill that D.Va before she backs.
That could have been the fight that breaks Harrisburg's back in this fight. They may not come back from this one, I'll be honest with you. Snooze take down Binpin early on, the EMP was employed. That's just a way to punish Harrisburg right now in this particular fight, force them back. And it's been such a long final match for these guys. Hours they've been up on this stage. It's the third series that we've played. Map number 5, and it looks like Maryville, they're so close. Mast takes down Mac earlier on, but it's a 1-for-1. Swish is punished for trying to get towards the point. This is where things start to get a little bit weird, ladies and gentlemen. 98%, Harrisburg have to get there now. The final moments, they must get there! They don't make it! Harrisburg unable to return to the point. And it will be Maryville, the Saints, to take the HUE Fest Overwatch Finals in 5 maps. In the third series, of course, and they played 11 maps to get here now. Unbelievable endurance from this team.
Nothing to be ashamed of if you're a Harrisburg Storm member. What a great series they treated us to today. Played their hearts out for us here, and what an amazing event this has been overall. Congratulations to Maryville. But again, hold your heads up high, Harrisburg.
And we truly found the 2 best teams, on offer here in the collegiate Overwatch scene. And not only, of course, did we see some fantastic Overwatch, but a huge rivalry has definitely been born between these two. Harrisburg and Maryville, prepare yourselves, because this one's going to go down for quite some time. And you can see, obviously, the elation on the faces of these guys, because it's a long tournament. Even this match itself is gone on for a heck of a long time, and you got to feel the pressure to strip away from you. It goes down to that map number 5. We saw Maryville definitely tripped up a couple of times. We saw that aggression get turned against them. Harrisburg were able to exploit that factor of them, but not this time around. I'm just looking down the screen and everyone on the stage, just trying to see those faces, them happy faces. Yeah. It's been an absolute pleasure, ladies and gentlemen. We've just seen some fantastic collegiate esports here. 3 series is a long final, I'll be honest with you, but we definitely made sure we found the best team to win this award. There's no doubt about it, Hex. It's been an absolute pleasure to join you for this one. This city is so great, but now we're going to head over to the stage, of course, with Akinola to present our winners their prize.
Wow. What a set that was. Here are your grand champions, Maryville University. Give it up for them, guys. That was some of the craziest Overwatch I've ever seen. I've only seen a couple of live matches, but you guys weren't looking too hot the very first set. It was actually really bad, but then you guys turned it back on. When you guys went to the locker room, what discussion did you have to really turn up the juice and say, all right, we actually have to win this now?
Well, we've put in 4 hours of practice minimum every day. And recently, one of our teammates' family members suffered a really tragic injury. So, we got back behind everyone, and we said, you know what, let's do it for him. We turned around. For Snooze's brother.
How are you guys feeling as a squad? How does it feel to win this prestigious?
Fucking good. There you can hear my voice. I was so sick before coming here, and now it's even worse. I won't talk for weeks.
I have no words. You guys played your hearts out. You guys are the champions now. The president is out here to present you with the award. Congratulations to your champions. Hold that high. All right, guys, thank you very much for staying with us for this long set. League of Legends is coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.